Ladies and gentlemen, we are, PCR, please. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome on Business Today Television. We are in the middle of the week, as also towards the final 2 or 3 sessions which will define July. Oil prices are back up above $90 a barrel after a 3-day fall. That ideally should be negative for the market, but we have a very strong uptick on the GIFT Nifty. Early morning when I checked, it was about 250 points. Let's presume that you will have a fairly decent gap up of about 100 points. At the moment, the GIFT Nifty is showing a 1 percentage point uptick at 260. Let's presume a 50% uptick on the Nifty once market starts. So 24,000 is something which the bulls do not want to give away. Remember, yesterday South Korea's Kospi index plunged 10% intraday, yet Nifty held 24,000. That itself points to strength, as also there is a lot of strength in the Nifty IT index, which is helping the Nifty as well. The Bank Nifty is a bit weak, but we'll look at it a little later. So any dips towards 23,850, 900, 950 on the Nifty need to be purchased if you are an intraday Nifty trader, and 24,100, 24,150 remains a major resistance level. Apart from that, you have strength in the Nifty Realty Index, the Nifty Consumer Durables Index, the Nifty Pharma, and the Nifty Healthcare Index. These are the 4 indices which are showing signs of a lot of strength. And if you are interested in stocks within the auto mobility pack, you need to look at Bajaj Auto, 11,374 for you. This is exhibiting a lot of strength as far as markets are concerned in the within the Nifty, as also within the F&O space. Let me just give you an idea as to what is Bajaj Auto in terms of month to date. You'll be surprised at the strength that Bajaj Auto has shown. 17% higher is what Bajaj Auto has performed in the month. Apart from that, Eternal is in strength from the internet space, and Titan. These are 3 stocks within the Nifty, within the F&O space, that are showing strong rollovers, strong price charts, as also strong performance in the month of July. Apart from that, you have strength coming into stocks such as Gas Authority, such as Car Trade, and TTK Prestige. So these are the 5 or 6 stocks that you need to keep in mind, as also Kalyan Jewellers. Now above 600 rupees, it is in very strong traction as far as prices are concerned. So this is the broader structure of the market, and we are also now going to be joined by Mr. Aditya Agarwal, Head of Alternate Research at Coherent Brokers. Namaste Aditya ji, a very warm welcome and good morning to you, sir. How are you watching the strength in the Nifty despite weakness across Asia, sir?
Fine. If you see Indian markets, definitely means our markets are quite positive. Means a lot of strength is there at the moment. We are continuously seeing buying interest. Indices are not showing that kind of strength, as we are seeing that Nifty, Bank Nifty, Sensex, all are trading in a very narrow band for the last couple of weeks. But if you see the internals of the market, mid cap, small caps, lot of buying interest is there. We are seeing sector churning is happening. Like if we see IT also, in this week itself, in last two trading sessions, it is up to almost 5.5-6%. If we see from bottom in this month, it is up by almost 15-16%. So we are seeing lot of stock specific activity, lot of sector specific activity. But yes, that kind of activity we are not seeing in Nifty, as Nifty is still stuck in a range. On higher side, Nifty has a strong resistance in the zone of 24,200, 24,300, and we are continuing seeing profit booking around those levels. But at the same time, if you see on lower side, 22,800 is a very strong support zone. So this is a 500 points broad range in which markets are trading. But definitely market is buy and dips kind of market. Any decline in Nifty can be used as a buying opportunity. On higher side, if Nifty breaks 25,300, then we can see a big bullish move. In that case, 24,500, 24,800 will be the next possible balance.
So that's the view that's coming on the Nifty. Aditya ji, a couple of stocks within the Nifty or F&O basket that you are advising your clients on the long or the short side?
Auto sector, if you see, then two-wheeler sector is looking extremely bullish. TVS Motors, Bajaj Auto, both these stocks have already shown a big up move. Hero Motors has recently started showing traction on the positive side. Means that we are continuously buying interest, like last 6-7 sections that you see stock is up from 4,800 levels to 5,150, 5,200 levels. The stock has given a good breakout. We are seeing long position getting built up in Hero Motors. So I'm expecting this stock is inching towards 5,400, 5,450 levels. It can be bought at current levels with a stop loss of 5,080. Delivery and Jubilant Food. These are the other two stocks which are looking positive. Means if we see delivery, this stock saw sharp correction from higher levels in this month. From 520 levels, it corrected to 460. 460 is a very strong support. From those levels itself, we are seeing some buying interest. So I'm expecting that delivery is again inching towards 500, 510 levels. At current levels, risk reward is clearly in favor of buyers with a stop loss of 464. One can buy at current levels for target of 500 to 510. Similarly, if we see Jubilant Foods, this stock has also seen a correction, but now after this correction, we are seeing some buying interest in this counter. On the lower side, this stock has a very strong support in the zone of 410, 415. From those levels itself, we are seeing some buying interest. So I'm expecting this stock is inching towards 460, 465. At current levels, it can be bought with a stop loss of 420.
Right. So auto is something that is also resonating with coherent brokers. Aditya ji, the CPSE setup and the PSE setup, which is the PSU stocks, are showing signs of intense weakness. Both charts for CPSE and PSE are also in a downtick. What are the stocks where within the PSU segment you like post Q1?
Yes, some profit booking is seen in last few trading sessions. Most of the PSU counters have seen some correction. But again, we are not very negative on means the PSU basket. Some of these selected stocks like ONGC, Oil India, both these counters are looking positive. In last 2 days, because of the crude correction, we saw some correction in ONGC stock corrected from 255 to 240 levels. But again, I think this correction in last 2 days has given a good buying opportunity. This stock can be bought at current levels with a target of 250 to 255. Similarly, Oil India, if you see, this is one stock which is looking extremely positive. Stock gave up breakout above 430. Again, in last 2 days, some profit booking is seen, but overall structure is positive. I'm expecting that this stock will inching towards 470, 475 levels. Gas Authority of India on a PSU basket is another stock which is looking positive. This stock is trading at range for last couple of days, but structure-wise it is positive. It is trading about its 50 days moving average to 100 days moving average. So it may find some resistance in the zone of 178, 180, but once that is taken out, it is inching towards 190, 195.
Okay. A view that you might have on Eternal?
Well, if we see Eternal stock has given a positive breakout, so we are continuously seeing buying interest in this counter after some days of accumulation. In last 2 days, stock has shown a positive traction. So view is extremely positive. Means it may find some resistance on 310, 312, which is a minor resistance zone, but if that is taken out, 335 is the next possible target. So we remain positive on Eternal. Any decline in this counter towards 300 or 298 levels can be used as a buying opportunity with a stop loss of 288. That will be slightly positioned stop loss. On higher side, 335 is the target which we are expecting that it may test in next few days.
Okay, fair point. 8:51, ladies and gentlemen, we are 9 minutes away from the market open. Remember, Nifty is most likely to buck the weak trend that you see across Asia after yesterday's carnage in South Africa. My apologies, South Korea. We have strength in the gift Nifty pointing to a 250 point gap up. Let's hope that at least 100 points out of that gap up are consumed within the Nifty. Aditya ji, what are your clients being advised on IT stocks? Where do you see strength? Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at the markets with a lot of positivity today. There is a lot of strength, most likely, that you will see in the Nifty Healthcare Index. There is strength which is likely observed in the Nifty Realty Index. Therefore, please keep an eye out on DLF. We also have a lot of strong gains being reported in the Nifty Consumer Durables Index, where you have to keep an eye out on TTK Prestige as also Stovecraft. These are a few of the stocks that are most likely to show signs of strength as far as markets are concerned. And you have, of course, an uptick that's happening in the gift Nifty. Within the pharma space, Laurus Labs, Granules are 2 or 3 stocks that you should pay attention to. As also, you have a lot of activity that is coming in the auto space. So Bajaj Auto and TVS Motors are 2 stocks that you need to look at in terms of strength. As far as charts are concerned, Bajaj Auto, as I have been pointing out, has been one of the top performers in the market and has appreciated 17% in the month of July alone. And you have strength which is coming as far as charts are concerned in TVS Motors as well. Let's look at TVS Motors for the moment. This is now somewhere close to 4,000 rupees, and in the last month alone, in the month of July, we've had a 5% uptick on Bajaj Auto. The PCR is telling me something. Yes, PCR, I can hear you. What are you saying? Okay, Aditi ji is back. The link has been restored. A quick view on the strength that we are witnessing in Paytm and Nykaa. What are the new age companies telling you, sir?
All the stocks are showing strength. Eternal, Swiggy from lower levels, Paytm, delivery. Means all these stocks we are seeing good strength. Paytm, some correction was seen in the early part of this week and early part of last week also from 1400 is relative 1250. But structure is positive for this counter. We saw intermediate correction. I am saying again it is moving towards 1380, 1400 levels. So Paytm from current levels looks positive. Means it is inching towards 1380, 1400. At current levels also it can be bought with a stop loss of 1280. Similarly, we see Nykaa means this stock is in strength. Means we are seeing continuously buying interest in this counter. Volume is positive. Delivery wise volume, if you see, that is positive, and we are seeing inching. So structure is positive. Yes, it may find some resistance in the zone of 330, 335. But once that is taken out, this stock is moving towards 360. So structure is positive overall on Nitra and Nifty means Nitra. But yes, above 335, I would recommend to buy for target of 360.
Okay. Stocks where your research team post Q1 is not very happy with the performance. What are those stocks, Aditya ji?
Very good on the results. This is some of the stocks from the carries market compared to stocks like Dalal Street, bearish on these counters, but yes, they have already seen a correction. So we are not giving us but overall, we are not very bearish on the results. The results were in line with our expectation this time. So I think means broadly we are positive on markets and broadly positive on the results this time.
A view on the rupee at this stage, Aditya ji, what is the research team's view at Coforge on the rupee?
Still, it is trading in a very narrow band. On higher side, it is not breaking this 96.60, 96.70 level. Similarly, on lower side, 95.20, 95.30 is a very strong support. So this is a broadly 1 rupee 40 paisa, 1 rupee 50 paisa range in which rupee is trading. So means probably means today we can see rupees trending, it may open somewhere in the zone of 95.4, 95.3. But I'm not expecting a major strengthening from these levels. I'm expecting it will continue to trade in a range. That broad range is 95.20 to 96.80.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just a couple of minutes now away from the market. This is Wednesday. We are on July 29th. It's a fairly expectant day. Remember, oil is back above 90 after 3 days of a downtick. The US and Iran have resumed his hostilities in West Asia. That's a dampener for equity. But in India, we are seeing strength. We are seeing strength as the AI trade unravels on Wall Street, as also the hardware/AI trade in South Korea, Taiwan and China. All that money that was getting fueled because of net sales in India is now mostly a good pause that we see. So remain hopeful that markets will outperform, and within the markets look at how stocks are moving in terms of the Nifty Healthcare Index, the Nifty Pharma Index, Realty, as well as auto. We've discussed many of those stocks in great detail. Before the markets click, Aditya ji, a view on bond yields?
If you see bond yields, particularly if you look for US the bond yields, and I'm expecting that it will continue to be from 4.55 on lower side to 4.7 to this is US 10-year bond yield. So I'm not expecting a very big up move or down move on US bond yield. But if you see INR means Indian bond yields, I'm still expecting a range bound session. I'm not expecting that we will see a very big up move or down move. So broadly means the bond yields are looking range bound completely.
Right, sir. Okay. The markets are upon us, ladies and gentlemen. Infosys 3 percentage points higher. Coforge 2.3% higher. Remember, it's the IT space within the Nifty which is helping the Nifty index up. You have a 1% uptick, actually a 2 percentage point uptick on HDFC Bank as well. The Nifty will just reverse and show some strength back in the green, and now rapidly moving up 23, 24, 27 points higher. What else is in gains? It's RR Kabel 2.4% higher. Strength there as well. You have Swiggy 2% higher. So it's going to be strength because of Infosys and HDFC Bank. Let's look at the top gaining list. Gallant Ispat 5% higher. Paradeep Phosphates 4.5% higher. Gujarat Fluorochem 3.6% higher. DCM Shriram Limited 2.8% higher. These are the stocks that are clicking in gains. The Nifty now is 65 points higher, negotiating with a very strong resistance, 2452. A quick look into the FNO space. I'm very keen to find out what Bajaj Auto is showing, but as I have pointed out, consumer durables all the way. Look at Voltas, 3% higher, 1350. Emphasis from the IT pack, 1.7% higher. Phoenix Limited from the realty space, 2.8% higher. You have Naukri, Swiggy doing pretty well, as also from the auto ancillary space, Sona Comstar 0.7% higher. The Nifty still 54 points up. We are looking at a lot of strength here as far as prices are concerned. So we will be watching the markets. Now, as I had pointed out, a 100-point uptick on the Nifty. It's gaining strength, 120 higher. Let's look at the Nifty 50 top gainers. L&T 2.5% higher. HCL Tech 1.5% higher. TCS 1.5% higher. And of course, you have strength in Adani Exports, Adani Ports, as also Maruti Suzuki. We'll take a quick break here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back. Remember, I told you a 100-point uptick. There it is, 24,115 and 24,200 remains.
The next chapter of India's growth begins with infrastructure. Adani presents the Business Today Infrastructure Summit 2026, where India's leaders and policymakers will discuss the India of tomorrow. Infra India 2047, building India's next growth cycle. Friday, 31st July, New Delhi. Book your seat now.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
The next chapter of India's growth begins with infrastructure. Adani presents the Business Today Infrastructure Summit 2026, where India's leaders and policymakers will discuss the India of tomorrow. Infra India 2047, building India's next growth cycle. Friday, 31st July, New Delhi. Book your seat now.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Look, this investment guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight. Well said! Well said! Well said! SEBI and NSE advise, consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Very good morning to all your viewers. You're watching the Business Today show with me, Sakshi Batra. This is where I get you all the stock market opening action on Dalal Street. First up, let's take a look at what's hot in the corporate and the financial world. World markets in turmoil again after US says it has intercepted an Iranian attack on its military bases. Crude oil surges more than 5% and the US index futures drop after days of relative calm. Some good news from the economy. Survey says consumer confidence among urban Indians has surged in July, making the country the world's most optimistic consumer market. Rebound comes in after a period of heightened uncertainty. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has urged the top bureaucrats to break silos and work in close coordination to deliver outcomes. High-level meeting last evening has reviewed agenda of finance, commerce, industry, tech ministries, and Prime Minister has also emphasized on the need for indigenous technologies. World football body FIFA is looking to raise more than $4 billion from external investors. A new entity, FIFA Forward Enterprise, will control the media and commercial rights here. The Trump's in-laws among the front runners here, also talking about how global opposition is already growing. Adani Group stocks will also be in focus today as Adani Enterprises and Adani Ports will announce their June quarterly results. Market will also be reacting to L&T's strong Q1 numbers and keep an eye on the earnings from Asian Paints, Eicher Motors and Colgate-Palmolive India. Let's straight away look at how the Indian rupee has opened this morning at 95.72 per dollar. This is vis-a-vis the 95.85 per dollar close that we had seen for the rupee last evening. The rupee is opened about 13 paise stronger as well. So that's a strong opening for the rupee, and the indications are a strong opening for the markets as well. Let me go across to our guests. We have Shal Bhatnagar, our internal expert, and Gaurav Sharma, Associate Vice President and Head of Research from Globe Capital, also joining in. Warm welcome to both of you. Good morning. Shal, to you first, starting off the August F&O series, what's on your top radar?
Well, Sakshi, I'm looking at 24,200 being taken out by the Nifty, and that's starting very strongly, 200 points higher, 24,176, so a gap up, and then let's hope 24,200 is taken out. Despite oil prices, rupee is now appreciating, and that's good. Look at stocks like Bajaj Auto, TVS Motors, Eternal as also tighten within the index, and Consumer Durables Index, Pharma, Healthcare, Realty are in top shape.
Absolutely. Gaurav, good morning to you. I'll come to you as well. Well, the starting of the August series comes on the back of 3 series where we have actually not seen any return on the Nifty. July series ended with just a minor 120 point of a gain, but we've seen the May and June series together having about 130 point of a decline. So virtually no return in the last 3 series. What's your expectation for Nifty this time?
Hi, Sakshi. Very good morning to you. Morning, Sharandji. So, yes, there have been jitters, geopolitical tensions, inflationary pressures, interest rates, currency, host of factors that are impacting equity markets domestically as well as across the globe. Citing this, I think even a flattish kind of a momentum is something to cheer about. At least We have recovered from the low, which is a very positive sign. The good thing is crude has once again started to come down. Again, a healthy sign. The only concern lies is with currency. Now, the currency needs to stabilize. That also, it's very important, because if that does not happen, it will have a direct toll on our current account deficit number. Overall, what we are seeing today and in this particular earnings season, the results are not that bad. The worst hit was IT. The worst to have been impacted should have been actually FMCG. What we are seeing is the numbers are not at all bad. Yesterday, HUL reported its numbers. To me, these are decent set of numbers posted by the company.
Okay, we'll focus on the earnings as well, but let's also focus on how the precious metals are trading this morning. MCX Gold has slipped 300 rupees now to trade at 1.41 lakh rupees per 10 grams. We've also seen MCX Silver now rising by 1,000 rupees to trade at 2.17 lakh rupees a kilo. There's a mixed trade as far as both gold and silver are concerned, but remember, today is also the day when tonight we will be getting indications from the US Fed as far as the rate decision is also concerned. Gaurav, how are you looking at what's going to be panning out in the US as far as the central bank decision there is concerned, and how is that likely to have an impact on emerging market, the flows towards emerging markets like India?
I think the Fed should keep a status quo this time around. And that is actually good for emerging markets like India. If they increase rates, it is clearly a negative for India and other emerging markets. Money will get out of countries like ours on a more rapid pace than what we have seen in the past. If the interest rates are increased there, US is considered to be the most safest among treasuries. So when the treasury rates mount higher, they attract fresh investments from across the globe, especially new emerging nation and economies like ours.
All right, we'll focus a bit on the market. Shell, which are the top stocks on your radar before we go into the opening?
Sakshi, it's a strong opening on the Nifty. So I'm hoping in the first 15 minutes, not only will these gains be held, which is 191 points, I'm hoping the Nifty will move higher from here. There are three reasons. One, we have the end of month expiry. We have the end of month for July, which essentially means a lot of mutual funds will be massaging their net asset values. I'm looking at strength in IT again, and stocks like L&T as also.
Right. Shell, you're right. IT is still leading the pack, 24,160 on the Nifty. There's 171 point of a rally there. The Nifty Bank is opening strong with about 0.5% of gains coming in. The Nifty is outperforming with the IT sector yet again taking that lead, 2.6% of a rally for the Nifty IT index. It's topping the sectoral index chart and seems like most of the sectors are opening into the green. Strong moves across the banking space, financial services, private banks, metals, PSU banks. There is a gain as well. You're also looking at the auto and pharma index also showing you some strength, and the mid and the small caps also opening into the green as well. Let's quickly look at the top gainers on the Nifty right at this morning and where the exact momentum is being seen on the Nifty stocks. That's where we need to focus on. You can see Infosys, HCL Tech and TCS again from the IT pack leading the pack, and you can see 1.5 to 3.5% of an up move there. Tech Mahindra, L&T post earnings is up by 1.6%. That Shell marked out. HUL that Gaurav marked out is up by 1.4% post earnings, and the brokerage houses are penciling in higher targets. Eternal was also mentioned by Shell, and that's up by 1.2%. Bharti Airtel, Wipro, these are all the stocks that are buzzing in the opening action today. Whereas on the other side, you have Asian Paints that's declining. Remember, the crude oil prices also jumped overnight, so the crude derivative stocks are again seeing some pressure build up. Power Grid, Coal India, so the power-oriented stocks are also showing some kind of weakness, but the market breadth is clearly pointing out to the advances at this point in time. IT sector clearly on the move. Gaurav, to you, how are you looking at the IT sector? I think July has panned out to be a strong month for the IT sector as a whole. We have seen a sharp rebound from the kind of losses that we have been able to see over the last many months, and you're seeing the IT index is already up 15% in the last 1 month. This is probably one of the biggest monthly gains for the IT index since many years that we have seen on the IT pack. How are you looking at this recovery play out?
I'm happy to see this kind of momentum coming in the IT space. Our research team managed to come out with 2 mid-cap recommendations, one on persistent, other on LTM. So we are very much happy that our team managed to pick the right stocks at the right time. Both are faring high. The thought process that runs behind this is the valuations, the kind of results these IT companies are posting. We are betting in reasonably heavily on the mid-cap IT space, persistent, LTM, Coforge, Infosys being our favorite stocks from the lot. So a general disclaimer also, our company and our clients could be having position in these stocks. And we remain bullish on this segment from a year to year and a half kind of a time frame. We are expecting a further 30 to 40% of uptake in terms of prices. That's what we have stated in our research reports released recently. So we are very much positive, at least on persistent LTM as of now.
Fantastic. We'll also shift focus, viewers, at a high-level meeting that was held yesterday, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi reviewed priorities for the finance, economy, commerce, industry, and even technology sectors with top government secretaries. He's called for breaking departmental silos, improving coordination, and strengthening the technology self-reliance as well. In a post on X, after the meeting, the Prime Minister also stressed citizen-centering governance, infrastructure development, indigenous technologies, and greater participation of young entrepreneurs. Let me go across to my colleague Karishma Sudani, who's been joining in with more details on the same. Karishma, what all was the agenda as far as this meeting was concerned, and what's going to be the implication post this meeting?
Sashi, well, in the last 12 years of Prime Minister Modi's government, we have seen that these meetings have been a regular occurrence where the Prime Minister and the Cabinet Secretary, of course, directly chair meeting with the bureaucrats to understand the pace of reforms and where the focus should be. Yesterday's meeting was also to reaffirm the same vision and purpose, but a broader importance, and in fact, a weighted importance has now been given to certain specific sectors that Prime Minister has spoken about, especially on the technological front that he's mentioned, and the energy security. Of course, all of this is coming in the backdrop of West Asia crisis that also showed how dependent we are when it comes to energy sector, and domestically the urge and the need to ramp up our production and not be completely dependent on imports in order to survive such conflicts. Important because it gives the reforms will now take a better shape and will be expedited, especially now that we are coming closer to the financial budget, which is just say about 5 months from now.
Thanks, Karishma, for getting us all of those details. So once again, the government's clear focus is on boosting the indigenous technology and, of course, more coordination when it comes to the kind of decisions that are being taken to promote more manufacturing back home. We're also looking at the IIP data that's pointed out to more, manufacturing across the space, and that's also an indication that the government's push is towards breaking horizontal and vertical silos for better governance also going forward. But let's shift focus back to the stocks that are in focus from the IT pack. Koforge is also buzzing in trade, and that's after a June quarter that has been strong for the company. The net profit beat the estimates, while margins came in ahead of the company's full year guidance as well. In fact, earlier in an exclusive interview with Business Today Television, Koforge CEO Sudhir Singh also said the company is eyeing strong growth backed by a $2.2 billion order book and the potential for a record number of large deal wins in the current quarter. That's Q2 that's expected as well. Let's listen into what he said. So also, let's talk a little bit on the order inflows as well. You won orders worth $691 million during the quarter, including the European order as well. That's come in as a strong addition to your order book. It's taken the total order book to $2.2 billion. Could you give us a sense of how do you see these orders, contributing to your overall top line going forward from here?
We think those orders, and more importantly, the other orders that we are already locking in quarter two itself, 4 weeks of quarter two are behind us, give us very significant comfort that the commentary that we provided around very robust growth continuing will continue. We did say something interesting that I think your viewers should know again. Sure. We said that the quarter that has started, which is quarter two right now, is likely to be the quarter in which we will close the highest number of large deals in the history of the firm.
Wow. Okay. Fantastic. And which are the top geographies that will contribute to it?
Largely North America and Europe.
North America and Europe contributing to major orders that could come in for Q2. As far as Koforge is also concerned, the stock is already up 17% in this week as well. Gaurav, a quick take on Koforge. You did say Persistent is one of your top picks, but what about its other peer, Koforge?
No doubt, very stellar set of numbers. I think so far, whosoever IT firm has reported numbers, Kofar has managed to outpace all of them. Yes, we have of late released two reports, one on Persistent and LTM, but even this one is a big surprise to us, frankly speaking. It was nowhere on the cards. These set of numbers clearly speak out too much for the company.
Okay. Let's also focus on Tata Power as well, as it has continued its winning streak, posting 27th consecutive quarter of profit growth. Earlier, I also caught up with the CEO and MD Praveer Sinha to decode their massive 5.3 gigawatt renewable expansion and soaring national power demand as well. Let's listen into what he had to say.
We have a pipeline of nearly 5.3 gigawatt, which is a mix of solar and wind and some battery. We are expecting 2.5 to 2.7 gigawatt to come in this financial year and the balance in the next financial year. So all the land is acquired, all the evacuation is tied up, and we do expect that all these projects will get completed and commissioned in this financial year. And that's why for the subsequent years, in FY28, you will see again a huge increase in the profitability of the large utility scale projects. Similarly, some of our transmission projects and distribution projects which we are implementing, that will also get implemented in this year. And so I think what we are seeing is that every year it is becoming better than the previous year. Every quarter is becoming better than the previous quarter. And that's why this is the 27th consecutive quarter in which.
All right, so the earnings season continues with some strong numbers that are being reported as well, but we are also focusing on the primary market action, viewers. Manipal Health IPO also opens today. Gaurav, your sense of how are you looking at the numbers and, of course, a big healthcare IPO, where does it place the company amidst the listed space in terms of the valuation ask? That's around 77,000 odd crores for the company. Of course, it is the largest private company in terms of the beds that it has. There's a lot of expansion, acquisition that's been underway. How would you look at this opportunity for investors?
So, firstly, Sakshi, yes, this is among the largest players in the healthcare and hospital segment. It has about 49 multi-speciality hospitals as of now. Very wider presence in the southern part of the country. As far as beds are concerned, they come at around 13,000. These are not the operational figures. As far as the operational figure is concerned, there is about 6,800 operational beds for Manipal Health. So again, a very big number, no doubt. So they have the model is fine, but the valuations do not comfort us, frankly. It is coming at a fairly higher valuation. So I do not see any kind of a steep up move coming in just after listing. I'm talking about the listing gains. I do not see a listing gain coming in, but this will be one of the priced in companies, priced in hospital companies, operating good. They have a good value as far as their image is concerned. Very nice. So overall, from a long-term investment purpose, one can consider, but from short-term gains, I do not see anything coming in.
All right, Gaurav, we'll have to thank you then for being with us on the morning edition and highlighting all of these insights for the market viewers as well. And thanks a lot, Shell, also for joining in, quickly looking at the markets. Strong start. Within the first 10 minutes, you can look at 200 point of a rally that is being seen on the Nifty. 24,187 is with us right now. This is powered by those IT moves that you're looking at, 1.8% of a rally on the IT index. It's the top moving sector. FMCG metals are also shining bright at this point in time. Barring real estate and oil and gas, rest all of the sectors are hovering higher in this session. Let's see how the session really pans out. It's a strong start to the August F&O series. We'll of course keep getting you all the market insights on Business Today. Now we'll have to wrap it up on that note on India Today, but don't forget to come back at 3:05 p.m. to catch all the closing action on the markets on Dalal Street with me.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment guru tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said, well said, well said.
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
The next chapter of India's growth begins with infrastructure. Adani presents the Business Today Infrastructure Summit 2026, where India's leaders and policymakers will discuss the India of tomorrow. Infra India 2047, building India's next growth cycle. Friday, 31st July, New Delhi. Book your seat now.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a fine start on Dalal Street. Almost 200 points on the Nifty, driven internally by a very strong uptick in IT. Let's look at the pullers and draggers on the index. You have 24189, the day's high as far as the Nifty is concerned. HDFC Bank is contributing 40 points, 1.5% higher. L&T has gained 2.85% post its earnings, and within the Nifty, its contribution is 29 points. Infosys 3% higher at 1140 and is adding 24 points to the Nifty. Bharti Airtel 1.7% higher, adding 19 points to the Nifty at 1933. Reliance and Hindustan Unilever are also in the green and they are adding 10 points each. What's pulling the Nifty down? Indigo, nothing to be worried about. BEL, Titan, all of them 1 points on the negative. It's a very, very strong advanced decline ratio. Look at the record high on Laurus Labs, 1774. When you look at the advanced decline structure in the market, 2085 versus 735. You have strength in the IT index, 2 percentage points higher, FMCG index 1.4% higher. Nifty is the top gainer amongst the broader markets, 0.8% higher. You have strength in 100, Nifty 100, Nifty 200 indices, and the mid cap and the small cap segment as well. The first 15 minutes have lapsed, and this is a very good sign that the Nifty has held its early morning gains despite strong oil. A strong rupee is also helping Nifty bulls. Let's get a view in from the market. We are now joined by Mr. Arpit Beriwal. He's the analyst for derivatives and wealth management at Motilal Oswal Financial Services. Namaste Arpit ji. It's a strong start. What are you expecting from the Nifty at the beginning of a fresh August expiry?
Very good morning to all. So if we see from last three expiries, whether it's May, June, July, Nifty has been trading in a broader range between 23,600 and 24,444 levels. And if we see from past few days also, Nifty corrected toward 23,600 levels, and then we have seen a good bounce back move from the lower levels. And the main reason has been the participation by the IT index that has recovered really well from the lower levels. So our sense is that overall from the weekly setup, Nifty is still in a range between 23,800 to 24,500 levels. And our sense is that 24,500, 24,550 is a major levels to watch out for. Once it surpasses or closes above that, then only you can see a fresh momentum towards new levels towards 24,800, 25,000 positionally. But till that time, our sense is that on the downside, supports are entire near 24,000, whereas on the upside, 24,500. So once it closes about 24,500, then a decisive breakout can be seen on the upside. Till that time, it is likely to be in a range within this broader range with stock specific action.
What are the stocks where you expect strong rollovers, positioning them higher for the month of August?
So definitely, if we see this market has been more of a sector stock specific action, where the indices are in dull but good momentum is seen in selected sectors, and first would be from the pharma sector itself, and within that the top bet would be Divi's Lab. So if you look at the structure of Divi's Lab on the monthly setup, a classical Poland flag breakout above 7,100 levels, strong bullish candle in the last series, and today also we have seen follow-up buying above 7,400 levels. So our sense is that pharma index is likely to outperform, and within that Divi's Lab would be a preferred pick. So looking at the overall setup on the positionally along with the good rollovers, if we see on the upside, we can see good move towards 8,000 plus levels for the August series. Along with that, if we see second counter from the mid cap space would be Federal Bank. So where the Bank Nifty has been underperforming, but we have seen a good outperformance in the mid cap bank, that is Federal Bank. Looking at the chart structure, very strong setup on the monthly setup. Weekly scale forming higher highs, higher lows from last almost 6 weeks. Daily scale, a fresh range breakout above 350, 52 levels. So looking at the setup wise, we can expect good 8 to 10% rally in Federal Bank as well going forward. So this would be two preferred picks for the August series that we can expect good outperformance.
Fair point. 934. Let's look at the new highs in the market. The Nifty meanwhile is gathering strength. We have 200 points on the index, and the first 15 minutes have lapsed. Remember, we are looking at a breakout above 24,200. That's the intraday high, 24,203 to be precise. If that's taken out, that is sensible, and then the market will be in a trend day. Apart from that, let's hope that the call unwinding happens at 24,200, and that will mean essentially that the bulls have a higher headroom. Let's look at the all-time highs in the market. Radico Khaitan, liquor company, 2% higher, 4,385. TFCI 3.4% higher, 100. Laurus Labs 1.3% higher, 1781. You have strength which is coming into Manapuram Finance, 0.5% higher, 363. You have a lot of momentum in Sky Gold, 1.5% higher, 678. What are the fresh 52-week highs? Kalyan Jewellers 1.8% higher, 619. A view on Kalyan Jewellers, Arpit?
So if you see overall jewelry space has seen a tremendous momentum in last couple of weeks, and especially if I look at the chart structure of Kalyan Jewelers, technically it has seen one of the biggest monthly gains in recent almost 2.5, 3 years journey. This July series it is up by 60%, and if I look at the technical setup, earlier hurdle was around 600 levels, but looking at the setup wise, it has easily surpassed that level of its previous hurdle zone of 600 levels. So looking at the setup wise, definitely there could be some more room on the upside towards 650, 660 levels. On the immediate is 599, 595 with the support zone. On the upside, 650, 660 is on the cards.
Okay. Which is the strongest stock according to you in the Nifty?
If I see in the Nifty space, if we see the pharma and the jewelry space, so as we like to go with the two counters, that is Divi's Lab and Titan. So as we already mentioned about Divi's Lab, it is one of the most strong counter within the pharma pack. Slowly steadily moving higher, and we already discovered the levels. So good 8 to 10% rally can be seen from here on also towards new life high territory. Second would be Titan. So a classical range breakout on the monthly time frame above 4400 levels. Slowly steady the stock is moving higher and is already life high territory. But looking at the still bigger trend, we can see more upside towards 5,000, 5,200 plus. So Divi's Lab and Titan would be our preferred picks within the Nifty 50 index.
9:37, ladies and gentlemen, the markets are in fine shape. Now 200 points higher on the Nifty, 190 points higher on the Nifty Bank, and a whopping 762 points higher on the Nifty IT index. Your favorite IT stock in terms of chart strength, Arpit?
So we would like to go with the mid-cap IT space itself. So we are seeing very good recovery on the monthly time frame in IT index as a whole. And first pick would be Persistent. So Persistent, if we see the chart structure, relatively it was outperforming where the IT index has corrected more than 35 to 40%. So looking at the setup of the Persistent, a good recovery in the monthly time frame, strong bullish engulfing pattern from last few weeks. We have seen strong bullish on the monthly time frame. Looking at the setup wise, 5,550 is a major hurdle level, but once it surpasses that, we can see good room towards 6,000, 6,200 plus levels. One would be Persistent from the IT space. Along with that, second would be eClerx. So if you look at the structure of eClerx also, relatively, it is a quite an outperformer. Good rally we have seen from 1,400 to 1,900 levels, holding well on the monthly time frame. And looking at the setup wise, definitely we can see a good move towards 2,000, 2,100 plus levels. Persistent and eClerx would be your preferred picks within the IT space.
Fair point. 9:38, we are also looking at volume buzzers in the market. Stocks where you see a lot of hectic activity on the long side or the short side accompanied by very heavy volumes. Look no further than Paradeep Phosphates. 9% higher, 151. This is 6 times the 5-day average. We are already at 940 and about 1 crore 81 lakh shares have been added. First Source Solutions, 280. 6.7% higher, very heavy volumes. Tata Capital, around IPO price, 3.3% higher, 366. Steel Authority, 3.7% higher post earnings. Vaishal, Arpit, a view on Steel Authority?
If I see overall, metal index has been underperforming for the last few weeks. However, in last few days, if we see good action was seen from the lower levels, and sale, if I look at the setup on the weekly time frame, so from where the rally started in the month of April, from 150 to almost 210 levels, again the stock has retraced its previous breakout zone. On the weekly scale, it is negative formation of lower after 8 weeks. So from a risk reward perspective, it's a very strong buy from a risk reward perspective, as it is turning from a support zone, turning from its 200 DEMA. So looking at the setup wise, looking at overall, 160 would be major support levels. On the upside, we can see move towards 180, 185. So overall buy on dip counter with major support around 160 levels.
Okay, 940. A quick view in on the weak side, Arpit, what are the stocks, futures that are in pain at this point of time? What are your market observations?
If we see From the last couple of months, few sectors have been underperforming, and that is the trend that is still going on. And if you look at the chart structure of railway stocks, particularly RVNL, so if you see the structure of RVNL, it has been an underperformer from last couple of months. And look at the setup wise, there is no major reversal on the monthly and the weekly time frame. So as it says, the weakness is likely to continue. So RVNL looks weak, and it can correct towards 210, 205 levels going forward. Along with that, second would be from the space would be Inox Wind. So if you look at the structure of Inox Wind, also it is totally in a bear grip. From the monthly time frame, forming low rise structure on the weekly scale, there is no major reversal. Trading at multi-weeks low. So look at the setup wise, you can expect good 7 to 8% more corrective move towards lower levels. So Inox Wind also looks from here on towards 70 to 70 levels positionally. So RVNL and Inox Wind looks good, looks weak going forward.
Okay, 9:41, ladies and gentlemen. Let's look at some real good action on the circuit breaker side. So, Tips Films 11% higher, 400. Paradeep, we've just discussed, 11% higher. A whopping volume of 327 crores. That was interesting. Orissa Mines, we generally don't talk about this stock, but 8% higher, 4089. Jupiter Wagons 7.5% higher to 64. You have Bluestone. This is again a jewelry company, 5% higher, 795. It's actually the banks which are weak. Otherwise, the Nifty would have definitely crossed 24,300. Now 24,200 for you. Nifty Private Banking Index, apart from HDFC Bank, is not in strength. You have a weakness in Axis Bank, 0.5% lower, 1217. That's how it is, ladies and gentlemen. A quick view before we end trade. We start the August expiry at 24,200. Arpit, what chances that the Nifty will cross 24,500 in August?
So looking at the overall time consolidation, last 3 months has been very dull, and generally we see momentum in the third or the fourth month. And look at the setup wise, as we are seeing good recovery in the IT index, so that will definitely help the index to sustain at higher levels. So looking at the overall perspective, major support would be around 23,800 levels. Till it holds above that, we can see upside move towards 24,500, and once it closes above 24,500, then we can see fresh momentum towards new levels towards 24,800 plus levels.
Okay. And my final view that I would like you to give on is Coforge, 1764.
Yes, Coforge.
Yes.
So if we see overall setup wise, definitely the stock is overall the broader trend trading in a broader range. But looking at this setup wise, overall good momentum seen in the broader market. So looking at the setup wise, definitely we can see good move towards higher levels of upside move from 4 to 5% can be seen from current levels. So overall kind of a buy and dip counter for next couple of weeks.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Arpit. And here's wishing you all the best for the day as well as August. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll pause it here. So it's been a good start. The Nifty is now above 24,200, just as I had pointed out yesterday that the rally seems to be gathering strength. Day's high, and it's accelerating now, 223 points higher. It's the IT pack that's helping the Nifty on its way up. The Nifty IT index 836 points higher, 2.75%. Get ready for 24,250, 24,300. Thank you for your time. I'll be back at 11.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment Guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said! Well said! Well said!
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
The next chapter of India's growth begins with infrastructure. Adani presents the Business Today Infrastructure Summit 2026, where India's leaders and policymakers will discuss the India of tomorrow. Infra India 2047, building India's next growth cycle. Friday, 31st July, New Delhi. Book your seat now.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra and this is our special personal finance show called Money Today, and today's topic is all about how should Gen Zs invest. Gen Zs are investing earlier, they are earning earlier, they're also borrowing earlier than any generation before. But are they clearly building wealth, or are they only chasing trends, from stopping SIPs too soon, or taking loans for even travel, or even getting lured by the buy now pay later schemes that are frequent and on everything that you see to be shopped on an everyday basis, to even diving into the newer formats of investments, say cryptos and even futures and options, which were usually only considered for experts as far as investors are concerned. Are they understanding the risks that happen in today's financial choices, and could all of that shape up their next 30 years of lives in the best way possible? That's something that we're going to be discussing today. We also are going to be talking about what is the right way for Gen Zs to invest. Let's actually welcome our guest on board. We have Mukul Malik, the founder of Asset Yogi, joining in to share with us his take on how is he looking to advise and discussing a lot of problems that Gen Zs are facing while their financial planning is taking place, and at the same time, how should they begin their financial planning journey as well? Thank you so much, Mukul, for taking the time out for this conversation. I'm sure a lot of Gen Zs approach you to try and understand what exactly should they be doing. Yes, we do know that Gen Zs are far more aware than millennials and the previous generations when it comes to taking decisions with money. They are more aware about the investment opportunities ahead. They are very clear they are here to take the money. But are they also creating a lot of mistakes while also looking at all of this? So give us an understanding of what are the key problems and the mistakes that usually Gen Zs are facing at this point in time, or making at this point in time as they are on their fintech journey.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me on the show, Sakshi. It is always a pleasure to talk to you. Now, coming to your first question, which is about the problems that Gen Zs are facing. And I think once we acknowledge the problem, only then we can talk about the solutions. So a clear trend that I can see is that, a lot of Gen Zs, people who are in their 20s or in early 30s, they are taking a lot of borrowings or loans. And without even realizing that how much it can dent their financial planning in the long term. So just to quote some of the data that, today personal loans, in personal loans, the top category is vacations. People are taking a lot of loans. Almost 27% of personal loans are taken for vacations these days. And this has displaced the top category of home renovation, which used to be the top category. So earlier, before 2020, we can see a clear change in the trend before 2020 and after 2020, once the social media has taken over. And, today, I think the aspirations are industrialized. So when I say that aspirations are industrialized, means that, people are wanting to copy the influencers. I mean, not for the right things, but for everything. Right. So which means that if somebody is going for a vacation in France, everybody wants to go to France. Right. So and then you are taking a loan to do that. So that's clearly not the right trend, which I feel. And today, if I talk about some other data, then smartphones is the next category in personal loan. right? So smartphones plus home appliances together, they form about 46% of EMI chunk today.
Wow.
Right. So this is one trend. The second trend that I can see is that a lot of youngsters are getting lured into trading. I mean, people are not able to, I think, differentiate between investing and trading. Today, if I can quote the rough data, I think 50%, around 48 to 50% of intraday traders, then futures and options traders are Gen Zs. Youngs are losing money to big institutions. I think in the last 4 years, since the SEBI has published some data. So in 4 years, 4 lakh crores of retail money was lost. And I think 2 lakh crores out of that went to foreign institutional players. And I think about 80% of the balance was with the domestic institutions, and the rest of the money was lost to brokerages. So people have to realize that money is made in long term and not in short term. Futures and options, intraday trading, this is not for retail investors like you and me.
Okay, so there are clear trends that are being seen, viewers. In case you also are doing some mistakes like this, be aware. This is a trend that is being seen. Mukul has pointed out, yes, he's saying there's a huge trend of people going for frequent loans, even for things like vacations or smartphones. Remember, these are only going to get you into a debt trap. So ensure that you do not fall into this debt trap and be over leveraged, be deep into debt as well. That's something that you need to avoid. Do not go for everything that you see and you get lured by that. Yes, I can manage it with my current salary. I will keep on, creating extra EMIs for the next 2-3 years. In case you are just in a band of 25 to 30 years and you already have more than 2 EMIs running, you need to watch out for as to what's going wrong there. Also, apart from that, you also need to look at whether you are just dabbling with trends that are happening. Just do not see that everybody is making money in F&O, so you should also try F&O. And just look at what SEBI's data has pointed out, that Mukul just pointed out. The 90% of investors in F&O have lost money. And you're competing against massive institutional, investors there. You're competing against a lot of algorithms there. So please be aware of, up until the time that you do not have complete knowledge of something, just do not invest your money for the sake of trying on. So let's try and understand, Mukul, what do you truly advise first-time investors, Gen Zs who've just started off their working career? What should they start doing with their first paycheck? What is the ideal way to go about it?
See, I think if I talk about the first paycheck, the very first paycheck, you can enjoy that money. That's not a problem. I mean, you get your first month's salary, you have some ambition, aspiration, you want to spend somewhere, that is fine, but don't take loans. So that's my first advice, that at the start of your career, you should not be taking loans. Just build a habit of saving and investing. This will take you a long way. I think people should realize the power of compounding. Just start small. So say no to loans. That's my first advice. Don't take loans very early in life. In fact, I'll just quote some more data also here. I have seen people, in fact, people don't even realize that they have taken 100 loans in an year, which means every third day they are buying something on EMI, whether it is online, no cost EMI, BNPL. So see, there is, I think I read somewhere in one of the books that the author says that if you have to think about something to buy, it is better that you don't buy. Probably you can't afford it, right? So, I mean, there are a lot of frameworks that people can use here that suppose you have to think about something before buying, and if delaying that, so for example, if your salary gets delayed by a month and you still have to think about the how am I going to pay the EMI and so on. So then it is always better to delay that purchase. So that is one that we can, basically delay our loans. And if we have to take loans at all, it has to be a good loan. And by good loan, I mean that if it is going to improve your productivity, which means can you enhance your skills by taking that loan, whether it is an education loan, right? or whether you are building an asset, for example, you are building a house, or whether you are going to enhance some skill, your productivity, if it is going to add a lot of value in the long term, then probably you can carefully think about taking the loan. But if it is only going to fund your experience, or if it is only going to fund your some luxury that you always wanted to have, then it is probably not the right loan to take. So you should always think about taking loans, number one. Number two, at the start of your career, I think the most important thing is to focus on your active income. All of us work somewhere, right? I have a small business, you are working with Business Today, and all of us have active income. So we should, I think, at the start of our career, focus on enhancing our skills, and the return that we can get out of enhancing those skills are probably the highest out of any asset class. Nothing can beat it.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So I think that's a very important point, Mukul, that you pointed out. First, look at only where are you looking to borrow loans. Borrow loans only for only good loans vis-a-vis bad loans, and good loans is something that you suggested wherever you have to take education loan or something to invest in yourself, in upgrading yourself, especially in the age of AI. If you need to upgrade your skills, those will be good loans to take. So invest in those rather than just upgrading your lifestyles and probably borrowing money for those things that you just need to show off on your social media presence. That's something that you need to put a question mark on as to whether you truly need it, whether it will help you today, whether it will help you later on, or is it only to, have a good social media presence. That's something that you should definitely avoid at this point in time. Second of all, let's also try and understand something that you mentioned, Mukul, very importantly, that if by purchasing something, your budget goes haywire, and in case there is some kind of a crisis that comes in, and you do not have an emergency fund, which means if your salary stops today, if layoffs happen, or if some kind of a problem happens at wherever you work and you're not able to get your salary for 1 or 2 months, then are you sufficiently provided for any kind of emergencies? That's something that you should know about. Give us an understanding of how should Gen Zs go about building their emergency funds, and how much of an emergency fund should they think of building?
Yeah, see, there are a lot of frameworks for every personal finance problem. So for building an emergency fund, there is a clear framework here that you can have a 6 months of your income or your expenses at least parked in FDs or liquid funds. I mean, these should be parked in such funds wherein you can take out the money whenever you want. So it has to be highly liquid. So FDs and debt liquid funds are a good way of investing that money. And if you want to have even better comfort, suppose you have a variable income. A lot of freelancers are also there out there, right? So if you have variable income in any form, then I think the ideal way of building a emergency fund would be of about 12 months of your salary or income level.
Absolutely. Now, give us an understanding. You also spotted a trend, Mukul, where you're talking about how, yes, investors have, or young investors are already looking at mutual funds or, SIPs as a way of building wealth. They have understood that very early in their career. But you're also noticing that with the shortest of the durations, a lot of SIPs get stopped, or they pause it, or they withdraw their money pretty early. So how are you looking at what's going wrong there? Yes, they've understood that mutual funds is probably a good way of investing or having direct exposure to stocks if they're identifying good quality stocks for their portfolios and they have an SIP strategy there. But how are you advising them as to what are you spotting as a trend?
See, another data I can quote here that only 10% of the SIPs continue beyond 5 years.
Wow.
So, which means that our investors are not investing for long term. And I think that because of this trading mentality, the same trading mentality has set in long-term investing as well. So people are, I think, whenever there is a high in the market, the markets are very, very bullish, then a lot of people enter the market, and whenever there is some kind of bearishness in the market, markets go flat. For example, in the last 2 years, we have seen that markets were flat. At that time, we see a high SIP stoppage ratios. So we have to, as investors, we have to follow a process, I think. So you should not be discontinuing your SIPs. You should be definitely continuing SIPs. And at the same time, whenever you have lump sum amount and the markets are down, it is always better to invest some lump sum amount as well. You should always increase the amount in these kind of times wherein the buying price is also very low. I mean, if you see the law of averages, then this is a very good time. You will average out your cost, and eventually we are saving and investing for long term, right? So if you are not here for 5 years, 6 years at least, then I think you should not be in the equity stock market or equity mutual funds as well.
What about cryptos? Are you increasingly also finding that people are investing a lot in cryptos, young investors, Gen Zs, even at the time when, Indian government is not very favorable towards this asset class? They have taxed it, any kind of transactions and profits that you make, but they have still not given it a legal, stance. And also when it comes to equating it with any other financial asset class, they've not given it that kind of a pedestal. So how would you advise investors here?
See, absolutely, you are right. If government is not giving legitimacy to an asset class, people should be wary about that asset class. It's very simple for me. So again, if we see the trend in crypto investing also, around, I think 37-38% of crypto investors are Gen Z, which means they are in their 20s only, not even 30s. They are in their 20s. Right. So this is again clearly showing a trend that people are wanting to make a quick buck. And see, the thing is that you have to learn investing. You have to focus on what you really want in life. If you are going to chase trends, it is not going to make money. However, it can make you poor. And in fact, I would also like to touch upon the insurance part as well. Wherein, a lot of youngsters are not just youngsters. In fact, anybody middle class in India is just one medical emergency away from bankruptcy. I have seen this myself, around, and I have seen people that there was a guy who used to live near my house, and he had to sell his house. He had to basically, he lost his father and he lost his house in his treatment, and then he was working for 40-50,000 of salary, and then he had to drive a cab. So these are some of the examples that we are seeing around us. So I think Gen Zs should.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra and this is What's Hot, a show that focuses on the biggest buzz on the D Street. Well, we are seeing a strong market trade at this point in time. The Nifty is up over 24,200 odd levels now. 218 point of a jump is what you see onto the Nifty. Of course, this is led by the IT move that is continuing very strong. Third consecutive session for the IT index on the positive move. In fact, in the July series so far, or the July month so far, this index is already up 16%. And that's the kind of move that we are seeing, penciling in higher move for the markets as well. Budding real estate sector, rest all of the sector are also positive in the session. So we are going to be focusing on the market action today. We're also going to be focusing on a whole lot of earnings led stock momentum and what should your strategies be. But more importantly, the primary market is definitely in action. Manipal Health IPO has opened for subscription today. We're going to be deep diving onto this IPO as to what are the details of this IPO as a retail investor. Should you be looking to apply and subscribe to this IPO or not? What are the pros and cons? What are the risks that you should be aware of? All of that is just coming in as well. Let me first welcome our guest on board. We have Thomas V. Ibrahim joining in on the program from Mirae Asset Sharekhan to share with us his take on the markets and on the IPO space. Welcome to you. And we also have Pawan Nahar, my colleague, joining in to share with us first the details of this Manipal Health IPO that you should know about as well. Pawan, good morning. Starting off with you. Tell us what are the details that every retail investor eyeing this IPO should know.
So good morning, Sakshi. Manipal Health Enterprises, the IPO opens today and it will close for subscription on Friday, that is 31st July. The price band for this IPO is 560 rupees to 590 rupees with a lot size of 25 equity shares, and it is raising somewhere around 9,275 crores, which include a fresh share sale of 8,000 crores and an offer for sale of 1,275 crores. So what are the key positives for this IPO? So Manipal Health, it is a very well known brand, and it has in terms of beds capacity, it is the largest hospital chain in India with more than 13,000 plus beds, and Bengaluru, Kolkata and Pune are its key markets. The company has shown a robust financial growth. The management and promoters, they are very well known in the industry. The company has a very proven financial track record, as well as the company is very known for its brownfield and greenfield acquisitions. So these are the key positives for the company. What are the negatives? So the IPO is very much aggressively priced compared to its peers, which leaves a little room for upside for the investors. And however, one should see that majority of the funds will be utilized to retire debt, which will improve its profitability in the coming years. And another key risk is that the geographic concentration, majority 45 to 60% of its revenue is coming from the Karnataka state, and the regulatory risks that healthcare sector always offers. So these are the key concerns for this IPO. What majority of the brokerage firms are saying. So top brokerage firms like Anand Rathi, ICICI Direct, Master Capital, SBI Securities, BP Equities, Ventura, Canara Bank Securities, majority of them has given it a subscribe rating, but Arihant Capital and Angel One are neutral on these stocks. Interestingly, some brokerage firms like Marwadi Financial Services, Swastika and KC Securities, they have given it an avoid rating that investors should stay away from this issue.
All right, Pawan, thanks for getting us all of those details. Let's come to Thomas now. Thomas, what are the key metrics you're tracking as far as Manipal Health IPO is concerned? We've heard from Pawan talk about a lot of concerns around the valuation front. The ask is 77,000 odd crores. How would you look at this valuation metric as against the listed peers? And do you think, being of course the largest player in terms of beds and the kind of acquisitions that the company is constantly looking at, the expansion plans that it has had underway, will that continue to justify the growth as far as the valuations are concerned?
Hi, good morning. Yeah, so we overall are positive on the hospital sector. So the reason being that globally, if you look at the number of beds per person in the country is significantly lower compared to even countries like Vietnam, and way below that of the global peers. Nearly around 3 for global peers, we have around 1.3 beds per 1,000 people. So that being the case, we are still very underpenetrated, and this has resulted in a lot of expansion across many of these chains, hospital chains over the last few years. Now we are at a point where expansions have happened significantly. The second time around post 2020, this is the period where certain expansions have happened. And now we're looking at a case of increasing the bed utilization, or rather it should naturally increase as, there is more demand because of the insurance, the penetration that has happened for healthcare. Manipal, in this case, perfectly fits into that role. Now, if you ask about valuation, I'm not concerned too much about the valuation because there is a growth aspect that is associated with it. There is a lot of headroom for growth in the long term. Now, why is it being valued at this multiple is because if you are looking at a trailing basis. Now, they have taken a lot of debt to acquire hospitals in the past, and that debt to a significant extent would actually be they would actually be able to get rid of that debt from
The
their
management
balance
has
sheet
come on our
post.
channel and said that they're going to be virtually net debt free, after the
Yes.
repayment on this IPO's fresh issue.
So,
Hmm.
so overall in our calculation, right, it is looked like, let's say, in case of a net debt to equity, it is around 0.3-ish, which is similar lines to its peers like Apollo, Max, etc. So we are not seeing a case where, it is, even in terms of valuation, is around about the valuation that we're getting for the major players on a trailing basis. So I do not see it as something that is overvalued, extremely highly valued. What we will see is, now that the debt is, they will be off the balance sheet, we'll see more in the EPS side growth coming in, and with that we should see the valuations be look much more attractive, and the long term growth prospect of the hospital sector is why the overall sector valuation is high. So compared to the peers, it's not too high, it's not high, in that sense it's more or less in line. So we see it as part of the growth story for the hospital sector that we have been seeing for the other companies like the Apollo, even the smaller ones like Rainbow, Yatharth, even Global, Medanta, etc., which are in our coverage.
Okay, let's talk about the financials. How do you gauge the financials vis-a-vis the other players as well? The company's reported a 26% year-on-year surge in its total income to 10,520 crores for the fiscal year ended March 2026. And this is, of course, compared to 8,362 crores of the income they had posted in FY25. So there was a growth there. EBITDA has risen to 2,795 crores. Also, we've seen the profit after tax, however, see some decline. Of course, we are looking at all of those factors too. So how are you comparing the financials with the other hospital majors?
With significant acquisition that has happened on a year-on-year basis, the growth is not appropriate to look at it at this point in time. But if you look at the margins, if you look at growth rates, and if you look at return ratios, it's pretty much in line with the other hospitals and or rather its peers, the appropriate peers. So in that sense, it is pretty much in line with the industry standards. And that's how we look at it. That's how we see it. And we should actually see a similar good growth rate as we've seen with the other hospitals. If you look at all of these hospitals, I just want to stress on that one aspect, that the bed utilization has been a little lower on account of the acquisitions that have happened in recent times. Now, over a period of time, and given the fact that they're into many of the major treatments like oncology, etc., you should see actually margins come through as well. So overall, I think in terms of the lower margins, we've reached a point of the bottoming out of that lower margin scenario, and we should see the margins improve and be as similar to that of the similar players that we see in the industry. So growth rates as well as margins, it should be in similar lines to that of the industry going forward.
Okay, now Thomas, I also wanted to understand from you, particularly when it comes to the key concentration risk that we are looking at, that Pawan also mentioned that a large part of the revenues come in from Karnataka. Yes, we have seen the acquisitions of Sayadri hospitals, etc., and the companies making its foray into more Mumbai, Maharashtra region and other areas. Eastern they have established as well. They are confident of expanding their wings, but how are you looking at that concentration risk play out?
So I think in terms of the concentration risk, 2024, FY24, it was around 60% from Karnataka, and now it's around 46 odd percent. Surely there is that concentration risk that has been there. It has declined over time. But as the expansions continue to other bases, it should be fine overall. The reason being that they're not competing against in the pure Delhi NCR region, which has players. It's not that it's overcrowded, but it still has players. Now we look, the Medanta, Manipal is actually looking at setting up, hospitals in the smaller regions, not the pure NCR Delhi kind of regions where you're looking at West Bengal, Pune, etc., which are not the price premium areas, but nevertheless there are areas that still has a lot of penetration. We've seen Medanta do the same on similar lines as well, and they have done well. So I think there is scope for more players to come into the market in these areas, and I think given the brand value as well as the kind of treatments that they're able to provide, they should be able to get good market share and further reduce the concentration risk of revenue.
Okay. Given all of these factors, what are you advising investors to look at when they go ahead and look at this IPO as a potential investment opportunity? We're already looking at the unlisted market that's not pointing out to very huge or substantial move on the listing day. But what's your own expectation? Is it to be looked at for listing gains? Is it to be looked at for long term? What would you advise the investors?
So as I mentioned, the valuation for me is pretty much in line with its peers. So we are not looking at a listing gains perspective. The whole idea of this, I mean, as I see it in terms of the pricing and the valuation, is that it's on a long-term growth basis. And here, with respect to that, the hospital sector has a long-term growth story that is very much intact. And Manipal is one of the leading players with the largest bed capacity, as mentioned before, should be one of the drivers of that growth. So for long-term subscribers, we do have a subscribe rating as well for the stock, for the this particular IPO, and I think that it plays perfectly into the long-term growth story.
Okay, fantastic. So that's as far as Manipal IPO is concerned, viewers. I hope that this has given you more understanding of how to view this IPO as an opportunity. I would urge you to definitely speak to your own financial advisor as well before taking that, a bet on the IPO as well. Of course, you can definitely refer to what Thomas has advised you across the IPO metrics, financial metrics, the opportunity, and how is it placed in the healthcare basket as well. I hope this has given you more clarity. But let's talk about the secondary markets now. On the markets per se, Thomas, what's your own understanding today? It's a strong start for the August F&O series. We're looking at the IT space particularly outperforming. In fact, in the month of July, the indexes jumped, 16%. After all those underperforming months that we have seen, this is the biggest monthly gains in 6 years that we have seen for the IT index. So is the worst behind? Is this space to now bet, even further from here? Or do you think largely all the good news is priced in and there are significant cautions that are still in place? What would you look at in the IT pack?
So, given the scenario that we've had with respect to AI and the corresponding responses that we've seen in the share price for the IT sector in recent times, the valuation is significantly dropped. It was somewhere closer to the 10 to 12x range for the large caps, which is significantly lower than what we've seen. So, considering those valuations, there is, even if you look at AI in the long term, there's a long way to go and a lot of clarity that still needs to emerge. So, in that perspective, the valuations were low, and we've seen a good buying happening, and the stock price actually going up in for the sector. Additionally, with more of AI coming into being accepted by the IT companies, and we look at more deals coming through, we look at more projects coming through, that should be positive for the IT industry and the IT sector for us. So in the long term, we'll still have to wait and watch. See, the dynamics of the AI has still not fully been factored in. So that is something still to wait and watch. But we've seen a decent rally in the IT sector, and probably we could see a little bit of profit booking at this point. But then, in terms of the valuation, it's still, overall is still below its averages before, and hence we could see some further upside, but not at this point. Probably at this point, post result season, and during this season, we could see a little bit of correction. But yeah, beyond that, we still have some way to go in the IT sector.
Okay, fair point. I hope this has also given you an understanding of how to look at the IT space as a whole, viewers. Let's now talk about some of the specific stocks that are reacting to their numbers today. We'll start off with the infra poster boy, L&T. The Q1 results have come in strong. Net profit up by 14% at 4,123 crores. Revenue up by 6.7% at 67,942 crores. EBITDA, however, has seen some downtick of about 3.2%. Margins have also just a tad bit cooled off to 9% vis-a-vis 9.9% as well. The stock, however, is still up by about 3% as far as L&T is concerned. Remember, L&T was also dealing with a lot of West Asia led weakness onto the stock price over the last couple of months as well, and now the earnings have come in. Let's try and gauge what should your approach be onto the stock post the earnings. Thomas, what have you read through as far as the earnings are concerned? It's beat the street estimates on the net profit numbers. There are strong order inflows as well, but this is despite the geopolitical tensions. How would you look at L&T?
Overall, I wouldn't appropriately be the right person to comment on L&T, but as you mentioned, with the crisis that has been happening overseas, that has been hindering in terms of the prices, stock prices in recent times. And despite that, we've had seen good numbers coming in the quarter for L&T. But overall, considering post Q1, what seems to be happening in the global scenario as well is something to we need to wait and watch. So I would not be the appropriate person to comment on L&T.
Okay, fair point. I hope that this has also given you some sense there. Let's talk about the consumption basket now and look at some of the names there that are in focus. We're talking about HUL starting first. Of course, it's the leading company when it comes to fast-moving consumer goods, and HUL has indicated that it will take calibrated price hikes as well to offset the rising cost inflation. The company has been talking about price hikes ever since the West Asia war led to a lot of crude oil prices surge, and of course a lot of raw material costs that FMCG companies use have also gone up. Talking about the earnings, the net profit is down by 3% at 2,673 crores. Revenue, however, has improved 10% at 17,341 crores. EBITDA has also improved. That's the operational profit, 8.4% higher. Margins steady with a slightly negative note, 22.8% vis-a-vis 23.1% here. We've also seen the company's management, Priya Nair, the CEO, say that the biggest growth opportunity for HUL definitely lies ahead. They're talking about premium categories which are witnessing strong growth in tier 2, tier 3 cities. They're talking about EBITDA margin guidance of 22.5% to 23.5%, supported by calibrated price hikes. Let's actually listen in to what Priya Nair had to say, and we'll come back to a discussion on HUL.
Inflation, it remains a volatile environment. And we are closely monitoring, both the geopolitical situation, the monsoon conditions in the country. And we believe that in September quarter, we will see sequential inflation. This could be depending on how inflation pans out, between 2 to 5% sequentially for September quarter over June quarter. And we will take calibrated price increases as we have been taking in June quarter. The same we will do in September quarter, but really leverage all the lines of our P&L.
All right, Thomas, what about HUL? FMCG companies largely have not had a very robust run-up, if we could just point out towards that. But post the earnings, we've seen a number of brokerage houses give positive rating as well, targets price to HUL. Jefferies has given a buy rating. Goldman Sachs, Citi, Morgan Stanley have all given positive ratings. Macquarie has given an outperform rating, and the target price for HUL for all of them is ranging anywhere between 24.80 to 28.50 as well. That's the kind of price range, or 28.60 for Macquarie. That's the range that we are looking at. What's your sense on FMCG sector as a whole and on HUL as well?
So FMCG sector as a whole, it's always a consumption story, and India has always been good in terms of the consumption story. While at this point in time, the urban consumption would probably look better than the rural areas as such, and there is a lot of the price rise that is going to affect in terms of the margins at this point. But that is a near-term pain, considering the scenarios that we have at play at this point in time. But over a period of time, we should also see, we've seen in the past as well, where rural consumption has outpaced the urban. And those kind of factors, for HUL, they have a good distribution channel across the country. Once, at this point in time, we're looking at the premium segments actually doing better, rather expected to do better in the near term to medium term. But over long term, the growth rates should pick up in the consumption story in India. Overall, companies like HUL should be see good positives in the long run and margins to improve. In terms of pricing, in terms of price hikes, yes, that is something that they will need to consider to protect their margins given the current scenario. But all the costs probably may not be passed on at this point, but we'll wait and see in terms of a long-term perspective. And once the problems or the raw material costs ease, we should see those returns. So there is good, possibility for growth in the top line as well as the bottom line in the long run, given that HUL is a good bet in the long term.
Okay. Let's also talk about some of the other consumption-oriented stocks that are in focus. Varun Beverages has also come out with the earnings. In fact, we've also been seeing a lot of retail consumption space stocks also in focus. Avenue Supermarts also was in focus. See, all these three stocks, they were down yesterday substantially. HUL, Varun Beverages, Avenue Supermart together, they had pulled out about 60,000 crores of market cap was lost between all three of them because of the massive losses there. Some uptick is coming in today. Varun Beverages is of course reacting to its numbers. Consolidated net profit is up 15.5% for the company at 1521 odd crores. But what we've seen for HUL and Varun Beverages both is that the volume growth is seeing some kind of a pressure build up yet again. Avenue Supermarts, being the retail king, is looking at again pressure, when it comes to the quick commerce competition that continues to take away a lot of spotlight from Avenue Supermart. We've been seeing even the growth at the pace at which the store additions were being done, that's not being done now as well. So that's another question mark. The same store sales growth is again a question mark as well. So let's try and gauge how should you be really looking at all these three forms of consumption. HUL from the FMCG basket, Varun Beverages, pure play, beverage space, and of course Avenue Supermart looking at the rural play when it comes to the retail consumption. Your sense on both the Avenue Supermart and Varun Beverages also?
So, Avenue Supermarts has always been, in the past in the day, if we look at 2016 odd, post its listing, it had good traction. But overall, the idea was that they were able to provide products at a considerably low rate, and hence it was actually beneficial for the client or the customer. Now, in this current scenario, like you mentioned, with a lot of conversation happening around e-commerce and internet-related services, being able to deliver products, the core theme of Avenue Supermarkets will go back to, let's say, how they started in a Pune store, or we'll go back to a scenario where we are looking at the tier 2 cities and the tier 3 cities where they're able to provide those beneficial, tier 2 and tier 3 cities where they're able to find their margin benefits. In tier 1 cities, they would still continue to see a lot of issues with respect to the competition from the online e-commerce segment. And hence, you'll see the same store sales growth, especially in the urban area, actually, probably not perform as well as the rural area. So their focus, I think, has shifted overall towards not the main tier 1 cities, but off the main tier 1 cities. So that is where they will be able to find growth. And here in this point in time, they're looking at being able to sustain their growth and their margins through further additions, through adding further in terms of their delivery channels and home deliveries as well as pickup options, etc. That is how they're looking to sustain their momentum at this point. So pure play, the margins have dropped because of these factors, and there's a realignment that is happening in terms of the stores as well as the services that they provide away from the main cities. So given these factors, this is more of a realignment phase for them, and hence we're seeing the stock react and the financials also respond accordingly in recent times. With respect to Varun, it was the numbers were below street estimates earlier. When the results were published yesterday, but overall the growth story, like we mentioned, for HUL remains intact, and hence we should see more buying in the medium term.
All right. Okay, Thomas, we'll leave you at that. Thank you so much for being with us on the show and for guiding all our viewers there as to how to look at all those opportunities amid the earnings season as well. Nifty viewers has pulled on even further higher, now over 1% up for the Nifty. It's almost a 250 point of a jump onto the Nifty right now, 24,234. Strong momentum across the board. IT stocks leading 2.7% higher now, 2% higher for the metals index as well, shining bright. Absolutely. FMCG up by 1.5% that we discussed, and PSU banks, small caps, mid caps, you name it, all of these sectors are up. The India VIX is down by 3% at 12.1 levels. Oil and gas and real estate sector, these are the ones that are trading on the back foot today, but there is a clear winning streak that you can clearly look at the IT space, which is leading the gains from the front for the Nifty. It's panning out to be a fantastic midweek trade on Wednesday. Let's see how the session goes from here on. We'll continue to get you more market coverage through the course of the session, but up next is our personal finance show, Money Today, and this one is going to be on the tax hack simplified. In case you're still looking at all of those tax jargons that are confusing you, stay tuned. Up next, we are going to be decoding all of that. Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra and this is the earnings special edition where we're going to be focusing on Fractal Analytics as the company that's kicked off FY27 on a strong note with its Q1 numbers, the growth accelerating across key metrics, profit surging by nearly 92% year on year to over 72 crores. We've seen the revenue rising by 20% to over 912 crores, and the company's also delivered healthy operating leverage along with EBITDA margins expanding to 16%. Also, the growth was led by BFSI retail businesses for the company. We've also seen geographical presence has been strong for the company, although we've seen the TMT vertical continuing to see some pressure. So what's driving the growth currently and what's the outlook for FY27? That's something that we will decode for you with our top management of Fractal Analytics joining in on the program. Let's welcome Srikanth Velamakani. He's the co-founder and the group CEO for Fractal. Welcome to you, Srikanth. Good to have you with us. We'll kickstart by understanding from you what has been the key driving factor for the outperformance that you've seen. It's been a standout quarter, profit almost doubling. So what were the biggest drivers behind this strong improvement in profitability per se?
Great. When we went public last year, earlier this year, one of the most frequently asked questions was, why do you not make money all the time? Like, why are your margins inconsistent? So I think we have built the muscle to consistently improve our profitability. Over the last 3 quarters, we have shown that we can make very steady margins. We were always very good at gross margins, but bringing that to EBITDA margins and net profit, I think we have built the discipline to improve our profitability consistently over the last few months. So that's number one. So it's disciplined execution that's resulted in that. From a growth standpoint, we've had a 20% growth quarter vis-a-vis last year. And excluding TMT, that growth would have been 35%. I would have been much happier with the 35% if that was the overall growth. But today we have to settle for 20%. We expect that we would like to be growing faster because the overall expansion in the total addressable market and the kind of demand expansion and explosion we are seeing in AI is incredible. And really, if you are growing at 20%, it's because our execution is lacking. We need to improve our execution to increase our growth rate overall.
Okay, and since you talk about the 20% overall top line growth, given the AI adoption cycle globally, what could be a sustainable growth revenue trajectory for Fractal for FY27?
See, overall, I can't specifically comment on FY27, but we would like to build this company in such a way that we can deliver a much higher level of growth for a continuous period of time, for the sustained period of time over the next 3 to 5 years. Now, FY27 is a change. This is just, we've just gone public. AI is changing the shape of demand in a very significant way, and therefore we have to factor that in the way we think of growth. We've also reorganized Fractal in a way that really addresses the massive demand that is coming through, and we've called these 3 vectors as AI-led transformation or AIT, AI foundations AIF, and AI for work and workforce reimagination AIW. Now,
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra and this is our personal finance show, Money Today. And today we're going to be discussing on Tax Hack Simplified, our special edition where we focus on everything tax. And ensure that that is simplified for you to, of course, deal with it much better. The tax season, of course, has come up with a flood of jargons for you, and Form 16, Form 26AS, AIS, TDS, TCS, standard deduction. There are so many jargons that are, of course, occupying your mind space right now, right ahead of filing your ITRs as well. And many taxpayers are hearing these terms for the first time, while those who hear every year also get confused but do not fully understand what they mean, why they matter, and why missing these basics can actually lead to some ITR filing errors as well. Maybe attract some tax notices which we do not want you to attract as well, and even lead to paying more tax or fines than necessary too. So we are going to be decoding the top 10 taxation terms that every taxpayer must know, what they mean, why are they important, and how can they help you file your tax returns correctly and maximize your savings as well. We are going to be inviting Alok Agarwal, the partner at Deloitte India, to share with us more insights on that. Alok, good morning to you. Good to have you with us. I'm sure so many people always would come up to you and ask, why the tax terms are so complicated to understand. Before we decode individual terms for all our viewers, give us an understanding on why is it important for every taxpayer to at least understand these basic tax jargons instead of simply relying on a tax consultant or a filing portal before they go ahead and file their ITRs this season.
Good morning, Sakshi, and thanks for having me here. Yes, you're absolutely right. It's critical for taxpayers to be familiar with these terms in today's day and age, where it is the responsibility of every individual to ensure that the tax return that he or she is filing is accurate and complete. So rather than relying on, let's say, the Form 16 provided by the employer, and I will talk about what the Form 16 is, or the tax return prepared by his chartered accountant, some level of self-review is required to ensure that the person, the taxpayer, is fulfilling the compliance obligations accurately.
Absolutely. So let's go and understand about Form 16, since you mentioned that. To start off with, why is it, who issues it, and why is it considered the most important document for salaried taxpayers when they look at filing their taxes?
Sure. So for every salaried taxpayer, the Form 16 is the most important document at the year end to enable the employee to prepare the tax return. It basically summarizes the taxable salary paid during the relevant financial year. So let's say for the year ended March 31st, 2026, the employee would have got the Form 16 from the employer providing the details of the taxable salary. That would indicate the taxes deducted at source from that salary by the employer. It would indicate the exemptions considered by the employer to calculate the taxable salary. It would also indicate the deductions considered, and I will explain some of these in a moment. It'll also provide the tax liability based on the taxable salary by the employer, which was considered for the purpose of doing the TDS, and we will talk about TDS as well. So the Form 16 is, you could say, a subset of the individual's tax return, but only to the extent of the salary paid by the employer to the employee.
Okay.
It may include other income, but that is a separate scenario. To avoid complicating the discussion, we will leave that scenario out.
Sure.
But assuming that the individual has nothing other than salary, all details were provided to the employer for the purpose of TDS, then you could say the Form 16 would be very close to the final tax return of the employee.
Fantastic. So in case you are a salaried employee and you do not have any other income source, it would suffice as the major document that you need to file your income tax return every year. So this is the major document that your CA will ask you, or if you're filing your taxes on your own, returns on your own on the ITR filing portal, then this is the document that you need to truly look at in detail. For all the exemptions, the the employer's income that you have received, the deductions, all of that will be mentioned in this document, and that's what you need to start off with. Now, you did mention about TDS. So let's start off by understanding TDS and even TCS for that matter. Usually, this is where maximum confusion occurs for investors, that what is TDS, what is TCS, in what cases should one look at TDS, in what cases should one look at TCS. As a salaried employee, is the tax deducted at source different from TCS, and how would you advise investors to look at both?
Sure. So starting with TDS, which is the fundamental pillar of the Indian tax system, that stands for tax deducted at source. Now, as we discussed in the context of a salaried taxpayer, the employer would be deducting taxes on a monthly basis from the salary payments made to the employee. And that tax deducted at source from the employer is reflected on the Form 16 as we discussed. And the employee takes a credit of that TDS, the tax deducted at source, against the final tax liability. So the fundamental point to note is the tax deducted at source is not the final tax liability of the individual. It may be the same. It may be the same as we discussed, assuming the proper details were provided by the employee to the employer. The employer has actually calculated the tax liability properly. We cannot assume that is always the case. There may be errors. But assuming it is everything is perfect, then it may represent the final tax liability. But in principle, it is only the amount which is credited against the final tax liability at the time of filing the tax return. So there may be a delta or a difference or a balance which the employee will need to pay as self-assessment tax or as advance tax before the tax return is filed, and that would complete the full process in terms of discharging the annual tax liability.
Very important part here before we go on to TCS, just to clarify to all the viewers, there may be a lot of times that cases happen that people usually think that while the TDS has already been deducted from their own salaries, is there still a need to file the ITR? That's where a lot of confusion also happens for investors, that they believe that I have already paid the taxes right at the beginning and therefore I do not need to file the ITRs. How would you clarify that for our viewers?
Sure. So absolutely, the TDS deducted is only fulfilling the obligation under the law of the employer, or let's say the bank who's paying the interest on your fixed deposit. The TDS is not fulfilling the obligation that the taxpayer has under the Indian tax law. That obligation is to ensure that your tax liability is fully discharged and the tax return is filed by the deadline. Let's say for individuals, it is 31st of July, which is just around the corner. So the obligation of TDS does not extinguish the obligation of the taxpayer.
So let's now discuss the difference between TDS and TCS, and what are the instances where one has to look at TCS as well?
Sure. So TCS, or tax collected at source, is a relatively recent phenomena. You could say a few years as compared to TDS, which has been there for decades under the Indian tax laws. Tax collection at source, or TCS, let's say, can apply if you remit foreign exchange outside India, let's say for the purpose of education of your children, or you can buy a tour package at and you will be subject to TCS on that. So just to clarify the concept is that in order to track certain kinds of expenditure, the government has introduced the concept of TCS. That amount is not a cost to the individual, to the payer or the person who incurs this expenditure. That amount again represents a credit Now, what happens is, let's say you have remitted 100 for the purpose of an overseas tour package. Let's assume that the TCS collected by the travel agent is 2, which means you are actually paying 102. 100 goes to the travel agent, 2 is the tax collected at source, and that 2 will represent a credit again against your tax liability. So under the Indian tax law, it is possible to actually provide details of this 2 rupees of TCS to your employer in order to in order for the employer to consider that 2 of TCS as a credit again, and perhaps even reduce the amount of TDS which the employer is applying on the salary. So this is again a good system introduced by the government to ensure that you are not suffering a cash flow as an employee where the TCS amount is stuck till the time you get your tax refund after the year end, after filing the tax return. You can actually get a credit for the purpose of TDS as well. So I don't mean to make this very complicated, but to come back to the concept of TCS, it is uh, uh, you could say a system of advanced tax from the individual's perspective. It is different from advanced tax. It is applicable only on certain types of expenditure, as I mentioned, but it is a credit which will be applied against your final tax liability. So it is not a sunk cost.
Okay. Now let's come to two other forms that are often talked about when the ITR filing season starts. Yet at the same time, there's been a lot of confusion around them, and the taxpayers usually do not understand what is the importance of these forms, and why should one be aware of these forms as well. These two forms are 26AS and AIS as well. Often people know that it's said that you may not be aware of your own other income sources, but the government might know that better, and that's by way of some of these forms like AIS and 26AS. Give us an understanding of what are these forms all about.
Sure, Sakshi. So the government first had come up with the concept of 26AS, many years ago, where the idea was to have sort of an official communication between the tax authorities, the tax department, and the taxpayer to reflect the amount of taxes that are credited against that particular taxpayer, against that to introduce another terminology, against that PAN number, the permanent account number of that taxpayer. So the idea is that at any point of time, the taxpayer should know what is the amount of taxes paid by him through various uh, uh, mechanisms, right? We spoke about TDS, we spoke about TCS.
Yeah.
We will talk about advanced tax in a moment. So all these amounts are then reflected on the 26AS, and this enables a taxpayer to know whether he or she still has a shortfall to meet to fulfill the annual tax liability, so that that amount can be paid on a timely basis. And if, let's say, there is an overpayment already because you have more than adequate TDS amounts, TCS amounts to your credit, then you would have a tax refund, and therefore you don't need to pay any additional taxes, let's say by way of advance tax or self-assessment tax. So that is the objective of the Form 26AS, which was introduced by the government many years ago. Now that is slightly different from the annual information statement, the AIS, and there is another statement called the TIS, and I'll come to that as well. But the AIS is meant to be a summary of all the transactions relating to different types of income amounts of the taxpayer. Again, the idea is to communicate to the taxpayer that these are the amounts reported by your employer as far as salary payments are concerned. These are the amounts of bank interest reported by the bank as interest credited to the taxpayer. And similarly, let's say purchase of financial securities reported by the mutual funds to the tax department. So the idea is the individual can ensure that he or she does not miss out any of these transactions while filing the tax return. And at the same time, if there are some errors, then the individual should be correcting those errors on the AIS, which appear on the AIS on the tax portal, so that the government is aware that those are errors in the reporting by the different employers or banks, and the correct information is captured by the government to reconcile once the individual files his or her tax return. So that is what the AIS is, Sakshi.
Right. Talk to us about TIS and advanced tax also that you've been talking about, and help us understand why should taxpayers also know about these aspects as well. With respect to advanced tax, usually the confusion is whether salary taxpayers are liable to pay advanced tax at all.
Yes, that's a good question. So advanced tax is basically a mechanism of again collecting taxes by the government through the course of the financial year, so that the government's objectives in terms of revenue and cash flows are achieved, and the employees' tax obligations are also discharged through the year. So as far as salary is concerned, the employer has the obligation to deduct TDS on the entire salary. So if the employer has calculated the correct amount of TDS on the salary, then there will be no additional tax liability on the salary. But let's take an example of interest paid by banks on fixed deposits. So generally the norm is the bank would apply a 10% TDS on the interest paid on the fixed deposit. Of course, there are some thresholds up to which these TDS do not apply, but assuming the amounts of interest cross that threshold, then the bank would apply 10% TDS. Now, that does not mean that the individual's tax liability is fulfilled by that 10%. As we know, our tax liability may be as high as 30% depending on our income levels. And therefore, that balance amount between the tax liability, let's say at 30%, and the TDS at 10%, the balance, the difference of 20% in this example, very simplistically put, is required to be paid by the taxpayer through advance tax. Now, again, there are thresholds to ensure that very small amounts are not required to be paid through advance tax. But assuming the taxpayer's obligation is more than 10,000 rupees as far as this difference is concerned. So let's say my liability is coming to 1,50,000 rupees of tax, and my TDS done by the bank is only 50,000 rupees, right? Just to take an example. So there is a difference of 1 lakh rupees that I have to pay, and that 1 lakh should be paid by way of advance tax in 4 installments through the course of the year. So that is what advance tax is, and it is an independent obligation of the taxpayers, apart from the TDS which may have been applied by the employer or by the bank.
And if you could explain both TIS and also standard deduction that confuses investors as well, how would you advise that?
Sure. So TIS is again a relatively new, report that the government has introduced for the benefit of the taxpayers. The idea of TIS is to kind of summarize the income amounts which are appearing in the AIS, the annual information statement, for the benefit of the taxpayers to prepare their tax return. So it kind of pulls everything together to kind of serve as a summary of, because one could have, let's say hundreds of transactions, let's say when it comes to sale of securities and mutual fund transactions. Now that is kind of summarized in the TIS, and depending on the option that individual chooses, this information would actually be auto-populated even in the tax return. So the TIS then becomes a very important source or the base on which the tax return is filed. Of course, the individual is required to review whether those amounts are correct and edit those amounts before filing the tax return. But in that sense, you could say that TIS is a summary, which is one step before the tax return is filed by the taxpayer, to serve as the easy, user-friendly summary of income amounts for the taxpayer to consider before he or she files a tax return.
Okay. Let's also talk about, usually people, the spaces that people are interested in and afraid of as well. One is tax notice or a tax demand, and the second one is a tax rebate. How do you advise on both these? One is a positive and one may not be.
Sure. So the rebate is a kind of a deduction from the tax liability. So let's say that my income from my employer, let's say the salary is 10 lakh rupees. Now, as we know, the government had introduced a big, had relaxed the tax slabs quite significantly recently, where up to 12 lakh rupees, I have no tax. And of course, you have a standard deduction as well on top of that. So in a case where my salary is 10 lakhs, now strictly speaking, as per the tax slabs, my basic exemption limit is, let's say, 4 lakhs. Now my salary is 10 lakhs, and therefore I'm not exempt as per the basic exemption limit. But the reason I do not have to pay tax is because of the rebate. So the rebate basically is a deduction from our tax liability, which is allowed only when I file the tax return. So just because I have let's say salary which is less than 12 lakhs, that does not mean I do not need to file a tax return. I do need to file a tax return. I need to calculate my tax liability, and I need to claim the rebate. So the idea is the government still has visibility of the taxpayers and their income amounts. But in this situation, by claiming the rebate, I do not have any tax liability. I only need to file the tax return to report my income and tax amounts, my tax liability amount. But after claiming the rebate, the tax payable will be zero. So that is the important concept of rebate, where it is something which the taxpayer will be getting at the time of filing the tax return, and should not assume that it is automatically allowed and therefore there is no need to file a tax return.
Absolutely. All right. The time is up. We could have gone on to discuss many more terms right here, but thank you so much, Alok, for breaking down a lot of these terminologies for our viewers, where investors usually get confused, taxpayers usually get confused as well. I hope that all of these jargons are somehow simplified for you after this conversation, and ensure that if you are leaving out on some, do go and check with your own chartered accountants, your financial advisors, in case you need to pay attention to any of the terms that we've talked about today. Thank you so much, Alok. Good to have you with us. And thanks a lot for sharing all these insights with our viewers. Viewers, we'll continue to get you more understanding on the taxation front. So stay tuned with us on to Money Today, which we come up with every weekday at 10:30 p.m. with a new topic on personal finance, so that all of your financial planning is done well in advance and properly. But stay tuned. Up next, coming up, more market coverage. Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra, and this is our special edition where we are going to be focusing on the upcoming IPO. Manipal Health is among India's largest private hospital operators, and its IPO is now going to be launching next week for all the subscribers. It will definitely rank among the country's biggest healthcare listings in recent years that we've also seen. It's a 9,200 crore rupees, a little over that kind of an IPO that is coming in, with a fresh issue of 8,000 crores, and the rest of the portion will be offered for sale from existing shareholders. The IPO opens on July 29th, will also close on July 31st. There is a price band that's been announced between 560 and 590 rupees as well. Let me now welcome our guest on board. We have the MD of Manipal Health joining in for a special conversation. Warm welcome to you, sir, and thank you so much for taking the time out. Many congratulations. The street is looking forward to your IPO. First up, give us an understanding of what is the aim with which you're launching this IPO.
So first of all, thank you, Sakshi, for having me on your show.
The primary purpose of this listing is to, the inputs would be used, the proceeds would be used to repay and actually prepay some debt that we have. We had taken about 6,000 crores of debt some months ago to complete the acquisition of Sayadri Hospitals. And the primary purpose of this listing is to raise proceeds to repay that debt.
Okay. So could you also help us understand, when it comes to the offer for sale, who are your selling shareholders and what would be the stake, or shareholding pattern look like post the IPO?
So, Sakshi, it would be proportionate. All the existing shareholders are selling proportionately. In terms of post-listing shareholding, between Temasek and the Manipal Group, they would continue to be promoters and continue to have a majority stake.
Okay. What factors, Mr. Jose, were considered before deciding on the timing of launching this IPO, and how much of it was driven by the need to give an exit to the existing investors?
Like I mentioned, Sakshi, there is no need to give an exit to any of the current investors. And like I mentioned, our OFS is a very small proportion of the total issue, 8,000 crore primary versus an OFS of the range of 1,200 crores. So there was no desire for anybody to really get a complete exit at all. I think, like I mentioned earlier, people are selling pari passu. And so the primary purpose, to reiterate, was to raise funds to pay.
Hello and a warm welcome on Business Today Television, ladies and gentlemen. We continue with our very aggressive coverage on Q1 earnings, as also quality fund managers who are deploying clients' money at this volatile time, and of course coming up tops. We are extremely delighted and honored to welcome Mr. Chokkalingam Narayanan. He's the head of equities for the PMS and AIF business at ICICI Prudential AMC. Ladies and gentlemen, ICICI Prudential AMC also offers a PMS service comprising of 10 schemes and 4 AIFs. The scheme under Mr. Chokkalingam Narayanan manages somewhere like 40,000 crore rupees for clients, and it makes it India's largest PMS. Namaste, Mr. Narayanan, and a very warm welcome to you. How are you reading sentiment on Dalal Street amid this crisis which has reinflated itself in West Asia? We all know the pain points that are there in the market. What, according to your research team and yourself, are the 2 or 3 major tailwinds for Dalal Street?
Sure. Thanks a lot for the opportunity, Mr. Shailendra, and very good morning to all your viewers. At the outset, I think we are in a very, very interesting juncture, given all the geopolitical uncertainty that we've kind of been seeing, particularly this year and actually over the last 3-4 years. The way it has evolved continues to, make us believe that we are, in some sense, in a continuous volatility from time to time. The episodes tend to be different, but at the outset, what we can see is we are in volatile periods. Now that makes up for very, very interesting, period for stock picking. While at the macro level, things thankfully are actually quite, decent. We would say, fiscal deficit to GDP is at a very comfortable level. The balance sheets across most constituents of the economy are in a reasonable shape, be it the corporates, be it the governments, both central and state governments. And when you look at individuals as well, there is a reasonable recovery that we've kind of seen. And to that extent, I think as balance sheets are healthy, we are seeing corporate earnings being reasonably okay. We saw earnings being subdued about year and a half, two back. From there, we've kind of seen a decent recovery over the last 3 to 4 quarters. We've actually had mid-teens earnings growth. And into this quarter and possibly the next quarter, given that we've had the situation in the Middle East, we've had a little bit of a uncertainty with regards to earnings. But that said, I think there is a higher pricing-led earnings growth in this kind of an environment. Volume has got impacted a little bit given the supply chain challenges that we've kind of seen as a result of this developments. But overall, I think while at the start of the year, we possibly could have started at say about a 17-18% possibility of earnings growth for fiscal year 27. I think as we stand today, that number could be somewhere in the 12 to 13% ballpark. Some amount of the gap has got pushed down to next year, and if this situation were to kind of reverse, we would see the reverse the balance kind of also kind of get pulled back. So there is some delay, and some amount of it is a little bit, you can say, lost. But the greater portion continues to be, reasonably healthy. And in that sense, it's actually quite a reasonable market to do stock picking in.
Okay. Mr. Narayanan, because you have the benefit of being a part of an AMC that has more or less been amongst the founding fathers of this wonderful bull run that we are seeing in the markets, and ICICI Pru also has a very long history in the world of mutual funds. Generally, I get a sense when I watch all these 10 PMS schemes that you offer. There's a contra strategy, growth leaders strategy, ACE strategy, value, pipe, rising stars, large cap strategy, smart strategy. Broadly, when I see the portfolios of these 10 schemes, by and large 7-8 stocks at the top are common. These are large caps. There's a private sector bank, your parent. There is the largest banking outfit in India, which is SBI. There is L&T, there's Bharti. Essentially, what you're trying to do is tide over market volatility by putting 25, 30, 35% of every strategy into these large caps and possibly trying to, wade this volatility through. What's the differentiation between these 10 schemes when 30-35% of the portfolio at the top is common?
Sure. Very valid question. So I think when you kind of look at the solutions as far as PMS itself is concerned, it's more a solution, not a product. And in that sense, each individual's requirements kind of tend to differ from the other. But at the broader level, there are 7-8 different investment styles which are there, and there are different market cap based strategies that you can kind of offer to the investors. Now, what suits them, they can in conjunction with their advisors is what they tend to pick. We've always been a big proponent of asset allocation as an institution, and we continue to do that. In equity PMS or AIF, what we are essentially saying is the asset allocation bit is done by the investor along with their advisor at their end, and only the equity portion of the money they consider are solutions for that. And when they come to that, depending on what sort of investment style they're looking for, they come into that. So if you kind of, let's say, look at some of the flexi cap strategies that we kind of run. It ranges from value, which is at one end of the spectrum in terms of investment style. There you're essentially trying to participate in effectively what we normally think is about any stock or any investment. A stock price is equal to EPS into PE, so delta earnings and into delta P, which is price to earnings multiple, is what gives you the stock returns. So value sort of a strategy, the higher proportion of earnings, higher proportion of return potential, we tend to believe can be gathered over a period of time through re-rating. There we tend to pick companies where potential for earnings growth is there, but then potential for re-rating is higher. Whereas when you look at contra, it sits somewhere slightly in the middle, where you're typically looking for out of flavor sectors, but leading companies within those sectors, and trying to participate. And once those sectors come out of those periods, you tend to benefit out of it. Or there could be special situations that you tend to participate. The third end of the spectrum is obviously growth at a reasonable price. It's not growth at any price. And the final end of the spectrum is higher growth strategies, which is where we have ACE as a offering to our investors. Now these are certain investment style based strategies depending on what spectrum the investor is looking at, and the advisors, depending on their understanding of the investor's requirements, offer these solutions. The other bit that we do is also market cap based strategies. So when you kind of look at large cap, these are typically the blue chip companies that we tend to have, but the concentration levels tend to be higher than what you would normally find. Then you have in the mid cap, small cap segment, we have offerings like emerging leaders, and then there is rising stars, and then pipe. Pipe is an out and out small cap oriented strategy, whereas you have rising stars and emerging leaders sitting somewhere in between. So depending on the investor's need, these solutions are there. Broadly, when you look at most of these strategies, they run very high active shares. So when you kind of look at most of the flexi cap strategies, our active shares would range anywhere about north of 70% in terms of active shares that we run in the portfolios. So they are at least about 70+% in terms of weightages different from that of the index. And similarly, when you kind of look at our small cap and mid cap oriented strategies, they would have a even higher active share. So that is how we look at it. While some names could be common here and there, at a broader level, the active share versus the index is substantially higher, because when investors consider a solution like portfolio management services, they are looking for boutique offerings which are different from that of the index, and running high active shares and concentrated portfolios. So we bring the depth to the research through our backbone of our large research team. And this, following this on a diligent basis in the long run, has given investors a very decent investment experience over a period of time.
Right. Be it as it may, I was just wondering that why would an investor sort of not buy the funds that ICICI AMC offers, but go in for the PMS product, given that top 5, top 7 names are from the Nifty, that pretty much hampers a lot of growth over the next maybe 15-20 years. Be that as it may, if your clients are happy, I am no one to question. Let's look at the structure of the market as of now, Mr. Narayanan. How are you viewing the other asset classes which were providing a lot of competition to fund managers over the last 18-12 months or so? I refer to the bull market and the subsequent sell-off in gold and silver. What is the view there? Are there any representations of precious metals within the PMS, or you stay away?
We've kind of in our strategies largely stuck to pure equity public listed names. So we've not gone on to the commodities in our offerings.
Fair point. Now let's look at Q1. What are the green shoots that you see? Keeping your entire 35 to 50 stock portfolio across these 10 schemes, what have been pleasant surprises? Where do you see pain ahead? How are you analyzing maybe the Q1 against the backdrop of your entire PMS portfolio?
I think it's not one particular segment or section of the market which is kind of preferred or otherwise. We never say no to any particular sector or stock. We need three things. Historically, what we've seen with data is very, very clearly returns tend to get made if there is a combination of earnings growth, ROE improvement, and risk reward. Not you need all three. You don't need only one or two of these. If you get one or two of these, then you tend to make some returns, but the combination tends to be good over the long run. Now, when you kind of look at what's happening, some common threads that we kind of can see is the world is obviously looking for alternate supply chains. So there is an emergence of, you can say, with the onset of the war, it's only got, that trend has only got accentuated, I would say, to some extent. So versus, let's say, between 2000 to 2020, when the world was, in some sense, going only towards globalization and only looking for the most efficient supply chain. Today, we are looking at a combination of a local supply chain, a friendly supply chain, and a global supply chain. It's not either or, it's a combination of all three. So when such things happen, what you're essentially looking at is there is scale which is getting, you're not playing at scale, but you're playing for resilience. So in that kind of a construct, companies which can participate in that creation of alternative supply chains tend to benefit. So in that sense, manufacturing businesses are seeing a better earnings growth during this kind of a setup. Similar thing is when you kind of look at it, the larger second other thing which we are seeing in the larger trend at a consumption level as well, people have kind of increasingly choosing to consume more experiences rather than goods. So that's the other larger change that we are seeing. So consumption of services is something that we are seeing. So those are a few common threads that we can kind of see. And third area where we've seen a lot of activities, obviously, that we've seen a few FTAs being signed. So newer markets are getting opened up for companies that are very good at catering to different markets at scale with quality. If they can cater to that, then there are opportunities emerging. That's probably the third bucket that I would kind of call as an area of opportunity or green shoots that you can kind of think of.
Mr. Narayanan, when I observe the portfolio, the overall portfolio, it looks to be a very old worldish kind of a space where you have traditional smokestacks, you have traditional blue chips, you have companies which were very, very well known in the 1990s, 2000, likes of L&T, so on and so forth. While they may be, good companies where you might get fairly decent returns, but hasn't the country moved definitely away from these and focused on the internet space. You have one space where one of the strategies is aimed at that particular segment, but traditionally, you know, it's a very old worldish kind of a portfolio where you wait for volatility to disappear, you wait for compounding to seep in, and then you just hold for the longer term. What's the churn in your PMS?
Historically, when you kind of look at it, it doesn't matter whether these are old economy businesses or new economy businesses. As long as they offer earnings growth, ROE improvement, and risk reward, they tend to get rewarded in the market, and they give investors a good investment experience. Now, what we are essentially seeing today is re-emergence of some of these old economy businesses coming back because their capital allocation has improved substantially. And for the new world order, what you're also essentially seeing is, if you have to create new supply chains, you need certain basic materials to be there, created, and do value addition. So some of the areas that today increasingly that, let's say, for example, India wants to participate, let's say in semiconductors, or India wants to participate in electronics, or India wants to participate in defense and aerospace, or a whole host of other areas. You do need the basic materials to be supplied. That's one part of it. So we are looking at not only one way to participate in some of these new themes and new narratives. We are trying to participate them in ways and means where we get the combination of earnings growth, ROE improvement, and risk reward right, because in the long run, that's what pays off. We don't mind if some of them happen to be perceived as old economy businesses, as long as they're delivering the amount of cash flows that they deliver, and they're rewarding shareholders. As regards the portfolio, we also have at the same breath a decent exposure to consumption of services, which are all reasonably new age businesses that we have in the portfolio. So if you kind of look at consumption as a theme within the portfolio, you wouldn't find too many consumption of goods oriented names within the portfolio. You would actually find more consumption of services and experiences as a part of the portfolio. So that's one way that we look at it. Yeah.
Somehow you're more convinced about the auto ancillary theme rather than autos themselves. I see the repeated emergence of India's largest auto ancillary as one of the top holdings, as also amongst the top 5 across many portfolios.
Sure. So we tend to look at where does India's strengths lie. So if you typically look at history, you would see that India has been very good on the auto side, particularly on the two-wheeler, four-wheeler. So we've small cars. We've kind of exported quite a bit from in these sectors. So the ability to compete globally at scale in some of these areas is quite high, which is where the ability of some of these auto anch players is quite interesting. And they also tend to be engineering names. The other areas where India has been historically good has obviously been IT, pharma, chemicals, textiles. These are particularly on the cotton end of the textiles. These are areas where India has been actually very, very competitive globally and has done very well. So we've kind of looked at where can, when these FTA opportunities kind of open up, where can we kind of participate, and which are the companies that can, that are already entrenched and that have the, distribution or the client connect, customer connect in those markets. We tend to look at that, and we look at what sort of adjacent opportunities can kind of get opened up. Today, if you kind of look at auto anchs in that sense, they're in some sense starting to branch out into other areas of whether it is industrials, whether it is defense, whether it is aerospace, whether it is consumer electronics. So there are newer opportunities and newer revenue segments that they are opening up. And as long as these are, these tend to add to the ROEs and improve the ROE profile of the business, they then tend to get, better appreciated and better, valued over a period of time if they can add value on the, ROE improvement. So, which is where we believe, can you get earnings growth? Can you get ROE improvement? And can you get decent risk reward? Whichever sectors and companies offer these combinations, we go with them. Our portfolios are largely built bottom up. So whatever you're seeing as an output is a reflection of bottom up stock picking rather than us looking at it top down and going and picking names from there.
Okay, fair point. I understand that the entire process is clinical and statistical. You look at many parameters, including earnings growth, how ROA, ROE is moving up, and of course, how is the CAGR in terms of earnings over the last 5-7 years. Mr. Narayanan, are there any pockets which have sort of not come up to your mark, where you feel the potential was high, but earnings somehow haven't caught up or have slipped?
There can actually be quite a lot of areas where this sort of a thing happens. But then what you tend to see is you also see, some of these challenges. Let's say, for example, you can take a case of cement, aviation. Some of these sectors where profitability to the tune that one might have anticipated might not have come through immediately. But then what you're essentially seeing even in those areas is the leaders and people who are lower down on the cost curve, they are actually improving their competitiveness within that industry. And whenever the tide turns, they tend to be at a much better position to compound earnings at a higher rate. So which is what we tend to focus on, when we kind of look at some of these areas as well. We look at it on those terms. Some other areas have been, let's say, for example, textiles has again been an area that we've historically had on and off in terms of earnings improvement. But now that finally a lot of FTAs have kind of opened up, suddenly things are starting to look interesting. And the companies which have worked their way in improving their competitiveness are standing at a very good position to take advantage of this opportunity. So that's how we typically tend to look at it. There will always be areas where things won't pan out the way that one would expect. But on balance, if we can get a portfolio where we get that combination right, then we are quite happy with it. So that's how we approach it.
Okay. One of your offerings is the value PMS. And obviously it looks at beaten down companies. The value fund at the parent AMC is doing phenomenally well as well over the longer term. A view that you might have on IT against the backdrop of such schemes?
Sure. So I think it's not only with regards to the value strategy, but even across all our other strategies as well. When you kind of look at it, we take what suits that mandate and kind of pick sectors and companies from the pick companies, and then they happen to be in a few sectors, and then they form part of the portfolio. But today, if you were to kind of look at it, let's say, for example, we didn't have as many names from IT, let's say for about a good part of 3 to 4 years. But of late, in the last 3 to 6 months, we have built some positions in the IT sector, because the risk reward started to make sense, and we thought earnings growth is starting to get bottomed out. and ROEs anyway were reasonably healthy. Going back to our the combination that I kind of repeatedly keep talking about on earnings growth, ROE improvement, and risk reward, it started to fit in that construct, and bottom up, some of the names started to feature, which is where they found some representation into the portfolios today, versus being completely not there, not having any name in the portfolio, let's say 6 months back across most portfolios. Today we have decent representation of names from this sector. It's not only this sector, even other sectors where things have been out of flavor. Whenever we see this combination, we build the positions there, and we wait for that opportunity to kind of turn. Thankfully, we have a large research team to kind of have an ongoing look at all these companies and sectors. So we follow the happenings in these sectors, and when we pick cues on either the working capital starting to give us cues in terms of signals on the industry is starting to see a turn, or whether it is pricing, or whether it is some competitive position that is changing, we take calls on those names, and that's historically how we've kind of approached.
Okay. While your universe of maybe 50-70 stocks is showing a fairly decent earnings growth, what is your prognosis about corporate India in Q1 so far?
I think this Q1 we've had huge dispersion in earnings. Our sense is there is obviously a lot of inventory related write-offs, particularly with regards to the energy companies, because of which the earnings and because these are large companies, the earnings can get even at an aggregate level a little bit colored. But when you kind of look at the underlying recurring earnings, they are actually at a decent clip. The country continues to grow at a decent nominal GDP between 9 to 12% sort of corridor quite healthily. And that provides a decent backdrop to not only grow top line, but also, depending on the stage of the cycle, also see, margin improvement or sometimes margin pressures. But on balance, I think that sets up for a decent earnings growth. Like I highlighted, when I look at, the consensus expectations as far as earnings go, at the start of the year, we were possibly at about 17-18, but because of the onset of the war, we did see that number kind of drift lower to about 12-13%, but now it is seeing some amount of stability. And if things were to ease, we can possibly see even a pickup there.
Okay, fair point. And my final question, Mr. Narayanan, is this FCNRB deposit which the government floated 2 months ago, September 30th being the last date. Is this a plan that finds approval within the PMS research team? How are you looking at inflows? How are you looking at easing liquidity? What are the benefits that Dalal Street might enjoy because of those inflows?
No, I think it's a very welcome step in the overall for the economy itself is concerned. And when you kind of look at it for the financial services industry, it brings in liquidity and deposits into the system. So credit creation can see a leg up, which we are already seeing. So if you look at the credit growth in the economy is quite healthy at about 17-18% as we see today. So to that extent, it's actually a very good healthy sign from an economy perspective. So it is actually a very, very welcome step, and we are looking at it quite positive.
Okay. Mr. Narayanan, thank you for your time and wonderful thoughts. We look forward to welcoming you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Shailendra, and thanks a lot to all your viewers as well. Thank you.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was Mr. Chokalangam Narayanan, the largest PMS manager in India under ICICI Pru AMC. They manage 40,000 crores versus in 10 PMS schemes and 4 AIFs. Thank you for watching. Stay glued. Hello and a warm welcome on Business Today Television, ladies and gentlemen. Just as the global macro gets a little troubled because of this escalating conflict in the Middle East, oil tops $100 a barrel, US bond yield goes beyond 5%, and of course the rupee heads towards an all-time low. All this is sort of creating a negative impression on the market, and as a consequence, the Nifty is losing steam. This is happening at a time when large caps have not really performed over the last 15-20 days, and Q1 earnings, especially in the large cap universe, has not been up to the mark. To discuss what should be the strategy way forward and what are the kind of stocks as also segments you should be adding to your portfolio or subtracting them, we are now joined by Mr. Anshul Singhal. He's the founder at Sehgal Associates. Namaste and a very warm welcome, Anshul ji. How are you reading the situation at this point of time in the market? It looks a little difficult as of now.
Namaste, Shailendra-ji. Pleasure to be with you as always. Yes, it is an unnerving, anxious situation for everyone. However, these things have a way of settling themselves out over a period of time. And our belief is that this situation will be no different. Although, we can't predict what's going to happen, but in general, the balance occurs over a period of time and you just have to be patient. That aside, our game is really not to predict the markets. Our game is to identify opportunities that will play in whatever market condition exists at a given point in time. What I mean by that is that given what is happening globally and in the data center world, artificial intelligence world, what we are seeing is that global hyperscalers, they're raising their capex targets in their respective geographies in artificial intelligence spends. Now, if that is a trend which bypasses whatever is happening geopolitically, then we can take advantage of it. And we can take advantage by playing into that theme, whether through power or through data center plays or anything which is concerned or related to that space. That is the theme, that is the game that we are trying to play rather than predict market levels and volatility in the markets.
Okay. So essentially you are saying that the top 5 or 6 FANG stocks that are there in the US are expanding their artificial intelligence data center facilities, their global customer support centers, and you are presuming that a large part or a decent percentage of that business will come to India, and therefore we play that theme via Dalal Street.
You can, I'm not trying to say that theme will translate into upside for India in general. What I'm trying to say is that there will be Indian companies which will be catering to that theme. And if there is so much spend globally, then these companies will also witness that kind of tailwind. And in that regard, we participate in those companies based out of India. One theme, there are other themes also. For instance, if there is geopolitically this tension which is playing out, oil is on the boil, you will see that sovereigns, and India in particular, is going to invest heavily in the oil and gas sector to ensure that we get energy security as we move ahead into the future. Because energy is really, as we all know, is really the basis on which an economy grows. And so there are plays in energy which you can take advantage of if you're here sitting in India and take advantage of that trend, which is a global trend. So that's really what I'm trying to say. Identify trends, micro trends, macro trends, and take advantage of those.
Two globally, which is the artificial intelligence play and of course oil. What other trends are there globally which you feel will have strong tailwinds in India?
See, oil has a ripple effect. Now, just to give you an example, when oil goes up, raw material for synthetic thread that goes up, raw material prices. And when that happens, prices of synthetic threads go up. Now, what is the replacement for synthetic thread? It is cotton thread or cotton yarn. Now, that has a ripple effect on cotton yarn, and cotton yarn prices move up. So, as a cycle, you benefit if you're invested in the cotton yarn cycle, and you take advantage of that. That is just a ripple effect of what's happening globally because of oil. In India, there are micro trends. For instance, in the last 2-3 years, the microfinance sector has been going through headwinds. And that headwind is on its way out as we speak. If you look at the last quarter's numbers, I'm talking about the fourth quarter of the last fiscal, you will notice that many of these microfinance companies witnessed a revival in their earnings after nearly 8 to 10 quarters of a decline in earnings. And their commentary for the future also looked quite robust. I was in a conference recently and I met with some of these companies. And the one question most analysts had for these companies was that if there is weakness because of geopolitical tensions and the war in Iran, will that affect their business? And most companies said that the impact on their business is minimal, if any, and growth is only going to catch pace as we move ahead. So this is a micro trend which plays out in the country because of something that happened over the last 8 to 10 quarters. These are the kind of trends one is trying to catch and take advantage of.
Okay, so microfinance is a micro trend. We have oil as a cross-sectoral play, and of course the global spend on artificial intelligence and whatever impact that we may be able to make out on the Indian subcontinent. Another worry coming up, Mr. Sehgal, is this Trump tariffs now, two sets of them coming into action, one of course on labor laws and the other on generic pharma medicines in 12 months and 24 months from now. How do you think that vitiates sentiment not only on these sectors but broadly on the Indian capital markets?
So, there are two parts to this answer. If you look at the pharma sector tariffs, I'm reminded of, a time, say 3-4 years back, when in US, you had a significant consolidation of distributors. Like distributors were in the range of 8 to 10, and they merged and consolidated to 3 to 4. What that did is that it gave significant leverage to these distributors to squeeze the final manufacturers on pricing. And the manufacturers had to reduce pricing quite materially. Over a 3-4 year period, their pricing went down in as much as double-digit year on year. What that did is that it became unviable for most manufacturers to supply to the US. So if you were speaking to some industry participants in US, they would tell you that for some medicines, racks were empty because there was no supply of those medicines because the manufacturers did not find viability in manufacturing those drugs. Now, what that tells you is that pricing is critical for manufacturing generic drugs because as it is, they are discounted drugs. In that context, if the US is going to ask tariffs to go up, it's not the companies who are going to bear it. It's the final consumer. And if their aim is to shift manufacturing to the US, even then, cost will go up and the final consumer will bear it. These companies are not going to manufacture at a loss and supply to the US. So in our judgment, while this kind of unruffles feathers, but in reality, the impact on generic medicines is not going to be substantial. It's actually going to be a pass-through impact for most of these companies. On the labor issue that you mentioned, I saw just today in the morning, there was a clarification that for India, it has been clarified by the US that India is taking steps in this direction. And as a result, the Indian tariffs remain at about 10%. So at least for the moment, it doesn't look like India is getting impacted because of this. However, when there is talk of tariffs, clearly markets get unnerved and that gets reflected in volatility going up, which we are seeing today as well and in the last few days. So that is, of course, an impact. But for value investors like you and I, it is an opportunity because we get quality names at cheaper prices. What could be better than that?
I agree with you. If one can master fear and buy a red colored bar on a stock of his or her choice on a weekly or a monthly basis, I think that's a significant battle won. Mr. Sehgal, for the portfolio that you hold in the small cap universe, what has been the performance broadly in Q1?
See, this has been a very interesting time. While the frontline index has done nothing, but the small cap index has done very well in this period. And I mean, I was surprised myself to look at how the portfolio has done in the last 3-4 months. We may be up in the range of 40 to 50%. Because some of our stocks, in fact, many of our stocks have done quite well in line with the markets. Now, of course, in recent times, in the last few days, there has been volatility and that has impacted the portfolio as well. But that is par for the course. We are really, our aim is to identify quality businesses and which are underappreciated at the moment. And where that appreciation will play out over a period of time. When that is the mix, of course, you go wrong in one or two, but by and large, the portfolio does quite well.
Yes. If I may press you a little further, what was, I mean, we are in July of 2026 and the original market peak on the Nifty was in September of 2024. How has your small cap portfolio performed compared with levels of September 2024?
So our peak, which was achieved sometime in September 2024, we saw a 15 to 20% decline from that sometime around the last 1.5 years. And we are slightly above that peak level as we speak today. So we've seen upside from where we were, and we are higher than where we were in September 2024. So I mean, I don't know the exact, know the exact numbers, but by and large, this is the...
Yes. So ballpark, while Nifty is down about 10 or 12% from its peak, your portfolio of today is more than what it was in September of 2024.
That is right.
That is right, correct. Now, let's get into the portfolio. The portfolio that was representative in September of 2024 and July of 2026, what is the material difference in number of shares and what those shares were?
See, number of shares, not much. I would say that we were in the range of 10 stocks then, and we are around that many stocks today. The portfolio might be different to the extent of about 40 to 50% for the reason that, trends change and newer opportunities arise and you take advantage of those. And so to that extent, there may be a difference or change in the portfolio. But number of stocks, our style is to remain concentrated and to take conviction bets, which continues.
Okay. So essentially 50% of the portfolio underwent a refurbishment and about 50% remained the same. I'm sure you added fresh money in the past, say 18 months or so?
We are generally fully invested, Shailendra. We have some investments which are sort of investments where we are trying to protect the portfolio from volatility. So these may be cash proxies in large cap names in a sense. And so we may be shifting away from those large cap names into small and mid caps as the market becomes more attractive. But we are generally mostly fully invested.
So broadly, I'm just trying to find out and confirm that quality stock picking at a time when markets are in a corrective phase actually pays out far better in the medium to longer term rather than keeping your portfolio stagnant. The whole exercise of this, the whole outlook for these 2 or 3 questions was only this. Fair point.
Yeah, so just as a thumb rule, I'll tell you, our reason to trade in and out of a stock is when we want to, in times of stress, we want to enhance the quality of the portfolio. We want, because quality names also correct. And there are certain names that you hold in our portfolio which are not as high in quality as some of the other names which have corrected. So you shift from one to the other. The other is that, you find trends change and you take advantage of those trends by shifting away from one segment to the other. So those are some sort of mixes in the portfolio that you play out as times change.
Okay, perfect. And that's how it should be. A dynamic portfolio is the one that keeps both the fund manager and his client on toes, and that's how it works in the longer term. Mr. Sehgal, when you look at your own portfolio now as also 18 months ago, have the top 3 stocks changed in terms of weightage as also in terms of names, or have you trimmed only the tail?
No, the top 3 names have changed also because mark to market has been quite substantial in some of the names. Some names where the initial position size was small, but where returns have been outsized, there the weightage has gone to the top 3 levels. And the top name in the portfolio remains the same, but the second and third name, those have changed, mainly because of mark to market.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the natural way of things. You keep your winners and let them rise and let them run. And the rest is actually more or less a mathematical exercise rather than any qualitative feedback on the performance. Fine. Now tell us, apart from these micro trends that you highlighted, one on global AI spending, the other on oil, and third on cotton within the country, what else do you think is flowering up or showing green shoots, whether in mid caps or small caps, in Q1?
See, if you look at the results, firstly, I get a message every day in the morning from our broker where he lists results out for that day, and be it underperform or inline results for that day. And it looks like generally out of 10 names that declare results on a day, 7 results are beat, and this is just anecdotal evidence. I have not aggregated the results, but I'm just looking at this data point, and I'm coming to this conclusion that anecdotally 7 look to be beat, 1 or 2 are in line, and 1 max 2 are underperformed results. Within that, I think that one space which is clearly standing out is autos. Auto results have been quite robust, whether it is the OEMs or automotive part companies. Clearly, the results have been quite robust in this space. Then, of course, there are other segments, capital goods, etc., where some defense companies as well, where results have been quite robust, as also financials. While some financials, frontline financials, have disappointed a little bit, but by and large, financials have also delivered robust results so far in this result season. So these are some segments which clearly stand out.
Fair point. And my final question, Mr. Sehgal, outlook for this crisis that we are now facing in the market. Again, Middle East flares up, again bond yields are up, again rupees weakening. For you and other value hunters, this is a good time. But broadly, do you see this situation changing or worsening or improving?
I'm an eternal optimist, and I've seen enough crises in the past, and I've ridden through them, in the past to feel pessimistic at this time. I think that every crisis is an opportunity, Shailendra, and this will turn out to be no different. While people talk of the currency depreciating, but look at it in this context that our currency has depreciated not only against the US dollar, but as also against the Chinese yuan. What that does is that it makes our exports more viable versus Chinese exports. So in the next 12 months, our expectation is that companies that export out of the country are likely to see significant tailwinds because of this crisis, which has turned into an opportunity for them. And aside from that, even on crude prices and other macro uncertainties that we are seeing, it will, while it will be unnerving while it plays out, but it will over a period of time abate. And if then you are not invested in stocks which are offering opportunity, then you will miss out on opportunity again. As we saw between March and today, there was significant money made. And if you were out of the markets in March because of the unnerving macro situation, really you did not take advantage of that opportunity. We see something like that playing out even in the future. India is coming off a weak period, both in terms of flows as also in terms of earnings. We see tailwinds in earnings. We see also tailwinds in flows. And this will be a very nice time to build portfolios in India.
Right. On that very optimistic note, Mr. Sehgal, we'll call it time. Thank you so much for such a wonderful insight on how small caps work and what should one be doing to create supernormal wealth in the shortest possible time. Have a nice day, and I'm sure you're going to enjoy the weekend in Mumbai thanks to rains.
Thank you very much, Shailendra. Always a pleasure. Wish you a great weekend as well.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was Mr. Anshul Sehgal, CIO and founder at Sehgal Associates. Thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra, and this is our earnings special edition where we are going to be focusing on Coforge, which has reported its June quarterly results late last night. And we're also going to be looking at the Encora Holdings consolidation for the first time in the Q1 numbers that we've seen. A solid 21.1% growth in the US dollars has driven the revenue to $592 million for the June quarter. We've also seen the rupee terms revenue has actually grown by 24.2% from the previous quarter to 5,520 27 crores as well. We've also seen the EBITDA margins expand, and the board has also declared an interim dividend of 4 rupees per share as well. Let me get speaking with the top management of Coforge to help us understand the key insights from the quarterly earnings and the outlook. We have Mr. Sudhir Singh, the CEO and Executive Director of Coforge, joining in. Warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you so much for taking the time out for this conversation. I want to first begin by understanding on the top line, which has now for the first time included Encora's acquisition as well. Stripping out the acquisition impact, we've seen the organic constant currency growth stand at about 1.1%, sir, which is what you had also guided for Q1 as well. Now with the Encora acquisition completely operationally integrated, and of course the exited business of say government portfolio and the data center disinvestment, how do you see the growth panning out for the rest of FY27, sir?
I think Q1 was an exceptional quarter for us because excluding the business that we divested, we've grown 5.2% in CC terms sequentially. We expect the rest of the year to also reflect very robust growth, starting with Q2 itself. And it's not just been revenue, as you noted, margins also have come in ahead of the full year annual guidance from our perspective. Yes. So we feel very good about an exceptional quarter, and we think it set the stage for an exceptional year, fiscal year 27 for us.
Absolutely, sir. So you did talk about the margins which have come ahead of your own expectations. What is the key driving factor there, and how would you guide for the margin band for FY27?
The key factor there has been the fact that the acquisition of Encora was consummated using the Coforge playbook, and we've always said that the Coforge integration playbook is uniquely our own. We take complete and immediate control on day one. We have already extracted out 40% of the G&A cost of Encora. And the fact that we've been able to do it on day one itself and have it reflected in what is not even the first full quarter of operations, it just shows that there's a lot more, or at least some more, that can be extracted in the coming quarter. And B, the fact that quarter one has come in at 16% EBIT when the guidance for the year was 15.5%, we would have expected to come in at around 15% in quarter one, gives us also enough of a margin buffer to keep on pushing the pedal on revenue as well going forward.
Absolutely. So for Encora particularly, what's the expectation of the peak revenue potential of the combined entity, and by when do you see that reflecting on the books, sir?
Almost immediately. We're not in the business of saying that Encora is going to start mirroring the Coforge growth next year. We said this in the investor call. The margins of Encora, even one full quarter isn't over, is already on par with Coforge. The revenue numbers of Encora, the revenue growth of Coforge will be in line with the very robust revenue growth that Coforge is showing starting next quarter itself, quarter 3.
Okay. So, because of this acquisition, we've also seen the net profit come down by about 15.3% on a quarter-on-quarter basis to 518 crores. Is it only the acquisition linked impact, or are there other factors as well? And how would you see the bottom line pan out for you, sir?
We think, we said this at the outset, we said that this acquisition was not going to be EPS dilutive, it would be EPS accretive in this year, fiscal year 27 itself, and we stand by it. Quarter one, our shareholder base has expanded 25%, and yet our EPS is 13 rupees 30 paisa compared to 13 rupees 80 paisa last year, and that's also after paying interest on the $550 million loan that we had assumed. This acquisition, the EPS this year itself, in fiscal year 27 itself, despite the impact of the acquisition, will be accretive as we promised.
Okay. So also let's talk a little bit on the order inflows as well. You won orders worth $691 million during the quarter, including the European order as well. That's come in as a strong addition to your order book. It's taken the total order book to $2.2 billion. Could you give us a sense of how do you see these orders contributing to your overall top line going forward from here?
We think those orders, and more importantly, the other orders that we are already locking in quarter two itself, 4 weeks of quarter two are behind us, give us very significant comfort that the commentary that we provided around very robust growth continuing will continue. We did say something interesting that I think your viewers should know again.
Sure.
We said that the quarter that has started, which is quarter 2 right now, is likely to be the quarter in which we will close the highest number of large deals in the history of the firm.
Wow. Okay. Fantastic. And which are the top geographies that will contribute to it?
Largely North America and Europe.
Okay, fantastic. Sir, also wanted to just understand from your perspective, we've been talking about the last 1.5 years in terms of the IT sector as a whole, as the impact of the AI-led technological disruptions and therefore the tightened client spends and the purse strings there. How are you looking at the scenario pan out for you particularly right now? Is there any sort of an improvement?
We think the narrative that's built up around AI-led efficiencies being deflationary is in some ways almost simplistic because that's only part of the narrative. Of course, AI-led efficiencies will be deflationary, but there are other narratives or other axes or other tailwinds that are not being talked about. We see clear tailwinds when it comes to demand that's built up leveraging AI around legacy modernization engineering. We see clear tailwinds around building AI-ready foundations, data foundations. We see clear tailwinds around building cloud.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra and this is your favorite show, Daily Calls, a show that answers your specific stock queries on the program. In case you're here for the first time, the WhatsApp number is on your screen. Send me your questions here that are on your watch list or on your portfolios and you're confused about the stocks in your portfolio. Send us your questions here along with your name, location and contact details. We can also give you an opportunity to speak live to our top market experts. You can also send us your queries on our YouTube channel. In case you're watching us there on Business Today, you need to go to the Daily Calls Live. Use the comment section there to send me your questions. I'll be happy to pick those all questions to address it with our top market experts as well. Let's quickly look at how the markets are shaping up. Strong day, 245 points of a rally on the Nifty, 24,231. It's a start to the August series on a strong footing. IT stocks clearly taking the lead, 2.6% of a rally there. Metals, FMCG, pharma are also contributing healthy gains onto the markets. It's a broad-based winning day for sectoral action that we are looking at. Barring just real estate, rest all of the sectors are actually doing well in this session. Let me also welcome our guest on board. We have Mr. Anshul Jain joining in from Lakshmi Shri Investments to share with us his perspective on the markets and to answer all your questions as well. Anshul ji, नमस्कार. पहले तो बाजार कैसा लगता है आपको? आज 250 पॉइंट्स की आज तेजी देखने को मिल रही है. देखा जाए तो जुलाई सीरीज जो खत्म हुई वो केवल एक महज 120 पॉइंट की तेजी के साथ बंद हुई है और पिछले अगर हम 2 से 3 सीरीज़ की बात करें तो बहुत ज़्यादा मूव नहीं दिखा क्योंकि मई और जून की सीरीज़ में तो मिलाकर 130 पॉइंट गिरे थे और जुलाई सीरीज़ में 120 पॉइंट बढ़े हैं, तो वर्चुअली ज़ीरो रिटर्न अगर हम देखें टेक्निकली निफ्टी पर देखने को मिल रहा है. लेकिन अगस्त सीरीज़ की जो शुरुआत स्ट्रॉन्ग हो रही है, कैसा लगता है ये सीरीज़ कैसे पैन आउट होगी?
नमस्कार आपके सभी दर्शकों को. देखिए, आई एम कम्प्लीटली बुलिश. मैं यहाँ पे कम्प्लीटली बुलिश हूँ. जो लास्ट वीक हमने टारगेट्स डिस्कस किए थे 250-270 की जोन ऑलमोस्ट टेस्टेड है. अब यहाँ से केवल और केवल 2 काम करना है. पहला, वेट एंड वॉच. 24,260 से 24,360 ये एक जोन है जहां पे अगर आप ट्रेडिंग नहीं करेंगे तब आपका पैसा बचा रहेगा. इस जोन में 2 हफ्ते एब्जॉर्प्शन हो सकता है, वोलेटिलिटी रह सकती है. मेक और ब्रेक जोन है। तो इस 2 हफ्ते में या तो अगर नीचे की तरफ बना तो वापस से हम 23,650 तक आ सकते हैं, जिसकी उम्मीद मेरे को नहीं है। लेस देन 5%, 95% चांसेस है कि इस रेंज में एक्सट्रीम वॉलिटिलिटी और चॉपीनेस रहेगी। एब्जॉर्ब करेंगे बेर मिनिमम 2 वीक्स तो चाहिए, 10-12 डेज प्राइस एक्शन। 2 से 3 हफ्ते अगर इस रेंज में कंसोलिडेट कर लेते हैं, एब्जॉर्प्शन कर लेते हैं, तो फिर 24,360 के ऊपर आप बिल्कुल आराम से निफ्टी बाय कीजिएगा। छोटे मोटे इधर उधर के रेजिस्टेंस बने रहेंगे, बट वी आर हेडिंग टुवर्ड्स ऑल टाइम हाई। तो आई एम वेरी बुलिश ऑन दिस। अगस्त में मे बी अगर 24,360 हमने सेकेंड वीक ऑफ अगस्त तक निकाल लिया, तो फिर हम लास्ट होते होते 25,000 25,200 भी देख सकते हैं। बट नॉनदलेस अगस्त सीरीज में 24,360 इस लेवल को हमको एब्जॉर्ब करना है, उसके बाद हम ऑल टाइम हाई की तरफ चल देंगे। बैंक निफ्टी पे भी सिमिलर लेवल्स हैं, 24,280 57,280 से लेके 57,600 तक, मल्टीपल स्विंग लोज ऑन द वीकली और ईयरली वीवैप भी है। जैसे हम 57,600 के ऊपर सस्टेन करना स्टार्ट करेंगे, छोटे छोटे रेजिस्टेंस जरूर है बट वो ट्रेडर्स के लिए, इवेंचुअली हम ऑल टाइम हाई जाएंगे। तो अगले 2 हफ्ते थोड़ा सा कैपिटल अगर प्रोटेक्ट करके रखेंगे तो ब्रेकआउट पे आपके पास पैसा रहेगा ऑल टाइम हाई तक प्ले करने के लिए।
ओके चलिए, और अब एक एक करके सवालों की तरफ बढ़ते हैं आगे। बहुत सारे हमारे साथ दर्शक यूट्यूब पर जुड़ रहे हैं लाइव, तो सभी का स्वागत। मनीष है हमारे साथ, आरती हैं, हेतल शाह जुड़े हुए हैं साथ में, और बहुत स्वागत आप सभी का, जो कि अंकुर हैं। बहुत सारे दर्शक हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं यूट्यूब पर। व्हाट्सएप पर भी लगातार सवाल आने शुरू हो चुके हैं, तो एक एक करके सवालों की तरफ आगे बढ़ते हैं। मनीष का पहला सवाल लेते हैं। ये आपसे इन्वेस्टमेंट एंड प्रिसिशन कास्टिंग के ऊपर पूछ रहे हैं। एक बार पहले भी इन्होंने सवाल पूछा था, 400 के लेवल पर खरीदा हुआ है, क्या लॉन्ग टर्म इसका टारगेट हो सकता है और स्टॉप लॉस क्या बनाकर रखेंगे, आपसे जानना चाहते हैं।
इन्वेस्टमेंट एंड प्रिसिजन कास्टिंग, देखिए अगेन अगेन आई वुड से जो टारगेट्स हमने डिस्कस किए थे, टारगेट्स आ चुके हैं, बट मैं अभी भी अपना स्टांस वही मेंटेन करूंगा। आई वुड नॉट लाइक टू ट्रेड सच काउंटर्स। एनएससी में 8,000 का एवरेज वॉल्यूम है, बीएससी में 2,000 का एवरेज वॉल्यूम है। लेना बेचना दोनों बहुत मुश्किल है, फिर भी अगर आपको ट्रेड ही करना है तो उस टाइम भी हमने 600 ऑड लेवल्स पे डिस्कस किया था कि 1000 1050 ऑड लेवल्स आ सकते हैं। अभी भी एक्सटेंशन आते हुए दिख रहा है। 870 के स्टॉप लॉस से अगर होल्ड करते हैं प्रोबेबली 1300 मिल सकता है, बट आई वुड अगेन से लिक्विडिटी का बहुत ज्यादा इशू है। ऐसे काउंटर्स में अगर आपने पैसा कमाया भी है तो ये खराब आदत है, इसको छोड़ दीजिए। पहला फोकस आपका लिक्विडिटी पे होना चाहिए।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट सवाल लेते हैं। ये सवाल हमारे पास भास्कर राम हैदराबाद पूछते हैं, लिखते हैं, अंशुल सर प्लीज शेयर योर व्यू ऑन सुप्रजीत इंजीनियरिंग, कैन आई बाय दिस स्टॉक एट द करंट मार्केट प्राइस एंड व्हाट इज द आउटलुक।
देखिए बिल्कुल, सुप्रजीत इंजीनियरिंग में कंसोलिडेशन अपने फ्लैग एंड पे है और एक बड़े पिवट के अराउंड है, कपनल पैटर्न की फॉर्मेशन है। 510 इसके ऊपर ब्रेकआउट मिलता है तो स्टॉक में अच्छा खासा अपमूव बनेगा टुवर्ड 600 ऑड लेवल्स। हमारी वॉच लिस्ट में स्टॉक है, बट 510 के ऊपर जब ब्रेकआउट देगा तब हमारा इंटरेस्ट आना स्टार्ट होगा।
Okay, let's take the next query. This one is from Subbu, who says, hi, can I get to know about Indian Bank? I have this stock in my portfolio at 870. Please guide me when to average and what can be the short-term target on this.
देखिए इस स्टॉक में अगर आप देखेंगे अच्छा आउट परफॉर्मेंस रहा है अगेंस्ट बाकी सारे स्टॉक, तो आई वुड बिलीव कि स्टॉक में थोड़ा सा और आपको एक दिक्कत इसमें आ रही है कि जो जितने ये अदर देन लीडिंग बैंक्स हैं, जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर के बड़े लीडिंग बैंक्स हैं, उसके अलावा बाकी बैंकिंग में इतनी अच्छी मूव नहीं आ रही है। इस स्टॉक में भी मैं बुलिश रहूंगा, बट 884 के ऊपर अगर 884 निकलता है देन आई वुड बी बुलिश फॉर फ्रेश ऑल टाइम हाई। और अगर ये 2 वीक्स के अंदर नहीं निकलता है 884, तो फिर ये स्टॉक आपको एक बार लिक्विडेशन में 748 आते हुए दिखेगा। तो अभी भी मैं बेनिफिट ऑफ डाउट दूंगा फॉर नेक्स्ट 2 वीक्स। अगर नहीं निकला 884 तो एग्जिट करना पड़ेगा।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी ले लेते हैं, और ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है सौम्या का, अगेन फ्रॉम हैदराबाद, हु वांट्स टू नो अबाउट सोमानी सेरेमिक्स। डू यू थिंक सोमानी सेरेमिक्स कैन बी लुक्ड एट द करंट लेवल्स एंड व्हाट इज द आउटलुक ऑन दिस वन।
देखिए अच्छी एफआईआई होल्डिंग है इस काउंटर में, और पिछले मिड जून से लेके अब तक अच्छी टाइटनेस में टाइम स्पेंड किया है राइट अराउंड ब्रेकआउट पॉइंट। जो रेंज है 551 ऊपर में, 488 नीचे में, अभी लोअर एंड ऑफ द रेंज के आसपास है। कोई भी बुलिश एविडेंस मिलता है या फिर ऊपर में मूव अबोव 510 मिलती है तो आप लॉन्ग कर सकते हैं 550 तक के लिए। 550 का अगर ब्रेकआउट मिलता है तो फिर स्टॉक में और अच्छी अप मूव बनेगी 612 तक के लिए।
Okay, let's take another query. This one is Manoj Bhanushali from Ghatkopar in Mumbai. He says, I want to know about Aarti Industries. 494 में मैंने 3300 shares purchase किए हैं. Please suggest कीजिए अंशुल जी कि आप भी hold करना चाहिए इसमें या नहीं और इसमें क्या target लेकर चलूं?
देखिए टाइम फ्रेम टारगेट तो टाइम फ्रेम के हिसाब से डिपेंड करता है, बट आरती इंडस्ट्रीज में अगर आप देखें जो पैटर्न बना हुआ है प्रीवियसली क्लाइमेटिक मूव के बाद इस स्टॉक में डाउन मूव आया था और उस लेवल मतलब जो बाइंग क्लाइमेक्स हम डिस्कस करते हैं 873 के अराउंड वहां से नॉन स्टॉप 335 तक आया था, फिलहाल पुल बैक मोड में है। एक बार आपको 530 और लेवल्स मिल सकते हैं 530 के अराउंड इसको एक बार डिस्कस जरूर कर लेंगे। 530 अगर नहीं निकला तो स्टॉक में वापस से लंबी डाउन मूव बनेगी, तो 530 के अराउंड वापस से रिव्यू करेंगे। उस जोन में मेक को अगर मोमेंटम के साथ और वॉल्यूम के साथ गया तो एक बार होल्ड करेंगे, नहीं तो एग्जिट करेंगे। तो 530 पे एक बार सवाल जरूर पूछेगा।
ठीक है, हेतल शाह का सवाल नेक्स्ट लेते हैं। लिखते हैं कि कैन आई ऐड केपी एनर्जी फ्रॉम द करंट मार्केट प्राइस? व्हाट वुड यू एडवाइज ऑन केपी एनर्जी सर?
देखिए केपी एनर्जी थोड़ा सा ज्यादा नीचे आया है, हम 333 के नीचे एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहे थे, बट बाकी पावर स्टॉक्स के साथ इसमें भी थोड़ी सी डाउन मूव एक्सटेंड होती हुई दिखी है। 318 333 इस जोन के ऊपर वापस आता है तो वी विल बी इंटरेस्टेड इन बाइंग। वापस से जो एक बार टारगेट कंप्लीट करके आया है शॉर्ट टर्म वाला 435 वही पहला टारगेट रहेगा और उसके ऊपर ऑल टाइम हाई जा सकता है। तो अगर ले चुके हैं कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, अगर नहीं लिया है तो 333 334 के ब्रेकआउट पे लीजिएगा, फटाफट मोमेंटम मिल जाएगा।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन हमारे पास आया है और ये सवाल है बसवराज का बेंगलुरु से। ये आपसे पूछना चाहते हैं कॉनकॉर्ड बायो के बारे में और ओवरऑल इनको अभी लॉस हो रहा है कंपनी में, क्या करना चाहिए? क्या लॉस लेकर निकल जाएं या अभी भी बने रहें? लॉन्ग टर्म के लिहाज से क्या उम्मीद है आपको यहाँ पर रिवर्सल की?
देखिए लॉन्ग टर्म के लिहाज से तो मेरे को नहीं स्टॉक बहुत बेहतरीन लगता है, बट हाँ शॉर्ट टर्म के लिहाज से अच्छा लग रहा है। फ्लैगिश काइंड ऑफ प्राइस एक्शन है। 1356 1375 इस जोन तक आ सकता है। इस जोन के ऊपर अगर ब्रेकआउट देता है तो फिर और आपको अच्छी अप मूव मिल जाएगी। तो अभी के लिए तो 50 डे मूविंग एवरेज पर रेस्टिंग है, अच्छा लग रहा है।
ठीक है, so for the short term it may go up further from here around 1350 odd level, so keep an eye out on those, and once you see that level do ask your question again because your purchase level is around 1700. Let's take the next question. सीमा घोष हैं जो कि नेक्स्ट सवाल पूछ रही हैं और लिखती हैं कि हाउ आर यू अंशुल सर, आई वांट टू नो फ्रॉम यू ऑन पंजाब नेशनल बैंक 112 पर मैंने खरीदा है, व्हेन टू एवरेज एंड व्हाट इज द ट्रेंड गोइंग फॉरवर्ड फ्रॉम हियर ऑन पीएनबी?
देखिए पीएनबी में एक्सट्रीम शॉर्ट टर्म अगर आप ट्रेड कर रहे हैं 112.5 इसके ऊपर ब्रेकआउट मिलता है तो स्टॉक में एक बार लॉन्ग पोजीशन ले सकते हैं 122 तक के लिए। बाकी लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए मेरे को स्टॉक बहुत अच्छा नहीं लगता। एनी डे आई वुड प्रेफर यूनियन बैंक ओवर पीएनबी फॉर लॉन्ग टर्म। तो शॉर्ट टर्म ट्रेड कर रहे हैं तो एक बार ब्रेकआउट प्ले कर सकते हैं, लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है।
Let's take the next question. This one is again from one of our viewers, Nancy. लिखती हैं, Good afternoon. I want to know now, Anshul sir, JSW Infra से क्या अब switch कर लेना चाहिए to आज़ाद इंजीनियरिंग? 314 पर मेरा परचेज था JSW Infra का, या फिर इसी में ही बने रहे?
देखिए आजाद इंजीनियरिंग और जेएसडब्ल्यू इंफ्रा में कोई कंपैरिजन नहीं है। आजाद एक मोमेंटम प्ले है, प्रोबेबली 2700 तक जा सकता है। हम बाई कॉल्स भी इनिशिएट कर रहे हैं उसमें हर ब्रेकआउट पे, बट दैट इज अ शॉर्ट टर्म प्ले। जेएसडब्ल्यू इंफ्रा इज अ लॉन्ग टर्म प्ले जिसमें शॉर्ट टर्म आप ट्रेडिंग कर सकते हैं, बट इवेंचुअली ये 700 रुपीज आते हुए दिखेगा। अभी 2 हफ्ते 3 हफ्ते पहले फ्रेश ऑल टाइम हाई से ₹1 दूर रह गया था। अगेन इस पुल बैक में कहीं भी 300 के नीचे मिलता है तो वी वुड बी बायर्स। तो जेएसडब्ल्यू इंफ्रा एंड आजाद एप्पल टू ऑरेंज कंपैरिजन हो गया, तो आई वुड स्टिक टू जेएसडब्ल्यू इंफ्रा।
जेएसडब्ल्यू इंफ्रा के साथ ही रहेंगे, आपके लिए एडवाइस यहाँ पर दी जा रही है। फिलहाल ये लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए भी बेहतर है और शॉर्ट टर्म में भी ट्रेडिंग आपको देखने को मिल सकती है, अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटीज़। अंकुर मोदी का सवाल नेक्स्ट लेते हैं। लिखते हैं, हाय साक्षी, होप यू डूइंग ग्रेट, आई एम वेरी वेल, थैंक यू सो मच अंकुर फॉर आस्किंग एंड होप द सेम फॉर यू। ये लिखते हैं अंशुल सर, कैन यू प्लीज सजेस्ट 2 स्ट्रॉन्ग कंपनीज दैट हैव फॉलन अ लॉट इन द रीसेंट करेक्शन एंड लुक अट्रैक्टिवली पोजीशन फॉर गुड रिटर्न्स? अभी बताएंगे या बाद में बताएंगे अंशुल जी?
और देखिए, मैं इनको एक सिंपल सी स्ट्रैटेजी ही बता देता हूँ। अगर आप बाय ऑन डिप्स कर रहे हैं, नेवर बाय ऑन डिप्स मिड कैप, स्मॉल कैप, माइक्रो कैप काउंटर। ये बढ़ते हुए बाई करना है और बढ़ते हुए बेच देना है या स्टॉप लॉस पे बेच देना है। बाय ऑन डिप्स आपको केवल और केवल लार्ज कैप काउंटर्स में करना है, या फॉर दैट मैटर निफ्टी 100 आप पकड़ सकते हैं, निफ्टी 50 या निफ्टी 100। अभी फिलहाल के लिए एलएनटी काफी अच्छा गिरा हुआ है। टाइटन जब हमने रिकमेंड किया था ऑलमोस्ट ऑल टाइम हाई के आसपास वापस खड़ा हुआ है। एलएनटी इस समय काफी पिटा हुआ है, भारतीय एयरटेल काफी पिटा हुआ है। तो इन 2 काउंटर्स में आप ट्राई कर सकते हैं। दोनों में मेरे को एलएनटी ज्यादा पसंद है। एलएनटी भी टाइटन जैसे वापस धीरे धीरे करके ऑल टाइम हाई आ जाएगा। टीवीएस मोटर देख सकते हैं, एमएनएम देख सकते हैं। तो एनी लार्ज कैप काउंटर जहां पे ऑल टाइम हाई से 20% से ज्यादा करेक्शन आ चुका है, धीरे धीरे एक्यूमुलेट कीजिए, ऑल टाइम हाई पे बेच लीजिए। तो फिलहाल एलएनटी, भारतीय एयरटेल, इसके अलावा भारतीय एयरटेल हो गया, एलएनटी हो गया, कुछ हद तक टीवीएस मोटर हो गया, एमएनएम हो गया, हीरो मोटोकॉर्प बहुत बेहतरीन लग रहा है। अगर मेरे को 2 स्टॉक पिक करना होता, मैं हीरो मोटोकॉर्प और एलएनटी पिक कर लेता।
ऑटो स्पेस से, 2 व्हीलर स्पेस से हीरो मोटो और एलएनटी इंफ्रा पोस्टर बॉय, जहां पर गिरावट आपको जो दिख रही है इसमें बाय आप कर सकते हैं। फॉर्मूला आपको बता दिया है, सभी व्यूअर्स के लिए बेनिफिशियल है कि बाय ऑन डिप्स केवल लार्ज कैप में करना है, स्मॉल मीडियम माइक्रो कैप में बाय ऑन डिप नहीं करना है। जब जब ये ऊपर चलें तब खरीदना है और स्टॉप लॉस पर आपको बेच देना है। ये सलाह आपके लिए दी जा रही है। इस फॉर्मूला को आप डेफिनेटली नोट डाउन कर दीजिए। इस तरीके के कुछ फॉर्मूलाज लगातार अंशुल जी हमारे सभी दर्शकों के साथ शेयर करते रहते हैं। नेक्स्ट सवाल की तरफ आगे बढ़ते हैं। सवाल है पीयूष अरोड़ा का, ये दिल्ली से हैं और आपसे पूछना चाह रहे हैं जीके एनर्जी के बारे में। 136 पर खरीदा है जीके एनर्जी और पूछना चाह रहे हैं इस पर स्टॉप लॉस या टारगेट क्या रख सकते हैं। 135 पर अभी चल रहा है।
देखिए, जीके एनर्जी में अभी प्रॉपर आईपीओ बेस बना नहीं है। अब बेस बन के ब्रेकआउट 155 के ऊपर आएगा। अगर ले ही चुके हैं तो आपका स्टॉप लॉस 125 क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे होना चाहिए। 153, 155 इस जोन के ऊपर निकलता है तो ऐड कर सकते हैं। जब भी ये ब्रेकआउट देगा टारगेट 208 रुपीज का बनेगा। तो अभी आप प्रीएम्प्टिव ले चुके हैं तो 125 का स्टॉप लॉस लगाइए। 155 निकलता है तो ऐड कीजिए।
ओके, बहुत सारे जो दर्शक आपको डीपली फॉलो करते हैं अंशुल जी, और आपकी गाइडेंस से ही स्टॉक मार्केट्स में निवेश कर रहे हैं, लगातार आपके लिए मैसेजेस भी भेज रहे हैं। स्नेहा पर्तनी हैं जो कि हमारी हिंदी डेली कॉल स्ट्रीम पर लाइव जुड़ी हुई हैं और लिखते हैं कि अंशुल सर, आई वांट टू विश यू हैप्पी गुरु पूर्णिमा। Thank you so much for your guidance on stock markets. May you always be blessed with good health and wealth. That's the kind of wish that Sneha has sent to you, Anshul ji.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's take the next question. हमारे पास एक और सवाल आया है हमारे दर्शकों में से और ये सवाल गगन खेमानी का है। यूटीएल सोलर के बारे में आपसे पूछना चाह रहे हैं और 353 पर इसे लिया हुआ है। प्लीज़ एडवाइस शॉर्ट टर्म के लिए इस पर क्या करना चाहिए?
देखिए, शॉर्ट टर्म के लिए अगर इसमें चेक करेंगे तो प्रॉपर जो इंस्टीट्यूशन वॉल्यूम या बेस होना चाहिए उस टाइप का बहुत अच्छा पैटर्न नहीं दिख रहा है। तो आई वुड नॉट ट्रेड दिस फॉर शॉर्ट टर्म। मैं शॉर्ट टर्म के लिए स्टॉक में ट्रेड नहीं करूंगा। आपके पास रखा हुआ है तो अगले 2 हफ्ते क्लोजली वॉच कीजिए। अगर इसी रेंज में टाइट रह जाता है तो फिर एक बार के लिए हम ब्रेकआउट प्ले कर सकते हैं। वेट फॉर 1 to 2 वीक्स या अगले या उसके अगले हफ्ते एक बार दोबारा सवाल पूछ लीजिएगा, उसके बाद देखते हैं क्या कर सकता है। तो इन जनरली इन स्टॉक्स में मैं हमेशा आईपीओ कंप्लीट होने का वेट करता, आईपीओ बेस कंप्लीट होने का वेट करता हूं, उसके बाद में ट्रेड करना पसंद करता हूं। तो 2 बेस, पहला आईपीओ बेस ब्रेकआउट 228 पे आया था, दूसरा 311 पे आया था, तीसरा 366 पे आया था। तो आज के सेशन में अगर ये पुल बैक है तो फिर 5-8 सेशन लगेगा, मतलब 1 to 2 वीक्स लगेगा इसको बेस बना के वापस चलने में। और अगर ये थर्ड बेस के बाद जो ब्रेकडाउन हम कहते हैं, अगर ये ब्रेकडाउन है तो फिर 321 तक आ सकता है। तो अभी 1 से 2 हफ्ते वेट एंड वॉच करना चाहिए। जो भी पैटर्न बनना है प्रोबेबली नेक्स्ट फ्राइडे, थर्सडे या फ्राइडे तक बन जाएगा।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन है हमारे पास सानवी का। ये लिखती हैं सर आरईसी में बताइए क्या करें, 367 पर खरीदा हुआ है रूरल इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन कॉरपोरेशन।
देखिए तुरंत एग्जिट कर लेना चाहिए। लोग बाइंग क्लाइमेक्स में लेके ऑलरेडी 30-40% नीचे झेल रहे हैं, आपके कॉस्ट पे है, आपको निकल जाना है। और आरईसी, पीएफसी या रेलवे काउंटर्स, इनमें ट्रेड करने की इस समय बेस्ट स्ट्रेटेजी है कि इसको अपनी वॉच लिस्ट से डिलीट कर दीजिए।
देखिए, तो जहाँ जहाँ पर बिल्कुल आपको ध्यान नहीं देना है वो भी आपको बताया जा रहा है। ज़रूरी नहीं है कि अगर पहले कंपनियां चली हैं तो हर सेशन में या फिर हर सीरीज़ में, हर साइकिल में चलेंगी, तो आप इस चीज़ को डेफिनेटली ध्यान में रखें। फ़िलहाल इसे अवॉइड करने की सलाह। राज लिखते हैं कि हाय अंशु सर, गुड टू सी यू अगेन। आई वांट टू नो व्हाट टू डू इन केन्स टेक्नोलॉजीज़. I just crossed my buying price of 3,490. So should I stay invested in this? I watch your show from New Zealand. Thank you so much for writing in, Raj. We will definitely help you out today. Yes, the stock is up 10% at 3,550. Keynes Tech में क्या वापस से एक तेजी का माहौल बन रहा है, अंशुल जी?
देखिए केवल बाउंस बैक है और 3248 लेवल रिजेक्ट हुआ है जो कि मेजर सपोर्ट था। बाउंस बैक में पहले गैप फिल करने 3760 तक जा सकता है। 3760 पे अगर नहीं रिजेक्शन मिला, लुकिंग एट वॉल्यूम्स और स्ट्रेंथ, मेरे को लग नहीं रहा कि वहां रिजेक्शन मिलेगा। 4010 तक ये काउंटर आ सकता है। 4010 यहाँ पे एक बार रिव्यू जरूर करा लीजिए क्योंकि वो मेक और ब्रेक है। अगर वहां से ऊपर नहीं गया तो वापस 3200 आएगा और उसके ऊपर निकला तो फिर थोड़ा सा और बाउंस बैक एक्सटेंड करेगा। तो 4010 इज द लेवल जहां पे आपको दोबारा सवाल पूछना है।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट आगे सवाल लेते हैं। आयुष माथुर हैं, लिखते हैं आई वॉच योर शो फ्रॉम दुबई। थैंक यू सो मच आयुष फॉर राइटिंग इन। एंड ही सेज सर, अदानी स्टॉक्स पर प्लीज़ बताइए, अदानी पावर, अदानी ग्रीन में शुड आई एवरेज एट द करंट प्राइसेस फॉर नेक्स्ट 3 years? आई एम अ लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टर। आज अदानी समूह के 2 स्टॉक्स के ऊपर तो नज़र रहेगी रिजल्ट्स के तौर पर। फ्लैगशिप कंपनी अदानी एंटरप्राइजेज, अदानी पोर्ट्स पर भी नज़र रहेगी। फिलहाल पावर और एनर्जी पर सवाल पूछा जा रहा है। अदानी पावर और अदानी ग्रीन पर सवाल पूछा जा रहा है। ये 2 शेयर्स के ऊपर बताइए अंशु जी।
देखिए मैं लगभग जून के सेकंड वीक से कहते आ रहा हूँ कि अदानी ग्रुप से एक बार एग्जिट कीजिए। अपार्ट फ्रॉम अदानी पोर्ट्स एंड एंटरप्राइजेस, वहां पे थोड़ा सा अभी स्ट्रक्चर ठीक लग रहा है। अदानी एनसॉल में भी ठीक था, बट अदानी ग्रीन इज वेरी क्लियर कि मैं प्रॉफिट बुक करके निकला हूँ। एक बार डाउन मूव मिलेगी। अभी भी मेरे को 1160 1174 और जोन आते हुए दिख रही है, तो मैं अभी तो नहीं खरीद रहा हूँ। 1160 1170 इस जोन में जरूर एक बार बाइंग कंसिडर करूंगा। अदानी पावर सिमिलर चीज है, इमीडिएट सपोर्ट पे आ चुका है 207। प्रोबेबली 182 का लेवल आपको देखने के लिए मिल सकता है। तो अगर मेरे को लेना है तो मैं अदानी पावर 182 और लेवल्स पे कंसीडर करूंगा।
Okay, got that. I hope that this has also helped you. Let's take the next question. This one is from one of our viewers again. This is Shubham who says, Sir, Ajmera Realty है मेरे पास 132 के भाव पर, ये शेयर आपको कैसा लगता है?
देखिए रियलिटी पैक बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है और ऑफ लेट पिछले 3 महीने में रियलिटी पैक में अच्छी बाइंग भी आई है, बट अजमेरा उसमें नहीं चला है। इट हैज बीन अ लगार्ड और ये कंटिन्यूस लगार्ड रहा है। 230 से करेक्ट होते होते 98 तक आया और केवल बाउंस बैक है। 137 बहुत बड़ा रेजिस्टेंस है इसके लिए। अगर इस रैली में या रियलिटी की रैली में निकलता है तो आपको 155 160 और जोन मिल सकती है। बट क्लियरली अजमेरा लेगार्ड है, कोई भी रैली मिलती है तो एग्जिट करना चाहिए। प्रेस्टीज हो गया, लोडा डेवलपर हो गया या रेमंड रियल्टी हो गया, यहाँ पे अच्छी इंस्टीट्यूशन बाइंग दिख रही है, तो आई वुड कंसिडर 2 स्टॉक्स। अगर वहां पे ब्रेकआउट मिलता है उनको प्ले करूंगा। अजमेरा तो कहीं से भी लिस्ट में नहीं आ रहा है।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन लेते हैं। ये सवाल नमिश का है, लिखते हैं दिस इज अ ग्रेट शो, थैंक यू सो मच नमिश फॉर राइटिंग इन वार्म वर्ड्स फॉर डेली कॉल्स। योर क्वेश्चन टुडे इज गॉन ग्रीन प्लाई, यू बॉट दिस एट 320, होल्ड करें या एवरेज कर सकते हैं, पूछना चाह रहे हैं आपसे ग्रीन प्लाई इंडस्ट्रीज।
देखिए अगेन एवरेज तो नहीं करना है क्योंकि 3500 करोड़ का मार्केट कैप है, तो माइक्रो कैप में या स्मॉल कैप में आता है। नेवर बाई फॉलिंग माइक्रो कैप और स्मॉल कैप या मिड कैप भी फॉर दैट मैटर। ब्रेकआउट फेल हुआ है इस काउंटर में 329 पे। लिक्विडेशन में पहला टारगेट 289 है। 289 टूटता है तो 289 टूटा है तो फिलहाल के लिए 267 आते हुए दिख रहा है। 267 के आसपास से एक बार बाउंस बैक कर सकता है स्टॉक, बट उसके पहले 267 आते हुए दिख रहा है। ग्रीन प्लाई पूछा ना?
ग्रीन प्लाई,
ग्रीन
पैनल हम गलत दिखा रहे हैं एक्चुअली।
267 तक नीचे आते हुए दिख रहा है।
ठीक है, ऑल राइट, लेट्स मूव ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। लोढ़ा डेवलपर्स के ऊपर सवाल आया है। रौनक गर्ग है जो कि सवाल लिखते हैं और पूछते हैं कि मेरे पास कुछ शेयर्स हैं 1260 पर लोढ़ा डेवलपर्स के, क्या करना चाहिए? शुड आई सेल और शुड आई अक्यूमुलेट मोर? हाल ही में नतीजे भी आए, उसके बाद ये शेयर एक बार फिर से फोकस में आया।
देखिए, लोढ़ा डेवलपर अगेन स्टॉक में अगेन रियलिटी इंडेक्स के अगेंस्ट इसमें अच्छा कंसोलिडेशन और अच्छा ब्रेकआउट रहा है, या ये कह सकते हैं रियलिटी पैक में जो ब्रेकआउट आया था उसका लीड ही लोढ़ा डेवलपर्स ने किया था। 1227 के ऊपर कपनाल पैटर्न का ब्रेकआउट है और ये ब्रेकआउट सस्टेन हो रहा है। 1122 फिलहाल के लिए स्टॉप लॉस है जो कि अपवर्ड रिवाइज होगा पोस्ट कंसोलिडेशन, बट फिलहाल के लिए 1122 का स्टॉप लॉस है। 1230 का ब्रेकआउट है और इसका टारगेट जो आ रहा है 1490 के आसपास आ रहा है। तो अभी भी 190 रुपीज की अपसाइड दिख रही है। जिनके पास है होल्ड करना चाहिए, जिनके पास नहीं है 4 से 5 दिन वेट कर लीजिए मूविंग एवरेज कैचअप का, ताकि स्टॉप लॉस जो 1122 पे है वो अपवर्ड रिवाइज हो जाए, ताकि रिस्क रिवॉर्ड आपका मैच करे। तो फ्रेश बाइंग के लिए 3 से 5 दिन रुकना है, जिनके पास है वो होल्ड कर सकते हैं।
Let's take the next question. This one is from one of our viewers. मफा लिखते हैं रेमंड रियल्टी में क्या करना चाहिए? प्लीज़ बताइए अंशुल सर। फिलहाल मेरे पास ये शेयर है अपने पोर्टफोलियो में, तो आपको ये कैसा लगता है? 670 पर मैंने लिया है। 3 से 4 हफ्तों के लिए अगर ट्रेड करना हो तो क्या करें?
एक बार स्टॉक का नाम रिपीट कीजिए।
रेमंड रियल्टी।
रेमंड रियल्टी
656 पर चल रहा है, लेकिन ये शॉर्ट टर्म ट्रेडिंग के लिहाज से पूछ रहे हैं आपसे।
देखिए, रेमंड रियलिटी में अगेन पहले एक बार जो ब्रेकआउट आया था उसका टारगेट कंप्लीट हुआ। सेकंड ब्रेकआउट 710 पे आया, उसका स्टॉप लॉस कटा है। तो अभी 50 डे मूविंग एवरेज रीटेस्ट हो चुका है 625 पे, हायर लो बनाने की कोशिश है। तो एक बार पैटर्न कंप्लीट करता है 680 के ऊपर, आई वुड बी वेरी इंटरेस्टेड। मैं अभी भी इंटरेस्टेड हूँ क्योंकि इसने 50 डे मूविंग एवरेज के बाद हायर लो बना रहा है। बट एक बार के लिए 680 निकले तो मोमेंटम बिल्ड होना स्टार्ट होगा 734 और 780 तक के लिए। तो आई एम इंटरेस्टेड इन दिस काउंटर, बट ब्रेकआउट की जरूरत है। अगर आपके पास है तो 620 के स्टॉप लॉस से होल्ड करना चाहिए।
ओके, सचिन हैं जो कि लिखते हैं कि सर इंडिगो पर आपका क्या व्यू है? क्या इसमें अब धीरे धीरे इन्वेस्ट करना स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं?
आईटी काउंटर्स की बात करें?
इंडिगो इंटरग्लोब एविएशन,
सॉरी, इंडिगो। देखिए, इंडिगो अभी भी अच्छा लग रहा है। इंडिगो लोअर एंड पे हमने बाइंग सजेस्ट की थी जब इसमें कपनाल पैटर्न का ब्रेकआउट आ रहा था, फ्लैग पैटर्न का ब्रेकआउट आ रहा था 4650 पे। टारगेट फिलहाल 5200 के कंप्लीट हुए हैं और उसी के आसपास ये फ्लक्चुएट कर रहा है 50 डे मूविंग एवरेज कैचअप करके, और दूसरा रिजल्ट का भी पॉजिटिव रिएक्शन आया है। तो नेक्स्ट लेग में जब तक ये 5150 इसके नीचे नहीं जा रहा है, स्टॉक बुलिश रहेगा। 5470, 5674 ये दो टारगेट आपको देखने के लिए मिल सकते हैं, बट मैंडेटरी स्टॉप लॉस 5150 का लगा लेना चाहिए।
ठीक है। सौरभ है लिखते हैं पावर फाइनेंस कॉर्पोरेशन में क्या करें सर? 417 की बाइंग है मेरे पास।
देखिए, अभी जैसे हमने डिस्कस किया पीएफसी आरईसी के लिए, सेम इज पीएफसी, क्योंकि दोनों मर्ज होने वाले हैं। एग्जिट करके इनको वॉचलिस्ट से हटा देना चाहिए।
एग्जिट कर लीजिए, फिलहाल आपके लिए यही एडवाइस यहाँ पर दी जा रही है। प्रणीत है जो कि लिखते हैं हेलो अंशुल सर, प्लीज सजेस्ट ऑन इंडिया ग्लाइकॉल्स 1172 पर मैंने लिया है। आई वांट योर व्यू ऑन दिस स्टॉक फॉर नेक्स्ट 2 to 3 months। हाउ इज दिस स्टॉक लुकिंग अंशुल जी?
देखिए, इंडिया ग्लाइकॉल में अब जाके एटलीस्ट थोड़ा सा लिक्विडिटी आना स्टार्ट हुई है। ठीक ठाक लिक्विडिटी है और पैटर्न भी अच्छा बना हुआ है। थोड़ा सा लूज कपनाल पैटर्न है, बट नॉनदलेस कपनाल पैटर्न है, विच इज क्वाइट इंकरेजिंग। मैं इसको ब्रेकआउट पे प्ले करूंगा 1190 1200, ये ब्रेकआउट रेंज है। इसके ऊपर अगर ब्रेकआउट मिलता है तो फिर मैं स्टॉप लॉस 1120 के स्टॉप लॉस से बाई करना पसंद करूंगा। 1500 से 1600 टारगेट रहेगा। प्रीएम्प्टिव बाई नहीं करना है इस काउंटर में। ब्रेकआउट आता है 1190 1200 के ऊपर तो ही बाई करना है।
ठीक है। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन है हमारे पास जीडी राव का, ये आंध्र प्रदेश से हैं और लिखते हैं कि सर स्विंग ट्रेडिंग के लिए क्या ग्रो के शेयर्स में निवेश कर सकते हैं और क्या इसमें कोई अपटिक आपको नजर आता है?
देखिए, ग्रो के स्टॉक में अगेन 2 बार आईपीओ बेस्ड ब्रेकआउट बन के चल चुका है और थर्ड आईपीओ बेस्ड ब्रेकआउट 207 पे फेल हुआ है। फिलहाल लिक्विडेशन चल रहा है एंड लिक्विडेशन में अगर ये स्टॉक स्लो एंड स्टडी 179 तक आ जाए तो कोई सरप्राइज नहीं होना चाहिए। तो ग्रो लॉन्ग पर्सपेक्टिव से तो बिल्कुल नहीं अच्छा लग रहा है।
ओके, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन है रवि कालरा का, ये दिल्ली से हैं, लिखते हैं कि सर आई एम अ ग्रेट फैन ऑफ योर्स, प्लीज़ एडवाइज मी ऑन IDFC बैंक, इज़ इट गुड टू इन्वेस्ट इन एट द करंट मार्केट प्राइस, व्हाट वुड यू एडवाइस ऑन IDFC फर्स्ट बैंक? देखा जाए तो नतीजों के बाद काफ़ी एक उम्दा रैली भी दिखी थी इस शेयर पर, क्या मोमेंटम जारी रहेगा या नहीं, ये जानना चाहते हैं।
और देखिए मोमेंटम बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा, बट जिस वेलोसिटी की हम एक्सपेक्टेशन रख रहे हैं उस वेलोसिटी में नहीं रहेगा। स्लो एंड स्टडी मूवर है, इन्वेस्टमेंट काइंड ऑफ काउंटर है, 87 के ऊपर सस्टेन करता है तो ऑल टाइम हाई 100 के आसपास है वो, और 120 ये दोनों टारगेट्स मिलेंगे, बट स्लो मूवर रहेगा। तो अगर आपकी ट्रेडर वाली मानसिकता है तो ये स्टॉक आपको बहुत फ्रस्ट्रेट करने वाला है।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन है हमारे पास जतिन दवे का, ये आपसे पूना वाला फिनकॉर्प के ऊपर पूछना चाह रहे हैं, अगले 6 महीने के लिए ये शेयर आपको कैसा लगता है?
देखिए 6 महीना थोड़ा सा कम समय है क्योंकि स्टॉक में अच्छी कंसोलिडेशन चल रही है, जाना इसको 700 रुपीज प्लस है, तो आई वुड से कि या तो 6 महीने में जो प्रॉफिट मिले लेके निकल जाइए, या टाइम ओरिजन थोड़ा सा लंबा कर लीजिए, 1.5-2 साल का, 700 प्लस तक के टारगेट आराम से मिलेंगे। तो 6 महीने के लिए भी ले रहे हैं तो भी ठीक है, बट टारगेट प्रिडिक्ट करना मुश्किल है, लॉन्ग टर्म में 700 रुपए दिख रहा है।
Okay, next we'll take Sumedh Lakhar's question. He says, I'm a regular viewer of this show. First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the entire team of Business Today. Your daily calls show has been incredibly helpful in improving my stock selection and investment decisions. The guidance provided by you and the market experts has given me valuable insights and greatly increased my confidence as an investor. Thank you so much, Sumedh, for writing in such warm words. This truly proves that the aim with which we started off daily calls is reaching the right set of people with the right set of guidance that our top market experts like Anshul ji are providing on the show. And that's exactly what we started off daily calls with. I'm glad that this is helping you out in your investment journey. And let's take your question today. You're asking about Punjab and Sindh Bank. You bought this at 25.75 rupees per share. You hold 2,000 shares. And you are saying that the stock has been trading in a narrow range for some time, so you're unable to understand where is it going or not going. So let's try and understand. Punjab and Sindh Bank 23.75 पर चल रहा है, काफी अरसे से एक बहुत नैरो बैंड में है, पूछना चाहते हैं क्या आउटलुक है सर?
देखिए नैरो बैंड आपके लिए इंटरेस्टिंग तब होना चाहिए जब स्टॉक स्टेज 2 अप ट्रेंड में हो, ये स्टेज 4 डाउन ट्रेंडिंग काउंटर है, तो हर नैरो रेंज के बाद जैसे स्टेज 2 में ब्रेकआउट आके नए हाइज बनते हैं, स्टेज 4 में ब्रेकडाउन आके नए लो बनते हैं। मे बी यहाँ से पुल बैक आपको 27-28 तक एक्सटेंड कर सकता है, बट स्टॉक कंप्लीटली एक डाउन ट्रेंड में है और एक बहुत बड़े बेस ब्रेकआउट का फेलियर भी रहा है, और आई बिलीव इस स्टॉक में कुछ न्यूज भी आई थी जिसके बाद ये फेल हुआ था 51 ऑड लेवल से, तो स्टॉक बिल्कुल भी नहीं अच्छा लग रहा है। डेली वीकली मंथली आप कुछ भी उठाएंगे 26-27 जोन में सेलॉन रैलीज वाला ही कैंडिडेट है, तो कहीं भी 26-27 के आसपास मिलता है, एक बार चाहे तो सवाल पूछ सकते हैं, बट एग्जिट कर लीजिए। बहुत लॉन्ग टर्म में आपकी कोई वेल्थ बन जाएगी ऐसा लगता नहीं है, डाउन ट्रेंडिंग स्टॉक।
ठीक है, आगे बढ़ते हैं नेक्स्ट सवाल की तरफ, और ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है एक और हमारे दर्शक का, अगेन व्हाट्सएप के ज़रिए हमारे साथ ये जुड़े हैं, अहमदाबाद से हैं, राजेश है इनका नाम, और ये पूछना चाहते हैं नैक पैकेजिंग हाल ही में जो IPO आया था इनको अलॉट हुआ था, अब इस शेयर पर क्या करना चाहिए आपसे जानना चाहते हैं। क्या आपने इस शेयर को ट्रैक किया था अंशुल जी IPO के समय, और अभी कुछ आउटलुक है क्या इसमें अभी?
देखिए IPO भी हमने ट्रैक किया था और शॉर्ट टर्म में एक ब्रेकआउट भी बना था IPO बेस टाइप के पैटर्न का 201 पे, बट उसी दिन फेल भी हो गया था मंडे 27 जुलाई को। स्टॉप लॉस उसका भी कटा नहीं है, 188 का स्टॉप लॉस बनता है, अगर 188 टूटता है तो पैटर्न खराब होगा, और अगर 188 नहीं टूटता है तो ये सेकंड अटेम्प्ट 202 का ब्रेकआउट अटेम्प्ट करेगा, तब आपको 220-225 तक मिल सकता है, तो अगर रखे हैं तो 188 का सपोर्ट है, 185 का स्टॉप लॉस लगा सकते हैं, 188 भी स्टॉप लॉस बनता है, थोड़ा सा बफर दे देंगे, 185 ज्यादा अच्छा स्टॉप लॉस होगा, तो 185 के स्टॉप लॉस से होल्ड करना चाहिए।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन है भास्कर का हैदराबाद से, ये आपसे मैज़गॉन डॉक शिप बिल्डर्स के बारे में जानना चाहते हैं। 35 शेयर्स हैं, 2616 पर खरीदे हैं, एवरेज करें या होल्ड करके चलेंगे, आपसे जानना चाहते हैं।
देखिए मैच स्टॉक भी सेम, ये आपका बाइंग क्लाइमेक्स वाला काउंटर है, ये भी उसी REC PFC रेलवे काउंटर्स में फॉल करता है। इसमें भी प्रोबेबली अभी भी मेरे को डाउन साइड दिख रही है 2250 से लेके 2115 के बीच में, तो 2115 आते हुए दिख रहा है। सेल ऑन रैलीज, जब भी रैली मिले नया अप ट्रेंड एज्यूम करने की जगह माल बेचना चाहिए।
ठीक है, क्वेश्चन नेक्स्ट है हमारे पास, एक और हमारे दर्शक का गौरव है, गांधीनगर से हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं, लिखते हैं आई एम अ बिग फैन ऑफ अंशुल जी, सर प्लीज गाइड मी ऑन सेंको गोल्ड, 500 शेयर्स हैं मेरे पास 420 पर, आई वांट टू कीप इट फॉर लॉन्ग टर्म बट वुड यू एडवाइज इट?
आई वुड कम्प्लीटली सजेस्ट अदरवाइज। स्टॉक में बाइंग क्लाइमेक्स हुआ था और ये बाइंग क्लाइमेक्स हमने लाइव बताया भी था 664 के अराउंड, वहां से गिरते हुए 226 आया। फिलहाल के लिए एक शॉर्ट टर्म स्ट्रक्चर का ब्रेकआउट है 407 पे, 500 520 जोन जा सकता है, बट आई एम नॉट इंटरेस्टेड टू बाई फ्रेश। 500 के आसपास आता है तो पुराने जिनके पास भी फंसे हुए हैं आपको एक एग्जिट अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलेगी, निकल जाइएगा। सेम इज विद वीबीएल, ऐसा ही पैटर्न आया था, ब्रेकआउट फेल हुआ और आज वापस से वर्टिकल डाउन मूव स्टार्ट हो गई है। बाइंग क्लाइमेक्स वाले काउंटर में कोई भी इंटरेस्ट नहीं है। इस स्पेस में केवल थंगमलाई ज्वेलर्स और स्काई गोल्ड जेम्स एंड ज्वेलर्स, इनमें स्टेज 2 अप ट्रेंड चल रहा है तो इन्हीं में मेरा इंटरेस्ट है, बट यहाँ पे भी फोर्थ बेस ब्रेकआउट्स कंप्लीट हो चुके हैं, तो अब मैं बहुत बड़ी क्वांटिटी ब्रेकआउट पे बाई करूंगा ऐसा नहीं है, बहुत छोटी छोटी क्वांटिटी में ट्राई करना चाहिए। तो इस सेक्टर में केवल 2 स्टॉक्स अप ट्रेंड में, वो भी अपने ऑलमोस्ट मेच्योर अप ट्रेंड में है, तो इस सेक्टर में अब आगे बहुत पैसा बनेगा ऐसा लगता नहीं।
ठीक है, क्वेरी नेक्स्ट है हमारे पास प्रमोद की, ये कल्याण ज्वेलर्स के बारे में आपसे जानना चाहते हैं, इज इट द राइट टाइम टू बाय फॉर लॉन्ग टर्म से 4 to 5 years, वुड यू एडवाइज इट?
एक बार
कल्याण ज्वेलर्स, जैसे सेंको गोल्ड पे आपने बताया,
कल्याण भी नहीं करूंगा, कल्याण में भी कहीं भी आपको पुल बैक मिल रहा है आपको एग्जिट करना चाहिए। कल्याण ज्वेलर्स में एटलीस्ट अच्छा पुल बैक मिल गया है, 620 पहला रेजिस्टेंस जोन है जहां पे खड़ा हुआ है, 650 660 दूसरी जोन है, तो कहीं भी 650 660 मिलता है आई वुड एग्जिट दिस काउंटर। वहां पे एक बार रिव्यू जरूर कर लेंगे, बट जैसी रिजेक्शन कैंडल मिलेगी आई वुड लाइक टू एग्जिट दिस काउंटर। यहाँ पे भी बाइंग क्लाइमेक्स था।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन है रोहित जैन का, ये आपसे पूछना चाहते हैं एप्पल इंडिया के बारे में, 1050 की इनकी खरीद है, क्या आउटलुक रहेगा एप्पल में?
देखिए एप्पल में भी वही दिक्कत है जो बाकी आपकी आईटी काउंटर्स में है, एक बाउंस बैक जरूर आईटी काउंटर्स में बन रहा है, 1700 1740 जोन तक बाउंस बैक कर सकता है। 1740 के पास सवाल पूछ लीजिएगा, अगर रिजेक्शन बन रहा होगा तो एग्जिट करेंगे।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन हमारे पास है एक और दर्शक का, ये है अहाना, और लिखते हैं हाय साक्षी, आई नीड टू नो वेदर आई कैन टेक अ फ्रेश एंट्री इन अशोक लेलैंड एट द करंट मार्केट प्राइस, वुड यू एडवाइज दैट?
नहीं, अशोक लीलैंड से ज्यादा अच्छा टीवीएस मोटर या हीरो मोटो कॉर्प लग रहा है। अशोक लीलैंड में जितना अपमूव था, ये आपको याद भी होगा 198 पे जब जाके हमारा ट्रेलिंग स्टॉप लॉस हिट हुआ था, उसके बाद से हमने अशोक लीलैंड एग्जिट किया था। एंट्री अपनी 124 के आसपास थी, ट्रेलिंग स्टॉप लॉस 198 पे कटा था, तब से हम एग्जिट करके बैठे हैं और फ्रेश बेस बनने का वेट कर रहे हैं। इस समय हीरो मोटो में बेस कंप्लीट हो रहा है, टीवीएस मोटर में बेस कंप्लीट हो रहा है, तो वहां पे आपका फोकस होना चाहिए।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन लेते हैं, और ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है एक और दर्शक का, सीमा है, सांगवी मूवर्स के बारे में पूछना चाह रही हैं आपसे, 421 की इनकी ऑलरेडी खरीद है सांगवी मूवर्स में, ये शेयर कैसा लगता है, शॉर्ट टाइम हो या मीडियम टर्म हो, दोनों के लिए आपसे एक व्यू लेना चाहती हैं?
देखिए लॉन्ग टर्म के लिहाज से तो सांगवी मूवर्स अच्छा लगता है, रिवर्सल कंप्लीट हो चुका है इसका, एक फाइनल ब्रेकआउट 470 के ऊपर आता है तो फिर स्टॉक में आपको 600 तक की अपमूव मिलेगी। हमारी वॉच लिस्ट में बना हुआ है सांगवी मूवर्स, एफआईआई होल्डिंग भी इसमें अच्छी है, 470 के ऊपर ब्रेकआउट देता है तो फिर मोमेंटम ट्रेडिंग के लिए हम बाई करेंगे, अगर रखा हुआ है आपके पास तो आराम से होल्ड कीजिए।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन है, और ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है एक और दर्शक का, स्वाति हैं, लिखती हैं दिस इज़ अ वेरी यूजफुल शो, थैंक यू सो मच डियर स्वाति फॉर राइटिंग इन। सवाल इनका आईटीसी होटल पर है, लिखती हैं 180 पर मैंने ख़रीदा है सर, लेकिन जैसे ही इस लेवल तक पहुंचता है उसके बाद तुरंत गिर जाता है, मुझे क्या करना चाहिए?
देखिए होटल स्टॉक वैसे भी नहीं चल रहा है और उसमें आईटीसी होटल भी नहीं चल रहा है। 180 185 ये जोन ऑफ रेजिस्टेंस है, क्योंकि यहीं पे 50% रिट्रेसमेंट है, पूरी 143 डेज में जो 45% फॉल आई थी उसका 50% रिट्रेसमेंट है, तो जब तक ये काउंटर 190 के नीचे है इट इज अ सेल ऑन रैलीज, और प्रोबेबली आपको 147 तक के लेवल मिल सकते हैं, तो कहीं भी 176 180 की जोन मिलती है एग्जिट कर लीजिए। 190 के ऊपर इनिशियल स्ट्रक्चर चेंज होगा, वहां पर रिव्यू करेंगे, फिलहाल के लिए सेल ऑन रैलीज।
ओके, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी ले लेते हैं, सवाल हमारे पास आया है एक और दर्शक का, अभिषेक है, पीपीएल फार्मा शॉर्ट टर्म के लिए। सर पीपीएल फार्मा में क्या करें?
पीपीएल फार्मा इज नेवर अ शॉर्ट टर्म प्ले। अगर आपको इस सेक्टर में शॉर्ट टर्म प्ले करना है तो मोरपेन लैब ज्यादा अच्छे मूव्स देता है। पीपीएल फार्मा में कपनाइल पैटर्न ब्रेकआउट 185 पे आया है, 208 से लेके 220 इनिशियल जोन है और 220 निकलने के बाद ऑल टाइम हाई की तरफ चल देगा। तो इट इज एन इन्वेस्टमेंट काउंटर जहां आप ट्रेडिंग कर रहे हैं, तो यू आर नॉट अलाइंड विद द नेचर ऑफ द स्टॉक। ये इन्वेस्टमेंट काउंटर है। ट्रेडिंग के लिए मोरपेन लैब देखिए, वहां पे जब ब्रेकआउट बने तब प्ले कीजिए।
ओके, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन है सचिन का, लिखते हैं, दिस इज अ वेरी गुड शो, आई वॉच इट डेली, थैंक यू सो मच सचिन फॉर राइटिंग इन। एंड ही सेज आई नीड टू नो अबाउट लॉरस लैब्स। ऐसे अभी आपने मोरपेन लैब्स का बताया, लॉरस लैब्स कैसा लगता है? इसके भी नतीजों के बाद हमने मोमेंटम अच्छा देखा था।
और देखिए लॉरस लैब फ्रेश ऑल टाइम हाई के आसपास खड़ा हुआ और वर्टिकल अपमूव हो चुकी है स्टॉक में। लास्ट जो बड़े बेस का ब्रेकआउट 641 पे आया था, उसके बाद एक सेकेंड बेस बना 1150 पे और फाइनल वर्टिकल जिसको हम कहते हैं बाइंग क्लाइमेक्स वाला वर्टिकल मूव आता है, वो अभी स्टार्ट हुआ है 1582 पे। तो अभी टॉप प्रिडिक्ट करने की जगह ट्रेलिंग स्टॉप लॉस लीजिए, क्योंकि जो बाइंग क्लाइमेक्स वाली वर्टिकल मूव है इन अ शॉर्ट पीरियड ऑफ टाइम 30-40% रिटर्न दे सकती है। तो यहां से आप एक स्टॉप लॉस लीजिए 1680 का। 1680 के स्टॉप लॉस 100 रुपए की रिस्क है। 1680 के स्टॉप लॉस से होल्ड कीजिए। अगर ये वर्टिकल अप मूव कंटिन्यू रहती है प्रोबेबली 2050 2100 तक के टारगेट मिल सकते हैं, बट 1650 मैंडेटरी स्टॉप लॉस।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी ले लेते हैं और ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है एक और दर्शक का, नितिन है, ये बेंगलुरु से, लिखते हैं, सर कर्नाटका बैंक खरीदा है मैंने, नहीं कर्नाटका बैंक करंट मार्केट प्राइस पर है, एनी व्यू इन द शॉर्ट टर्म एंड द लॉन्ग टर्म ऑन कर्नाटका बैंक?
देखिए केटीके बैंक मेरे को बहुत अच्छा तो नहीं लगता है काउंटर। हालांकि स्लो एंड स्टडी अप मूव है, ऑल टाइम हाई ऑलमोस्ट टेस्ट करने वाला है, फ्रेश ऑल टाइम हाई भी बन रहा है, बट नेचर ऑफ द स्टॉक इज मोर चॉपी। तो यहाँ पे फ्रस्ट्रेशन ज्यादा रहेगा, पैसा कम बनेगा। बट अगर ले ही चुके हैं और होल्ड कर रहे हैं, 254 का मैंडेटरी क्लोजिंग स्टॉप लॉस ले लीजिए। 320-25 तक का टारगेट मिल सकता है, बट फ्रस्ट्रेटिंग काउंटर है, तो वो चीज ध्यान रखिएगा कि आपकी पेशेंस को बहुत ज्यादा टेस्ट करेगा।
ओके, ठीक है। एक सवाल आया है अंशु सोडी का, ये लिखते हैं, गुड आफ्टरनून अंशुल सर, आई हैव अ क्वेश्चन, इफ फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर्स एंड इंस्टीट्यूशनल इन्वेस्टर्स होल्ड मोर देन रिटेल इन्वेस्टर्स इन अ पर्टिकुलर स्टॉक, व्हाट शुड वी अंडरस्टैंड एंड हाउ शुड वी रिव्यू अ स्टॉक?
देखिए मेरा एक बहुत सिंपल सा रूल है, अगर एफआईआई होल्डिंग या म्यूचुअल फंड होल्डिंग, मैं पूरे इंस्टीट्यूशन ग्रुप को नहीं कवर करता हूँ, क्योंकि जो ये पेंशन वाले इंश्योरेंस वाले हो गए, ये मोर सॉर्ट ऑफ लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टर होते हैं, तो काउंटर स्लो चलता है। एफआईआई और म्यूचुअल फंड थोड़ा सा मोमेंटम प्रोवाइड करते हैं। तो अगर एफआईआई म्यूचुअल फंड की होल्डिंग बढ़ रही है या अच्छी होल्डिंग है, तो उस काउंटर को आपको अपनी ट्रेडिंग वॉच लिस्ट में रखना चाहिए। और रिटेल होल्डिंग जब जब बढ़ती है, आप मान के चलिए, क्योंकि मैं एक एग्जांपल आपको दे देता हूँ, ये रेलवे पूरी जो रैली थी, आप देखिए कि हाईएस्ट रिटेल होल्डिंग टॉप पे थी और वहीं से इंस्टीट्यूशन की होल्डिंग घटी है, रिटेल की और बढ़ती गई है। एनी काउंटर रिटेल होल्डिंग अगर रेगुलर क्वार्टर ऑन क्वार्टर 7-8 क्वार्टर बढ़ रही है, इट इज वेरी नेगेटिव, क्योंकि इंस्टीट्यूशन निकलता जा रहा है, अप ट्रेंड शैलो होती जा रही है और रिटेल इन्वेस्टर्स माल खरीदते जा रहे हैं। तो एक सिंपल फॉर्मूला कि रिटेल इन्वेस्टर ज्यादा हैं, ये अपने आप में मिसलीडिंग स्टेटमेंट है। आपको क्वार्टर ऑन क्वार्टर एटलीस्ट 7-8 क्वार्टर ट्रेंड देखना होगा कि रिटेल बढ़ रहा है तो स्टॉक कभी भी पीक आउट कर सकता है, अपने स्टॉप लॉसेस टाइट कर लीजिए। और अगर इंस्टीट्यूशन होल्डिंग बढ़ रही है तो स्टॉक को अपनी वॉच लिस्ट में लेते आइए, उनमें हर ब्रेकआउट आप प्ले करते जाइए।
Okay, let's take the next question. This one is from Umang. He says, hi Anshul sir, happy Guru Purnima to you. Please advise me on Sandhar Technologies. I have this stock at 715 in my portfolio.
देखिए शानदार टेक्नोलॉजी हमको अच्छा लग रहा था, एक समय हमने रिकमेंड भी किया था, लगभग आई बिलीव 524 के आसपास पहला टारगेट था 685, जो कि ब्रेकआउट पॉइंट भी था। तो पहला टारगेट अचीव किया और ब्रेकआउट पॉइंट के पास 8 दिन कंसोलिडेट करके फेल किया है ब्रेकआउट। जब तक 550 प्रोटेक्टेड है, सेकेंड अटेम्प्ट हम मान रहे हैं कि 690 के ऊपर बनेगा और ऊपर चल सकता है। तो फिलहाल के लिए होल्ड कीजिए, फ्रेश बाइंग 680 690 की जोन के ऊपर बनेगा।
ओके चलिए अंत में अब ये बताइए अंशुल जी कि आप कहाँ पर अभी एडवाइस कर रहे हैं। कुछ स्टॉक्स तो आपने बताए जैसे कि हीरो मोटो LNT जहाँ पर अभी आप निवेश करने की सलाह दे रहे हैं, लेकिन अगर प्योर टेक्निकल्स पर बात करें तो कौन से स्टॉक्स फ्रेश आपके रडार पर आए?
देखिए एक स्टॉक आप देख सकते हैं, ये मैप माई इंडिया करके है। इस स्टॉक में फ्रॉम अ क्लियर ट्रेडिंग प्रोस्पेक्टिव इसमें कोई भी इन्वेस्टमेंट या उस टाइप की लॉन्ग टर्म या बाई ऑन डिप्स ये सब कुछ भी नहीं करना है। एक कंपनी पैटर्न का ब्रेकआउट आया था इस स्टॉक में 13 जुलाई को, फेल हुआ। 10-20 डे मूविंग एवरेज में हायर लो बना के सेकंड अटेम्प्ट किया है इसने ब्रेकआउट का 1124 के ऊपर। तो इस स्टॉक को आप थोड़ा सा बाई करके चल सकते हैं। स्टॉप लॉस जरूर मेंटेन कीजिएगा 1090 का, ऊपर में 1228 और वो निकलता है तो 1400 तक के टारगेट मिल सकते हैं। इट इज क्लियरली अ ट्रेडिंग बेट। इसमें कुछ भी एक्स्ट्रापोलेट नहीं करना है कि लॉन्ग टर्म, शॉर्ट टर्म, फंडामेंटल और ये सारी चीजें। एक स्टॉप लॉस, एक टारगेट, दोनों में से जो पहले हो जाए वहां पे निकल जाना है।
क्या बात है। तो केवल टेक्निकल्स के आधार पर CE इन्फोसिस्टम्स या मैप माई इंडिया में आप निवेश कर सकते हैं। ऑलरेडी पिछले एक महीने में ये 41% तक की रैली दे चुका है और तेज़ी अभी इसमें बाकी है। और आपको 2 लेवल्स भी बताए गए हैं और एक स्टॉप लॉस भी बताया गया है जो आपको मेंटेन करके चलना है। चलिए इसी के साथ अंशुल जी बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़े रहने के लिए आज के इस प्रोग्राम में, और सभी दर्शकों को जो आपने आज एडवाइस दी है उम्मीद करते हैं वो फॉलो करेंगे और अपने इन्वेस्टमेंट जर्नी के लिए और सवाल पूछना चाहेंगे तो अंशुल जी को हम लगातार लाते रहेंगे डेली कॉल्स पर और आपको एडवाइस दिलवाते रहेंगे। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अंशुल जी जुड़े रहने के लिए।
धन्यवाद।
Alright viewers, we'll wrap it up on that note on daily calls. In case you still have more questions left, then you can keep sending us the questions on the WhatsApp number that's flashing on your screens. We'll be back to track daily calls edition tomorrow at 12 noon.
And a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the booming world of portfolio management services, a section that has grown immensely well over the last 7 years with fabulous performances coming into the market from companies such as Incred Asset Management. Let's just take a broader view. There are about 495 SEBI registered PMS managers who manage somewhere like 8.37 lakh crore rupees, and amongst the upper super top quartile is Incred Asset Management with its pharma focused portfolio which has given phenomenal returns. If you look at how the stock has how the portfolio has performed, it has handsomely beaten all exchanges, all indices, as well as the healthcare index by a very wide margin. In the last 3 years, the portfolio has appreciated 27% each year versus the 12% rise in the BSE 500 index, as also the 25% rise in the BSE healthcare index. To discuss the way forward into where markets are and how CIO Aditya Khemka watches the sector, we are joined by Mr. Khemka himself to discuss the broader markets as also his portfolio. Namaste Aditya ji, and always a very warm welcome. Phenomenal tailwind for pharma stocks and an incredible performance by Incred Asset Management. How are you viewing sentiment these days?
Thanks LG for having me, and thanks for the compliments. Sentiments from an investor standpoint, I think, is that of slight cautious optimism, I would say. I know it's a cliche to say cautious optimism, but investors are liking the valuations that the markets have come down to, but they're still scared of the global macro where things refuse to settle down. And also, when I say global macro, I imply geopolitics as well as where the interest rates and currencies are headed. I think these are the two uncertainties that globally investors are talking about. And whereas valuations, I think, in the local market seems pretty decent at this point to deploy capital. So there is optimism, but then investors are also scared about when and how much to deploy at this juncture. I think that's the key worry.
So, Aditya ji, you've been fortunate on two accounts. Of course, it does not take even a whit away from your phenomenal stock picking. Weakness in the rupee was very good for export-oriented pharma stocks, as also the fact that the broader market crashed and investors sought the safety of pharma companies where revenue and profit was more or less predictable. Plus, we have this very strong tailwind of hospitals as well as laboratory stocks doing very well. Now, given the popular trade that is in the market in the pharma space, how are you viewing your own mid-cap focused PMS portfolio in pharma companies?
So, Shelji, two things here. I think, the type of companies that we invest in healthcare, right? Our healthcare strategy. There, these companies are mostly importers. They actually don't benefit from a weaker rupee. They actually get hurt by a weaker rupee. So the outperformance of the sector that you have seen in the past 3 to 6 months is actually not much to do with a weaker rupee. It is actually got more to do with the non-discretionary nature of the consumption or non-discretionary nature of the business that these companies are in. So, if a Thyrocare, if you take for an example, they import their reagents, they import their blood analyzers, and all of these is imported in dollars. And the depreciating rupee does impact their capital cost, but it does not give them any benefit on their operating revenue or margins. And hence, Thyrocare does not really benefit from a weaker rupee. It actually is a higher cost. Given, however, why the sector has done phenomenally better is because the global macro is not so certain, the local macro is not so certain. So investors may be slightly, wary of deploying capital in lending businesses or autos or IT or, other sectors, which may be cyclical in their nature. And hence, maybe this sector is getting more flows from investors, given that the earnings in this sector are largely non-volatile. They're fairly secularly growing, businesses. And because of which I think sectors are getting sort of some confidence in this sector for the near term.
So at the moment, Mr. Khemka, you have about 2,000 crore rupees in this wonderful scheme that has outperformed the broader markets as also the pharma index. There are new plans as well to launch a broader vehicle for investments. How is that progressing?
So, Shelji, again, just a small correction. We at InCred Asset Management, our total AUM is 2,000 crores. Our healthcare PMS at this juncture has just crossed 1,000 crores. So, the healthcare, the size of the healthcare PMS is at 1,000, and our other products, which are small and mid cap and multi cap, put together is another 1,000. So, the total AUM is 2,000. Now, at this juncture, what we have done is we have launched an open-ended AIF for our healthcare strategy. This is on behest of investors who don't like to invest in PMSs because of the complications that come with a PMS investment. There is a demat needs to be opened in their account. There is a taxation that they need to go through every quarter. The AIF on that front is a fairly simpler vehicle to invest in, because the returns that you get on the AIF is post-tax, and the taxation is done at a trust level rather than at an individual investor level. So we have therefore launched this AIF, and this AIF is again open-ended, and the investors can apply and subscribe whenever they want, and they can redeem whenever they want, as and when convenient to them. There is an exit load for the first year, but after the first year there is no exit load as well for the investors.
At this InCred portfolio which is in front of us, we have the top 10 holdings right there on the screen, led by Healthcare Global. This is a very, very well-known hospital chain doing immensely well, and the stock has is now trading at 673. This is about 15% of the portfolio, Mr. Khemka, and unlike the multi-baggers that have graced your portfolio and performed phenomenally well, HCG has been a tepid sort of a stock. How are you viewing this as your largest holding?
So, Shelji, again, some context needed here. So, HCG, we bought, I think, first time in 2021. And at that time, the stock price, if I'm not mistaken, was around 150, 140 rupees. So from there, obviously, the stock has been a multi-bagger for us over the past 5 years. I think where you are right is the last 6 months, the stock has not done much. And probably the reason for that was because the stock ran up a bit too fast, a bit too soon in the previous year. So there is a bit of catch up that the earnings need to do with the stock price. And that is where I feel, LCG for the past 6 months has not been a great, return generator for us, but that's okay. As you know, markets are like a pendulum. They go from extreme optimism to extreme pessimism in no time. And SCG last year was in the extreme optimism bucket, and this year seems to be in the extreme pessimism bucket. But markets do that to individual stocks and individual themes. And what we are more focused on is the earning growth. So last year also SCG reported close to 20% EBITDA growth, and this year also we are expecting the company to report a 20% EBITDA growth. Then how the market rewards or views that, we'll leave it to the market. We're pretty confident of the investment thesis in HCG. It is a company that in the near term, in our view, will consistently compound at 20% EBITDA, and that should eventually reflect in stock prices at some point.
Fair point. The other wonderful stock, which sadly has been a relative underperformer in the segment, is FDC. This is your third largest holding and is somewhere like 6.5% of your portfolio. Many buybacks and a fairly strong portfolio of drugs hasn't somehow helped the company. What keeps you bullish on FDC?
So, Shalbhai, FDC actually, had a phenomenal last year where their domestic business, which is about 85% of their top line, grew in high teens last year. And that created a very high base for the company last year. And hence, this year when the company is reporting earning growth in the domestic business, it is not looking very great because the last year base is phenomenally high, right? But let's all keep in mind that FDC is a company that has been able to create brands like Electrol, Enerzal, Ziffy, which are household brands today in India. So this is a company which knows how to create brands and has a legacy of creating huge household brands in the domestic pharma market. And we kind of view this company as the most structural story. Another angle where FDC has probably faltered in the last year was basically on the export side. So FDC had some issues with their facility from where they manufacture products for exports. And I think that facility needed some renovation, some things to be fixed, where they missed out on some sales last year. And these sales seem to be coming back beginning from the fourth quarter of FY26. They reported a very decent revival in their export business. And we expect FY27 to be a similar year like 4Q FY26, where the export sales will come back. And that will basically help the profitability of the consolidated entity for FY27. So we expect FDC to be a core part of our portfolio. And we expect this business to be really good for FY27 for FDC because the FY26 results were adversely impacted by export business, which was disrupted due to some renovations they wanted to do at the facility level.
While a fund manager is hopeful for all the stocks that he or she picks up in the portfolio, but at this point of time, Mr. Khemka, given the last 6 odd months, which amongst your stocks in the top 10 are you most, how should I say, bullish about, and the one which has a bit of a concern in your mind?
Sure. So, Shalbhai, the way we do this is our highest conviction lies, it reflects in the weight that we have taken in the stock. So, if today, for instance, HCG is 15% of the PM's portfolio, that reflects my highest conviction. And that conviction may be over 12 months, 24 months, 36 months. We generally don't look at stocks from a 6 to 12 month perspective. We look at these businesses one from a 12 to 24 month perspective. So, if you take that perspective, I think we are most bullish on HCG as we stand today. We are second most bullish on Thyrocare because that's our second largest position, and then we are third most bullish on FDC because that's our third largest position. So whatever we are most bullish on will reflect on our sizing in the portfolio because that is how the investor makes the alpha. When we are bullish on something, you size it well and the stock performs well, you get a very decent alpha versus the index.
Yes.
Okay. The companies which
coming back to the new launch, the AIS. Please continue.
Yeah. No, so you asked the question on, there are any companies where we had some worries in the portfolio. And there were a couple of such companies, but if you look at our last 12 months, companies where we tend to get worried or where companies are not delivering in line with our expectations due to reasons which we don't feel are transitionary or rather more structural, those companies we actually tend to exit from the portfolio. So we have done that in the last 12 months. A couple of companies which we earlier used to own, for example, Syngene, where we were bullish because of the entire CRO CDMO opportunity, but the business was just not delivering in line with our expectations. We exited the position in the company, and we have deployed that capital somewhere else where we believe the story is more structural and more sound at this point.
Correct. Mr. Khemka, coming back to your new launch, the AIF on healthcare, will it be a mirror image of this portfolio, which is already doing phenomenally well?
It will be a mirror image, Shalbhai, but with a few minor tweaks. In the PMS, I can do a 15% weight in one portfolio. SEBI legally allows us to do that. In a AIF, SEBI has a limit, a category 3 AIF, SEBI has a regulatory limit of 10% sizing in a given stock. So, by default, if I want to buy, let's say, SCG 15% in the AIF, I can't do that. I will have to take a 9.5% weight. And therefore, that extra 5-6% will have to accommodate in some other stocks. So while our PMS portfolio tends to be between 15 and 18 stocks, my guess is at this point our AIF will be between 15 and 20 stocks because of the limit sizing, on individual names as per the regulations. Otherwise, it will be a mirror portfolio.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Khemka, this is a good thing going, and the best thing is to realize not to mess with a good thing which is appreciating. So let's keep the pharma business aside and let's look at the other two products, which is the multi-cap fund and the other product that you have within the broader umbrella of InCred Asset Management. What are the top picks there, and how have those two portfolios performed?
So, Shalbhai, these two portfolios were earlier managed by a different fund manager who left us in November of 2025. So, since then, the small and mid-cap portfolio has been managed by me, and our multi-cap portfolio is managed by a gentleman called Gurpreet Singh Arora, whom we recently hired as a fund manager. So, both the portfolios have new fund managers for the last 6 months. So, the performance data that I would share with you would be for more last 6 months because that's the relevant window to talk about. So the small and mid cap portfolio, which is managed by me, in the last 6 months, I think we have an alpha of about 8-9% versus the BSE 500 index, and the multi cap portfolio, which is being managed by Gurpreet, in the last 6 months has an alpha of about 4.5% against the BSE 500 as an index. Now both these portfolios have done better than the index in the last 6 months. Okay. And in both these portfolios, I think our overweights are healthcare, our overweights are lending businesses, our overweights are some consumption stories. We are again focused more on small ticket consumptions and some ITES companies. So we are not investing in IT services companies, but we are investing in IT enabled services companies and IT product companies like Coforge, like let's say Pine Labs. These kind of companies form a significant part of our portfolio.
She said I call them idiots. So I. Why you are worried? Yeah, he's not telling about you. Why you are worried? He's telling about it. No, sir, मैंने बोला नहीं sir कुछ. So she said to me, there are two categories. There are two categories in this world, the student. She said a farmer can be a student, a lawyer can be a student, a doctor can be a student, unemployed youth can be a student. It's the thirst to learn, thirst to understand, like a sponge. You want to take everything in, you want to understand. It's beautiful. It's even respecting the rest of the universe. What about these idiots? She says to me, these idiots, they don't listen to anything anyone says. What's it? It's because of what is going on, sir.
आप
So she said to me,
मान्य
she said to me,
मान्य सदस्य, आप प्रतिपक्ष के नेता हैं.
She said to me,
एक मिनट, मान्य सदस्य, प्लीज, एक मिनट, मान्य सदस्य.
मैं आपके बारे में नहीं बोल रहा हूँ.
प्रतिपक्ष के नेता हैं.
I'm not talking about you.
माननीय प्रतिपक्ष के नेता, मैं आपसे आग्रह करता हूं.
सर मैंने इनका नाम ही नहीं लिया. सर
आप सुनिए मेरी बात. एक मिनट, एक सेकंड, एक मिनट. माननीय प्रतिपक्ष के नेता, मेरा आपसे आग्रह है कि हम विधेयक पर चर्चा कर रहे हैं.
मैं कर रहा हूं सर. मैं स्टूडेंट डिफाइन कर रहा हूं सर.
ठीक रहेगा
सर. I am defining a student, sir. I will let me carry on. Sir, so I said, sir, ये जो स्टूडेंट होता है, इसका लक्ष्य क्या होता है? तो उसने मुझे बोला, स्टूडेंट का लक्ष्य होता है कि वो सच्चाई के पीछे दौड़ता रहता है. उसके लिए सच्चाई मीठी होती है. Truth is sweet. Like Gandhi ji said, the windows of his house are open to all winds. Then I said, what about the idiot? And she said, what is going on? Okay, sir. So she said, so I said, what about? I said, so sir, I said, okay, what about this other type of person who is not a student? So she said, the hallmark, she said, the student, she says the student wears the truth on his or her chest proudly. It's written here. And I said, what about the other type? She says the other type requires an image. It requires an image, and as that image is not true, because the idiot is trying to pretend that he is God. I'm not talking about that. As it is not true, and the idiot is trying to pretend he's God, he has to create this massive image. Then I asked a question, sir. मैं सोचा कि यार ये, sorry sir, मैं सोचा कि ये स्टूडेंट है और फिर ये इडियट भी है. तो मैंने उससे पूछा, एक बात बताओ, ये तीसरी कैटेगरी कहाँ जाती है? ये तीसरी कैटेगरी कहाँ जाती है? उसने कहा, कौन सी तीसरी कैटेगरी? मैंने कहा, अंधभक्त. इसको कहाँ डाला जाए? She says to me, अंधभक्त is a person who is absolutely convinced that another idiot is God. So these are the three categories: student, idiot, and andhbhakt who follows the idiot. Now, so Speaker sir,
माननीय विपक्ष के नेता है आप. सदन की गरिमा रखते हुए विधेयक पर ही चर्चा करें तो उचित रहेगा.
आगे जा रहा हूं सर. So Speaker sir, I found this to be a very nice framework, and this framework came to me from an 18-year-old girl, lovely student, probably one of the protesters in the छात्रों की गूंज programs. Sir, superficially, sir superficially लगता है कि हमारे जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं वो एग्जाम्स के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, वो एजुकेशन सिस्टम के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, वो शिक्षा की कॉस्ट के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, और ये सच है. एजुकेशन सिस्टम इज वेरी एक्सपेंसिव. More money is spent on one exam, on one exam, than is spent by the government on our education budget. Sir, 8-10 घंटे स्टूडेंट्स पढ़ते हैं, सालों के लिए पढ़ते हैं. Sir, please.
Sir,
they're not right.
We will not allow anybody to touch this. This is the point. Kiran Rijiju, then we will not allow it. What is this?
राहुल गांधी जी अनपार्लियामेंट्री वोट यूज नहीं करते तो यहाँ से भी टोकने का कोई आवश्यकता ही नहीं है. अभी जो शब्द मैं ये मानता हूँ कि राहुल गांधी बहुत तरीके से ऐसा शब्द यूज कर रहे हैं, वो एक स्टूडेंट के नाम से ऐसा शब्द का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं. वो इस्तेमाल तो वही कर रहे हैं ना, राहुल गांधी जी ही कर रहे हैं. वो नाम ले रहा है स्टूडेंट का, स्टूडेंट का नाम नहीं बोल रहे हैं, लेकिन स्टूडेंट का नाम से इन्होंने जो शब्द यूज किया है वो अनपार्लियामेंट्री वर्ड है, और जो अनपार्लियामेंट्री वर्ड है उसका इस्तेमाल नहीं कर सकते हैं, और उसको हटा देना चाहिए. और बार बार एक ही शब्द को एक छात्र का नाम से बार बार इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं. सर, वो नहीं होना चाहिए, वो गलत इस्तेमाल किया.
आपके लिए नहीं इस्तेमाल किया. I didn't use it for you.
शब्द रूल बुक है ना सर, ये रूल बुक में अनपार्लियामेंट्री एक्सप्रेशंस का किताब, और आपने जो शब्द इस्तेमाल किया वो अनपार्लियामेंट्री वर्ड है. मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ, रूल बुक एक्सप्रेशन इसके बारे में तो जानकारी रखना चाहिए. इसलिए आपने बार बार, एक बार नहीं बार बार वो शब्द का इस्तेमाल किया है, इसलिए हमारे लोग आपत्ति जताते हैं. गलती तो राहुल गांधी जी का है, क्यों अनपार्लियामेंट्री वोट का इस्तेमाल किया है.
माननीय सदस्य,
स्पीकर सर,
आप संसद
सर, मैं आई एम नॉट कॉलिंग एनीबॉडी दैट.
आप कोई ऐसा शब्द नहीं बोलेंगे.
आई एम नॉट कॉलिंग एनीबॉडी दैट सर. Doesn't matter, it's gone now. Speaker sir. Sir, Speaker sir, अगर इनको शब्द नहीं अच्छा लगता, मैं दूसरा शब्द दे देता हूँ. मैं दूसरा दे देता हूँ सर.
वो व्यवस्था तो मैंने दे दी है, जो असंसदीय है उसको निकाल देंगे.
स्टूडेंट को हम,
आपको व्यवस्था देने की आवश्यकता नहीं है.
सर, इडियट शब्द नहीं यूज करूंगा सर. आई विल नॉट यूज. नाउ लेट मी सब बोलने तो दीजिए. सर, अगर चाहते हैं तो मैं दूसरा शब्द, उसका प्रॉक्सी शब्द.
नो, आप फिर मैं आपसे निवेदन कर रहा हूँ, विधेयक पर आप बोले.
सर,
आपसे ये मेरी अपेक्षा है.
सर, बट आप हाउस को ऑर्डर में रखिए सर.
आप विधेयक पे बोले, मैं हाउस को ऑर्डर पर रखूंगा क्या?
So, Speaker sir, so I defined this young lady, gave me a beautiful framework, 3 categories of people. I found this to be
स्पीकर सर, ऑर्डर लाइए सर। डिस्टर्ब क्यों करते हैं?
You are not allowing let you speak. No.
बस राहुल जी को सम्मान देते हैं, हम इज्जत से हम फिर से कहना चाहते हैं, आपने अनपार्लियामेंट्री वर्ड का इस्तेमाल किया, इसलिए हमारे यहाँ लोग उत्तेजित हुए हैं, अपने आप में तो नहीं हुए। और आपको मालूम है ये अनपार्लियामेंट्री एक्सप्रेशंस तो हमने तो नहीं बनाया, ये जो यहाँ जितना शब्द लिखे हैं जो आप पार्लियामेंट में नहीं कह सकते हैं, ये नियम हमने नहीं बनाया। और इसके मुताबिक आपको अगर संसदीय मर्यादा को ध्यान में रखते हुए बात करना है तो हम लोग सब सुन रहे हैं, आपका भाषण सुन रहे हैं, लेकिन आपने बार बार जो शब्द इस्तेमाल किया तो हमने क्लैरिफाई किया। हम आपके भाषण को हम डिस्टर्ब नहीं करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन जो शब्द इस्तेमाल किया उसको आप कृपया इस्तेमाल ना करें, इतना ही है। हम तो सुनना चाहते हैं। मैं अनुरोध करता हूँ राहुल गांधी जी, आप अपना भाषण को कंटिन्यू कीजिए, आप अपना भाषण कंटिन्यू कीजिए, लेकिन वो शब्द इस्तेमाल मत कीजिए, मेरा इतना ही अनुरोध है।
नहीं बोलना चाहते तो आगे बढ़ते हैं।
आप नहीं बोलना चाहते माननीय नेता? हाँ, माननीय संसदीय कार्य मंत्री ने आपसे आग्रह कर दिया है कि आप असंसदीय शब्दों का उपयोग न करें, सदन में बोले, कोई आपत्ति नहीं बोले आप। नहीं, आप नहीं बोलना चाहते, मैं अगले वक्ता को बुलाऊं? हाउस ऑर्डर में आप बोलिए। माननीय सदस्य, कई मौके मैंने भी देखे हैं इसी सदन में, जब आप नेता सदन के नेता को बोल नहीं देते, बेल में आते हैं। अभी आपको चुप तो है सदन में, ऐसा तो नहीं है। आज तो आप कर रहे हैं, ऐसा माहौल मैंने पहले भी देखा है।
देखिए सर, हाउस सर, to keep house in order, sir, is your esteemed responsibility. Sir, the moment I open my mouth, the entire opposition starts to shout. मैं फिर से कहता हूं, राहुल गांधी जी, आप इस तरीके से हमारा अच्छा एक डिबेट जो चल रहा है, आप लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन है और आप ऐसे परिस्थिति खड़ा मत कीजिए। स्पीकर साहब ने भी जिक्र किया, जब प्रधानमंत्री जी को हमारा जो शुरू में राष्ट्रपति का अभिभाषण को बोलने का आप लोगों ने बिल्कुल रोक करके यहाँ तक आए और आप लोगों ने कई बार प्रधानमंत्री जी को बोलने नहीं दिया। ऐसा परिस्थिति भी निर्माण कराया आप लोगों ने। और आज तो आपने आज संसदीय भाषा का इस्तेमाल किया, एक पार्लियामेंट्री जो सिस्टम है उसको लेकर के एक नियम हमने पढ़ के सुनाया। ये किताब का भी जिक्र किया कि अन पार्लियामेंट्री एक्सप्रेशन, ये मैंने जिक्र किया। और बाकी हमारा साथियों ने भी कहा है कि आप भाषण कीजिए, लेकिन जो शब्द इस्तेमाल किया है उसमें आपत्ति, इतना ही तो है। फिर आप उसका इतना आप बहुत ही इमोशनल चेहरा दिखा करके ये तो ठीक नहीं है, हाउस को आप गुमराह नहीं कर सकते हैं।
Sir, it is unparliamentary. Let us just be precise. It is unparliamentary for me to use that word against another member of parliament. I have not used that word against anybody. I have just stated that this category exists. Sir, again they are going. Speaker sir, अगर आप लोग सर अगर आप चाहते हैं कि इस देश में सिर्फ बीजेपी बोले तो मैं चुप होकर यहाँ बैठ जाता हूँ, मैं बैठ जाता हूँ, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं। ठीक है, टाइम बता दो कितना ले लिया।
एक मिनट। माननीय सदस्य, माननीय नेता प्रतिपक्ष, इस विषय पर
मैं बोलता हूँ सर, रिजू जी खड़े हो जाते हैं, मैं बोलता हूँ वो खड़े हो जाते हैं, इंटरप्ट करते हैं। आप उनको, मैंने यील्ड भी नहीं किया, आप उनको जगह दे रहे हैं।
नो, संसदीय कार्य मंत्री आप
ये फिर से आ गए।
रक्षा मंत्री जी बोलना चाहते एक मिनट। देखो, सदन में एक अच्छी व्यवस्थाएं रही है, अच्छी मर्यादाएं रही है और हमें अच्छी मर्यादा बनाने का प्रयास करना चाहिए। जो सदन में मर्यादा तर्क से बोलता है, देश भी सुनता है और सम्मान भी करता है। मेरी ये अपेक्षा रहती है कि सदन के अंदर शब्दों का चयन ऐसा हो जो संसदीय मर्यादाओं के अनुरूप हो और हमारी चर्चा उच्च कोटि की हो, ये मेरी अपेक्षा रहती है। अब मानो रक्षा मंत्री माननीय राजनाथ सिंह जी सदन के उपनेता हैं, कुछ मानो
सर मैंने यील्ड नहीं किया।
यील्ड नहीं, किसी यील्ड नहीं किया। अगर कुछ बोलना
नहीं, मैंने यील्ड नहीं किया, मेरा भाषण चल रहा है सर, मैंने यील्ड नहीं किया है।
बोलिए आप। नहीं, एक मिनट सुनिए, एक मिनट। किसी इल्ड करने से नहीं, यूँ भी हमारी व्यवस्था रहती है कि कभी नहीं मैंने किसी नो अलाउ, आपको भी अलाउ करते हैं, ऐसा नहीं करते, अलाउ नहीं करते, ठीक है, अलाउ नहीं करते ऐसा नहीं। पर रक्षा मंत्री जी कुछ बोलना चाहते हैं, शायद बोला है, सदन में अच्छा माहौल के लिए बोलेंगे।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं बहुत ही विनम्रतापूर्वक अनुरोध करना चाहता हूं कि जिस असंसदीय शब्द का प्रयोग हमारे नेता प्रतिपक्ष ने किया है उसे कार्रवाई से निकाल दिया जाए।
अपना व्यवस्था से निकल जाता है।
ओके, वो निकाल दिया जाए। और मैं आप सभी से ये अपील अपने पक्ष से करना चाहता हूं कि इस समय आप शांत रहिए, उनकी बात सुनिए। आप बोलिए।
So, there are 3 categories of people. I'm not using the word. There is one category of people called student, विद्यार्थी, जो विद्या का अर्थ ढूंढता है. And then there are the 2 other categories which I will not name. But these categories have natures. So the student is never scared of the truth. He loves the truth, goes towards the truth. Student never uses force against somebody else. because he knows that that person's truth is different than my truth. The other category, they do not like the truth. They need an image. They need force. They need violence. Superficially, it looks that our students were upset because of exams. They were upset because of the education system. They were upset because they have to study hours and hours and hours, and then paper leaks. Some rich boy or girl pays 30, 40 lakh rupees, gets the paper, gets the job, and जो middle class का गरीब student है, ईमानदार है, वो bypass हो जाता है. So they are upset because of these things. And our system is terrible. It's terrible, it's cruel. Lakhs and lakhs of rupees are taken from the poorest people. Everything has been privatized. Paper leaks. In one exam, something happens. In another exam, something else happens. Some people are allowed re-exam, some people are not allowed re-exam. Rampant privatization means private companies are checking exams, wrong papers are going. It's a brutal, terrible system. It's an extortion system. I said it in my meetings. And it's a system that has been captured. It's a system that has been captured. The soul of the system has been captured by the RSS. The soul, sir. Rajnath Singh ji said, sir, please. Sir, Rajnath Singh ji said, that we are not the UPA. Our ministers never resign. He's right. What has happened here? The resignation of Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, that's a superficial thing. Because Dharmendra Pradhan never ran the education ministry. Never. The man and the organization that runs the education ministry is called the RSS. And the man who runs it is an OSD sitting in the minister's office. So, what the students are really irritated about is that they are not allowed to be students in India. They are not allowed to follow their passion. They're not allowed to say what they want. They're not allowed to ask the questions that they want. They have to buy this nonsensical history that the RSS fantasizes about. They have to buy this structure. Every single university in India, the students should know this, and I'm saying this for them. Every single university in India today has a vice chancellor from the RSS. Dharmendra Pradhan is a symbol. Your real enemy is the RSS. Keep it in mind. They are the people who are not letting you be students. They are the people who want you to be andhbhakts. And this is a reaction from the soul of India that is saying, under no circumstances are we going to become your andhbhakts. Under no circumstances are you going to define our future. Under no circumstances are we going to listen. And this is a beautiful expression. The amazing thing to me, the amazing, fascinating thing to me is that the parents of these children did not have the courage to face the BJP. The parents of these children did not have the courage to face the RSS. And yet these children, brave, imaginative, powerful, stood there and faced whatever you could throw at them. I've got some experience about facing the RSS, about facing Mr. Narendra Modi, about facing this group. The game is not about facing them. There's nothing in them. There's nothing in the RSS. The game is about facing your own fear. And that is what the students did. The students overcame their fear. The students challenged the idea that you could destroy them. They challenged the idea that you could destroy their career. They asked the question, why are you not allowing us to have jobs? They asked the question, why can we not fall in love with somebody we like? They asked the question, why do you attack different religions? They asked all these questions, and they asked it in public. You couldn't do nothing about it. And I'm very happy today to see that the so-called Home Minister of this country does not have the courage to come and sit here. He does not have the courage to come and sit here. Sir, please.
आज प्रश्न
I saw the Home
माननीय
Minister.
मंत्री जी बैठे हैं जिनका विधेयक है वो बैठे हैं
I saw the Home Minister, sir. Carcade. Sir, I saw the carcade. 30 cars. With the Home Minister sitting inside the car. Like that. Looking. Shaking. What is this, sir? Speaker, sir, why is the Home Minister not here today? The Home Minister is not here today because he's not here today because he is scared. He is the Home Minister, sir. So, बैठ जाओ.
देखिए आज होम मंत्रालय पे चर्चा नहीं हो रही आज जिस विधेयक पर चर्चा माननीय मंत्री जी बैठे हैं
The Home Minister, sir, the Home Minister.
No, आज होम मिनिस्टर पर चर्चा नहीं है जिस विधेयक पर चर्चा है विधेयक पे मंत्री बैठे हैं यही व्यवस्था रहती है सदन के अंदर
Sir, the Home Minister. Sir, the Home Minister authorized the shooting of our students, sir. He put pellets into the blood of our students. He ordered the students of India to be shot.
सर ये आप सोचिए आप कितना गलत बात बोल रहे हैं आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं आप बिना सोच समझ करके जो इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं और किसने फायरिंग का ऑर्डर दिया
What is going on?
कैसे बोल सकते हैं आप कितना गलत बात करते हैं ऐसा मत बोलिए राहुल गांधी जी आप नेता प्रतिपक्ष हैं गंभीरता से बात बोलना चाहिए आप बिना तर्क करके यहाँ ऐसा बात करते हैं ये ठीक नहीं है सर अभी तुरंत आप किस बेसिस पे ये बयान दिया है किस बेसिस पे आपने ये बयान दिया बताइए किसने आपको बताया और किस तर्क के साथ आप ये बयान दिया है ये बहुत गलत बात बोला है राहुल गांधी जी बहुत गलत बात बोला मैं इसका आपत्ति करता हूँ कार्रवाई से निकालना ही चाहिए लेकिन राहुल गांधी जी आप माफी मांगिए ये ठीक बात नहीं है आप ऐसे नहीं बोल सकते गलत बात बोला है कैसे आप गृहमंत्री जी को इतना बड़ा आरोप कैसे लगा सकते हैं ठीक नहीं है बहुत गलत बात बोला है अब गोली चलाना ये कोई छोटा मोटा चीज नहीं है ये तो देखिए कितना गलत बात बोला अध्यक्ष ऐसा तो नहीं बोल सकते हाउ कैन ही से दैट somebody ordered firing you can make statement outside in the house you cannot make that statement it is a serious allegation It is a breach of his own position and privilege. This is not proper. ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है. आप कैसे बोल सकते हैं?
अध्यक्ष महोदय, नहीं अध्यक्ष महोदय, नहीं अध्यक्ष महोदय, अध्यक्ष महोदय, अगर नेता प्रतिपक्ष ने कोई गंभीर आरोप लगाया सरकार पे, तो ये सरकार की जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि किसके ऑर्डर पे पुलिस ने बच्चों पर, छात्रों पर, युवाओं पर इस तरह का व्यवहार किया है। ये सही बात नहीं अध्यक्ष महोदय, ये अगर गृह मंत्री जी का नहीं है।
अखिलेश जी, आप जो बता रहे हो अलग बात है। राहुल जी ने ये नहीं कहा, उन्होंने सीधा नाम लेके कहा, इंक्वायरी का बात नहीं मांगा। राहुल गांधी जी ने इंक्वायरी का बात नहीं किया, उन्होंने सीधा नाम लेकर के फायरिंग ऑर्डर का बात किया। कैसे बात कर सकते हैं आप? ये आप समझते हैं कितना गंभीर आरोप है? आप अगर इंक्वायरी का मांग करता है वो ठीक है, हम मानते हैं। अखिलेश जी, अरे अखिलेश जी, आप जो कह रहे हैं वो अलग है। राहुल गांधी जी ने जो बात कहा बिल्कुल अलग बोला है। एक ही नहीं, ये गलत बात। आपको राहुल जी, आपको देखिए, ये बहुत सीरियस है, आपको माफी मांगना होगा, या तो आप खेद प्रकट कीजिए, अपना शब्द को वापस लीजिए। आपने बहुत गंभीर झूठा आरोप लगाया है, ये बहुत गंभीर है, ऐसा मत कीजिए। आपका शब्द बहुत गलत बात है।
देखिए माननीय प्रतिपक्ष के नेता, मेरा आपसे आग्रह है, एक मिनट, आप विधेयक के बोलो और आप कोई भी तथ्य, कोई भी बात कहें तो आप खुद इंक्वायरी कर खुद निर्णय की स्थिति में नहीं बने। ये आप विषय कह सकते हैं कि इस लाठीचार्ज की इंक्वायरी होना चाहिए, लेकिन आप किसी व्यक्ति विशेष, अखिलेश ने भी कहा, आप इंक्वायरी की बात कर सकते हैं, लेकिन आप कहें कि नाम लेकर किसी का कहें, ये उचित नहीं है। ये उचित नहीं है, सदन की गरिमा के अनुकूल नहीं है।
सर जब आतंकवादी को गोली मारी जाती है,
ये हम बहुत एक गंभीर स्थिति में आए हैं। हम तो शुरू से कहा, और हमारा रक्षा मंत्री ने भी अपील किया, यहाँ शांति सुनना चाहते हैं। लेकिन आप ये बताइए कि आप जो गृह मंत्री जी का नाम को लेकर के, आप गृह मंत्री जी का नाम को लेकर के आपने जो शब्द इस्तेमाल किया, जो आपने वक्तव्य दिया, इस बेसिस पे आपने कहा है, आप प्रूफ दिखाओ। आपको माफी मांगना होगा सर, ये इसको हम हल्के में नहीं ले सकते, नहीं तो कल को कोई भी मेंबर उठ के कुछ भी बोलेगा। आज मैं कहूंगा कि राहुल गांधी जी ने किसी को मर्डर किया है, बोल सकते हैं क्या? नहीं, ये सर, ये ठीक बात नहीं है। आप कैसा आपको ये पता चला और किस बेसिस पे बोल रहे हैं? आप पहले उसका ब्यौरा देना चाहिए, आप माफी मांगना चाहिए। ऐसा नहीं चलेगा, ऐसा नहीं चल सकता है। बहुत गंभीर मामला, इसको हम हल्के में नहीं ले सकते। तो क्या हम ऐसे कह दें कि राहुल गांधी जी ने किसी का मर्डर किया, हम बोल सकते हैं क्या बिना मतलब का? कैसे बोल सकते हैं? ऐसा नहीं होता है सर। यहाँ जिम्मेदारी के साथ बोलना होता है और तर्क देना होता है। आपने स्टेटमेंट दे दिया है, लेकिन आप बताना पड़ेगा कि किस बेसिस पे आपने स्टेटमेंट दिया। और आप माफी मांगेगा तो हम सोचा जाएगा ऐसा सदन नहीं चल सकता है। यह गंभीर मामला है। ये ऐसा बिल्कुल आप राहुल गांधी से माफी मांगे या तो बताए क्यों बोला है, कैसे बोला है। आप कैसे बोल सकते हैं? माफी मांगिए, ऐसा नहीं चल सकता है। अध्यक्ष चल सकता है सदन, ऐसा नहीं चल सकता, ये नहीं होगा। हम इस सदन को इस तरीके के बिना मतलब बिना तर्क का देश के जिम्मेदार एक व्यक्ति के ऊपर में ऐसा आरोप हम कतई लगाने पे हम मंजूर नहीं दे सकते हैं। नहीं होगा, आपको माफी मांगना होगा, नहीं तो ऐसा बहस नहीं हो सकता है। ये ठीक नहीं है सर। वो माफी मांगेगा या तो बताओ क्यों, कैसे उसको पता चला है और किस बेसिस पे बोला है। ऐसा नहीं होगा।
बोलो साहब।
नहीं बोलिए आप, लेकिन
सर द यूज, मैं बोल सकता हूं सर प्लीज?
मेरा मानना ये है कि आपने जो तथ्य किए हैं उन तथ्यों में जब तक कोई पुख्ता सबूत नहीं हो आपके पास, कोई इंक्वायरी कमीशन किसी रिपोर्ट नहीं हो, ऐसे शब्द कार्रवाई में नहीं जाना चाहिए।
बोलने तो दीजिए सर।
अब बोलिए ना,
बोलने दीजिए सर।
कौन कर रहा है बोल, लेकिन बोलने के अंदर आप कोई तथ्य बोले तो सदन में बोल रहे हैं आप, सदन के बाहर और सदन के अंदर।
मैं बोल सकता हूं सर?
हाँ बोल सकते हैं आप। सदन
तो बैठाइए सर इनको।
बोल सकते हैं
स्पीकर सर, Speaker sir, the use of force can only be authorized by the Home Minister. No. It cannot be authorized either by the Home Minister or the Prime Minister.
ऐसा नहीं चल सकता सर। आप सदन के अंदर हमारे कई बार कहने के बाद भी, बार बार आग्रह करने के बाद भी आप शेयर की अवहेलना कर रहे हैं, उचित नहीं है। नो, आप
होम मिनिस्टर का कौन सा ऑर्डर है, वो ऑर्डर का कॉपी आप निकाल के बताइए। आपने कहा होम मिनिस्टर ने ऑर्डर दिया है फायरिंग के लिए, आप वो ऑर्डर का कॉपी निकालिए। आप बताइए किसने आपको बताया, कौन सा ऑर्डर नंबर, किस व्यक्ति को कहा है, कौन सा अधिकारी। आप कॉपी निकाल करके सदन में रखिए। ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है, चर्चा ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है। कुछ भी मन में चाहेगा बोल करके आप भाग जाएंगे हेडलाइन बतौरने के लिए। ऐसा नहीं हो सकता। ये भारत का संसद है, यहाँ जिम्मेदारी के साथ बोलना चाहिए। ऐसा हम बिल्कुल मान्यता नहीं दे सकते। आप नहीं बोलना चाहते तो मत बोलिए, लेकिन गलत बात नहीं बोल सकते। ऐसा नहीं हो सकता, हम परमिशन नहीं दे सकते।
आप कंक्लूड कर दीजिए। नो, माननीय प्रतिपक्ष के नेताजी से मैंने आग्रह किया है कि वह बिना तथ्यों के, बिना सबूतों के, बिना निष्कर्षों के सदन के अंदर कोई बात को नहीं कहे। ऐसा सदन के अंदर नहीं चलता है। सदन के बाहर और सदन के अंदर बोलने में सदन की मर्यादाएं, नियम, प्रक्रिया होती है। ये मेरे आपसे नो नियम होता है। आप किसी बात पर आरोप लगाए तो नोटिस दीजिए। आप बिना नोटिस के, बिना किसी के आरोप नहीं लगा सकते। आपने बिना इंक्वायरी, बिना कोई इंक्वायरी की जजमेंट के कोई भी किसी पर आरोप नहीं लगा सकते। आप किसी पे नहीं लगा सकते, एक सदस्य भी नहीं लगा सकते। आप नहीं बोलना चाहते। मैं नियमों से बात कर रहा हूं, नियमों के पर एक भी बात नहीं कर रहा। मैं नियमों के विपरीत नहीं जा रहा हूं बिल्कुल भी। सदन नियमों प्रक्रियाओं से चलता है। इतने गुस्से में मत होइए आप। सदन नियमों प्रक्रियाओं से चलता है। मैंने नियमों के तहत ही आपको आग्रह किया है कि सदन में कोई भी आरोप लगाते समय पूरे तथ्य, निष्कर्ष या किसी की रिपोर्ट के आधार लगता है, ऐसा नहीं है। नहीं,
He's not giving me mic.
आप
माइक तो दीजिए। माइक तो दीजिए।
माइक दीजिए, लेकिन बोलेंगे आप।
माइक नहीं है।
माइक नहीं है सर।
माइक तो चालू है। आप माननीय सदस्य, लेकिन सदन की गरिमा से बोलेंगे आप।
मैं बोल सकता हूं सर।
आप बोल सकते हैं, लेकिन सदन के नियम प्रक्रियाओं से बोल सकते हैं।
उनको आप बैठाइए सर।
नो, आप बोलना नहीं चाहते, मैं अगले वक्ता को बुलाऊंगा फिर। सदन में मैंने बार बार आपसे आग्रह किया है, आप अगर सदन के अंदर, सदन के, मैंने आपको कभी नहीं रोका, लेकिन एज ए स्पीकर मेरी जिम्मेदारी होती है कि सदन की गरिमा बनी रहे, सदन की प्रतिष्ठा बनी रहे, और सदन में हमेशा जो कुछ भी बोला जाता है वो बरसों तक कार्रवाई में जाता है। इसलिए मेरा आपसे अपेक्षा है, क्योंकि आप प्रतिपक्ष के नेता हो और माननीय सदस्य नहीं, आप प्रतिपक्ष के नेता, इसलिए प्रतिपक्ष के नेता से विशेष रूप से अपेक्षा है कि आप तथ्यों पे बोलें, इस विधेयक पर बोलें। आप विधेयक पर बोलना नहीं चाहते, तथ्य पे बोलना नहीं चाहते, आप सदन नो। नो, ऐसा नहीं चल सकता सदन के अंदर। सदन के अंदर आप सबने नियम प्रक्रिया बनाई है, अच्छी परंपरा है। आप सदन का उपयोग नियम प्रक्रियाओं के तहत करें, ये अपेक्षा मेरी है आपसे। आप बोलना नहीं चाहते? नो। बोलना नहीं चाहते। सदन की कार्रवाई आज 2:30 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Hello and welcome. You're watching our new show Money Today, a personal finance show where we're going to be discussing today mutual funds ka funda. For decades, active mutual funds have been preferred choice for Indian investors. But over the last couple of years, we have actually seen a lot of passive investing through index funds and ETFs also gain significant traction thanks to lower costs and consistent benchmark linked returns that we've been seeing. So in case you are still confused about whether you should be looking at active funds or passive way of investing in the markets, we're going to be decoding everything that you need to know about active and passive funds and how do fund managers decide their strategies in both of them, what are the expense ratios and the differences there, and how should you as an average investor be looking at the entire scenario. We have Pooja Binde, our certified financial planner, as an expert from PP Investments, joining in on the platform to decode the entire scenario for us. Pooja, warm welcome. Good morning to you. We'll start off with the basics. A lot of people keep asking you, I'm sure, that what exactly are active and passive mutual funds? What is the key difference there? And, the differences in the ways that these active and passive funds invest investors' money. So give us a broad sense, a simpler sense that a lot of our viewers can understand if they're just starting off with their mutual fund journey.
For having me on the show, and the mutual fund ka funda, as you said, active versus passive. I think the moment any investor or a viewer decides that okay, I want to start investing in mutual funds, there are many questions. Okay, first of all, which route, regular or direct? Then in active funds or passive mutual funds. So we're just simplifying it here.
Sure.
When we are investing in a mutual fund, we are investing in a bunch of stocks. That stocks are actually listed on a stock exchange, right? So that stock exchange is an index or a benchmark. We use these words to simplify that it's a benchmark or an index. So passive, as the name suggests, that it is passive in terms of the reaction or the strategy or the investment funda, you can say. Basically just replicating the index, whether it is a Nifty 50 or a BSE Sensex or Nifty 100, Nifty next 50. So whatever indexes or indices are there, it is just replicating that index as it is. The same proportion of stocks as in that index is replicated in an index fund. But when we are talking about active, as the name suggests, active, So, and when we know we've chosen a fund, like a mutual fund, which has a fund manager. So the fund manager role is actually, you can say active in active mutual funds, meaning it is their job to generate alpha or to generate more returns, beating the benchmark, meaning beating the index. So these are two clear differences between an active mutual fund and a passive mutual fund.
Fantastic. So active funds are those where you give your money to the fund manager, trust his instincts to select the stocks, on his own research, and maybe beat the benchmark or the index in which you are investing. Say for instance, if you can invest in an index fund like a Nifty index fund, which will only replicate the returns of the Nifty for you in your portfolio. But when you invest in top 200 stocks or top 50 stocks of the Nifty, then you in fact ask the fund manager to go by his instincts, select the stocks that he believes can also beat the Nifty returns. That in simple words is active versus passive. Is there a massive difference, Pooja, between the expense ratio and the kind of expenses investors have to incur in between both of these kind of funds, and should it be a factor to decide which one should one choose?
Yeah, so I would say in terms of expense ratio, because obviously in passive funds it is just the replica. Okay, so the expense ratio might be in the range of 0.05 to 0.5, something like that.
Okay.
But we are talking about active mutual funds, because obviously the fund management cost and the expertise and everything is you can say also a part of the expense. So the expense that you can see in an active mutual fund can range from 1 to 2 to 2.5%, depending on the fund size, the AUM size and everything. But when we are talking about deciding on the basis of expense ratio, I would not say that should be the only reason to decide ki chalo isme the expense is less, so let's go for this. Because you need to understand that if a fund manager is charging an X fee, okay, it is his job to generate alpha. So we need to see whether the fund manager is able to beat the benchmark returns in any active mutual fund while making selection. So again, when it boils down to the question, okay, then which should I invest? Then I would not say there is one direct answer that, okay, go for an active or go for a passive. I would say you should have a combination of both. When you are a first time investor, obviously there is some, even if when we do a risk analysis, there is still some doubts about investing in stock markets, because, when you're seeing the value on daily basis, it's actually a very stressful.
The risk appetite is low.
Exactly. So a passive fund can bring that kind of the stability in an investor's mind that, okay, I'm following the index, and whatever index companies are there in the index are all big short companies, and you don't have much of a difference there in terms of any kind of a
Welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra, and this is our special personal finance show called Money Today. And today's topic is all about how should Gen Zs invest? Gen Zs are investing earlier, they are earning earlier, they're also borrowing earlier than any generation before. But are they clearly building wealth, or are they only chasing trends, from stopping SIPs too soon, or taking loans for even travel, or even getting lured by the buy now pay later schemes that are frequent, and on everything that you see to be shopped on an everyday basis, to even diving into the newer formats of investments, say cryptos and even futures and options, which were usually only considered for experts as far as investors are concerned. Are they understanding the risks that happen in today's financial choices, and could all of that shape up their next 30 years of lives in the best way possible? That's something that we're going to be discussing today. We also are going to be talking about what is the right way for Gen Zs to invest. Let's actually welcome our guest on board. We have Mukul Malik, the founder of Asset Yogi, joining in to share with us his take on how is he looking to advise and discussing a lot of problems that Gen Zs are facing while their financial planning is taking place, and at the same time, how should they begin their financial planning journey as well. Thank you so much, Mukul, for taking the time out for this conversation. I'm sure a lot of Gen Zs approach you to try and understand what exactly should they be doing. Yes, we do know that Gen Zs are far more aware than millennials and the previous generations when it comes to taking decisions with money. They are more aware about the investment opportunities ahead. They are very clear they are here to take the money. But are they also creating a lot of mistakes while also looking at all of this? So give us an understanding of what are the key problems and the mistakes that usually Gen Zs are facing at this point in time, or making at this point in time, as they are on their fintech journey.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me on the show, Sakshi. It is always a pleasure to talk to you. Now, coming to your first question, which is about the problems that Gen Zs are facing. And I think once we acknowledge the problem, only then we can talk about the solutions. So a clear trend that I can see is that, a lot of Gen Zs, people who are in their 20s or in early 30s, they are taking a lot of borrowings or loans. And without even realizing that how much it can dent their financial planning in the long term. So just to quote some of the data that, today in personal loans, the top category is vacations. People are taking a lot of loans. Almost 27% of personal loans are taken for vacations these days. And this has displaced the top category of home renovation, which used to be the top category. So earlier, before 2020, we can see a clear change in the trend before 2020 and after 2020, once the social media has taken over. And, today, I think the aspirations are industrialized. So when I say that aspirations are industrialized, means that, people are wanting to copy the influencers. I mean, not for the right things, but for everything. Right. So which means that if somebody is going for a vacation in France, everybody wants to go to France. Right. So and then you are taking a loan to do that. So that's clearly not the right trend, which I feel. And today, if I talk about some other data, then smartphones is the next category in personal loan. Right. So smartphones plus home appliances together, they form about 46% of EMI chunk today.
Wow.
Right. So this is one trend. The second trend that I can see is that a lot of youngsters are getting lured into trading. I mean, people are not able to, I think, differentiate between investing and trading. Today, if I can quote the rough data, I think 50%, around 48 to 50% of intraday traders, then futures and options traders are Gen Zs. Youngs are losing money to big institutions. I think in the last 4 years, since the SEBI has published some data. So in 4 years, 4 lakh crores of retail money was lost. And I think 2 lakh crores out of that went to foreign institutional players. And I think about 80% of the balance was with the domestic institutions and the rest of the money was lost to brokerages. So people have to realize that money is made in long term and not in short term futures and options, intraday trading. This is not for retail investors like you and me.
Okay, so there are clear trends that are being seen, viewers. In case you also are doing some mistakes like this, be aware. This is a trend that is being seen. Mukul has pointed out, yes, he's saying there's a huge trend of people going for free.
Hello and a warm welcome on Business Today Television, ladies and gentlemen. We continue with providing you access to top flight fund managers, chief investment officers, PMS managers, as to how they are navigating this volatility and this uncertainty in the market, where bulls refuse to give up 24,000 and bulls refuse to let 24,300, 24,500 a pair. We are joined by none other than Mr. Alok Singh, CIO of Bank of India Mutual Fund, to discuss the way forward and to see where markets are headed. Namaste Alok ji and a very warm welcome. We are at the fag end of July and mostly all major earnings are with us. What is your considered opinion on how corporate India's report card has fared against the backdrop of your fund's holdings?
Thank you very much for having me on the show. So you're right, the earning, we are in the middle of earning season, and maybe just close to halfway through, and I think next week is going to be really heavy. But having said that, I think the initial trend for so far are quite encouraging. Especially the places where people had lower expectations. If you look at banking and financials, where people were generally expecting some NIM compression, I think a larger part of the lenders have not shown that trend. Margins also, I think, are holding on despite the disruption which was there in the Middle East and the after effect of that. Overall, I think if you look at the small caps are so far, whatever has been declared, are showing a very healthy growth rate as well as margin profile. Mid caps, some of the oil companies being there are getting influence. Other than the oil marketing companies, which have which got majorly impacted because of the government decision to hold on to the prices, I think, barring that, and if you adjust for that, I think the earnings season so far has been quite healthy. And I think next week, maybe when we conclude major part of it, I think the trend should be more cheerful to the street than they expected.
Okay, let's look at your flagship scheme, which is the Bank of India Flexi Cap Fund. This is a phenomenal performer. 3-year return is 21% compounded, and the scheme was launched in January of 2013 as far as the direct route is concerned, but the launch date is June of 2020, and the returns since launch are a compounded 25%. By any stretch of imagination, this is a fabulous performance. let's look at the top holdings. It's banks all the way. A gold retailer, Sky Gold, is the fourth holding. Hindustan Aeronautics, Quality Power Equipment, Acutaas Chemicals. This fund has done immensely well, and it's a concentrated holding of 65 shares. Would you want to comment on how jewelers are doing immensely well, given that gold prices have corrected fairly sharply, and you have a fairly decent stake in Sky Gold?
Yeah. So, India has inherently high demand for gold because of cultural as well as the investment, which have started taking more shapes through ETFs and all. But, if you look at overall, a stable gold prices typically drive volume. And what we have seen, after the correction, the gold has been holding around $4,000 in the international market. I think that is what is driving demand, because typically people don't buy in terms of grammage, people buy in terms of wallet size, 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs, whatever that translates to. And if there is a spike in gold prices, obviously the grammage come down or the purity come down. But if it remains stable, I think there is, people plan for it, and it takes some time for them to do planning. I think also somewhere, the way it behaved in last year or so, there is some fear that what if it spikes back, and that is also front loading some of the future demand in terms of family wedding and things like that. I think combination of these two is helping the volume being higher, and that's where the entire value chain, right from the retailers to the contract manufacturers like Sky, which is in our portfolio, I think they all are getting benefited with the entire thing. So as long as it remains stable, I think we may see a better volume growth over there.
Mr. Singh, I was just taking your opinion on the way IT is shaping up. July has been, by all accounts, a fabulous month for IT stocks. The index itself has gone up by 15%. You are still not convinced with the way IT is shaping up, or is there more pain point, possibly more hidden hurdles that you see? Within the flexi cap space, in the top 20 companies, there isn't an IT representation.
Yes, your observation is right. We are underweight on IT. While last 1 month has been good and there is some rebound, I think it's from the extremely oversold situation. There is some reversal, which is very natural to happen in any of the major sectors or major part of the index whenever they go in a extremely oversold situation. Having said that, I think we believe that why the sector got re-rated is primarily because the visibility of the cash flows going ahead is uncertain, and it remains uncertain. And by the thumb rule, higher the uncertainty around the cash flows, the lower is the multiple, and the higher the certainty, you get a higher multiple. Just to explain it to you in an example, for example, an FMCG company where the certainty is higher, we give higher multiple. An EPC company where the certainty is low, we give a lower multiple. So from a very, very certain environment which IT used to operate, it is moving towards an uncertain side. And that uncertainty is still lingering around. While they all will survive and they may do better, but at the same time, till this uncertainty remains, I think to give a very higher multiple to the cash flows will be difficult, and hence what we visualize is they may be a market performer and then as a fund manager I have to take a call whether I want to subscribe to uncertainty for a market performance segment. So I think there where the difference lies. It is not that they will, they're dead companies, they're good companies, they're still making cash flows, but that certainty, visualizing 2030 is difficult, and that's where our weights are. So it's very simple. If I have to buy certainty, uncertainty, then I'll buy uncertainty where I have a bigger delta. Otherwise, I will not like to buy that.
So, where is uncertainty with potentially a higher delta?
So, if you look at the entire capex side, say for example, if I put it this way, that from the macro top-down view, government wants our manufacturing percentage in our GDP to increase from current 15% to 20-25% over the period of time. Now, obviously, there's a policy framework that has to translate to businesses in form of cash flows. And then, obviously, there is an uncertainty over there. But if we look at way both public policy making and the private sector being enthusiastic about the scope of manufacturing in India, I think that uncertainty has a far higher reward possibility. And that's where I think the entire manufacturing space, because if you look at, if we move from 15% to say 20% in next 5-7 years, I think that's a very decent growth rate on a size of $4 trillion. We are, and that will lead to a lot of new pools of profit and many of the existing pools of profit getting augmented at a very fast pace. So I think that is one uncertainty we are ready to subscribe to.
Mr. Singh, you are not alone. A vast majority of fund managers, irrespective of their lineage in terms of mid caps, small caps, large caps, flexi caps, have 2 or 3 banks as their top holders. They have been massive underperformers. While the smaller PSU set, the old world private banking set has performed substantially, but frontline banking has let down fund managers. What is your reaction?
See, I think it is just that the some of the private banks used to get excessive premium because they were the only one who were executing well in terms of growth and margin profile and ultimately ROEs of the business. Over last 5-7 years, we have seen that there are many players who are able to execute that script for a longer period of time, and hence, the excessive amount of premium which the market used to give to a particular set of lenders have shifted to other lenders, because ultimately, if, say for example, there was a lender who was giving growth rate of 20% and ROEs of 18%, where everyone was barely able to grow at 10% and ROEs of 10%. Now, if everyone is able to do the same, then obviously the classic valuation convergence happen. And that is what, if you look at, has happened over the period of time between the private sector lenders and the public sector lenders. There is a convergence which has happened. While there is still a difference, I don't expect them to merge actually, but I think that is, and that primarily happened because, the underwriting became quite democratized, or rather socialized, by the CIBIL score becoming the gold standard of underwriting. So it is available to everyone, and then the person with the better CD ratios win. And many of the private lenders have that issue. Their CD ratios are too high. So till they are able to resolve that, they are not able to grow that fast. So I think that was over the period of time. What I'm telling you, this has happened and transited over last 3-4 years, and now what we see is a relative underperformance.
Mr. Singh, within the BOI portfolio of stocks, there are 244 in number as of June ending. Where do you see alpha?
So obviously, what you see is at the fund level, that is our part of active investment bets. Some of it is, some of that can be a beta trade as well, but most of it is alpha, because our larger AUMs, which are sitting in our flexi cap or small cap, or our aggressive hybrid, these are more bottoms up portfolios, and hence we are all what we have selected as part of our investment broadly is tilted to, if you look at, if I look at the, or rather I put it this way, that if I put it this way, what are our overweight positions as sector-wise? So we are overweight on capital goods, and in capital goods also we are more overweight towards engineering as well as power, high voltage power ecosystem. We are overweight on public sector lenders. We are overweight on capital market. We're overweight on healthcare and some discretionary. I think we are decently exposed to the entire reusable or recyclable ecosystem. I think broadly this is where we are. Rest all is more of equal weight or marginally underweight. Major underweight is of course oil and gas and IT.
Yes. Surprisingly, and a very a positive surprise, Mr. Singh, your top holding is a newly listed company called Quality Power Electrical Equipments, and you have very, very consistently over the last 6 months from January repeatedly increased stake in the company, and it's worked out amazingly well for the portfolio. What exactly does your research team like so much in Quality Power Electric Equipments? At the moment, the holding is 318 crores at the end of June.
See, we are positive on entire high voltage ecosystem, right? Because what is happening is that not only India was anyways not properly electrified, but even the world, if you look at, there is a lot of disruption which has happened in the ecosystem. Right from the the generation side, where the solar and the renewable came in picture, to the user side, where the EVs and overall automation or the data centers, both the sides, generation and consumption has seen a drastic change. As a result of that, the pipe connecting them, which is the high voltage ecosystem in between, is not capable to handle those fluctuations and surges, and hence it need to be overhauled. And that is, for India, we have to build out of it, and globally that has to be overhauled. And as a result, there is a huge demand, and this is beyond the point that some of the standalone data centers may be setting up their own high voltage ecosystem. So I think that's the demand portion, which we find that is sustainable for a longer period of time, and it is not only AI driven. It is general the structure, the way we were operating our grids and things like that. And that's where, we have a positive, the company you pointed out, other than also we have a decent exposure on the high voltage ecosystem, right from the transformer guys, the connectors, the people providing complete solutions or the switch gears, the entire value play is what we are positive on, and we have exposure across funds.
Okay, fair point. In terms of the broader structure of large caps, apart from banks, where exactly lies value within Nifty?
Other than so if you look at, frankly speaking, Nifty at this juncture is fairly priced. While there is some amount of scope in banking per se, because of the fact that the NIM pressure is lower than what the market expected. So I think there could be some potential of re-rating. But other than that, I think we are fairly priced. Whether IT also, I call that to be fairly priced. Healthcare, I think is fairly priced, but I think there are growth drivers which are emerging over there because slowly, the generic pricing pressure has pushed off a lot of people from the developed market, and hence there is some pricing stability which is returning over there, and some of the newer discoveries and Indian companies moving up the value chain from being pure play generic. I think those things we find interesting from next 3-5 years point of view. So we have a positive view over there. But for that, I think at Nifty level, I think it's quite fairly priced. But at the same time, if you move to the next Nifty, I think Nifty next Nifty, I think there where the space is very, very interesting. Many of the new age businesses doing quite well over there. Even otherwise, if I look at the overall margin profile, growth profile of Nifty next 50 being superior than Nifty. So there's a fair possibility that some of those companies may move up, and I think that will give a better sense of Nifty from next 4-5 years point of view.
Okay, what would you prefer in Nifty next 50? This is of course one of the most popular indices on which a very old ETF has also been based, and it's one of those magnificent outperformers over a decade and a half. What do you prefer in Nifty next 50?
So our choices remain the same. So what overweight sectors I have mentioned, I think we remain biased towards that. Obviously, Nifty next 50 has a slightly higher representation of that versus the Nifty. So I think our picks remains the same over there. And some amount of new age businesses also, I think some of them we like, especially where the profitability is more clear, and the scalability also has been tested in the public, ever since they have been listed. I think that some of those we like.
Mr. Singh, we'll call it time here. Thank you so much for your wonderful interaction, and of course discussing the BOI FlexiCap Fund Plus, many of those individual stocks that have been responsible for such fantastic performance. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was Mr. Alok Singh, Chief Investment Officer at Bank of India Mutual Fund. Thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra and this is the earnings special edition where we're going to be focusing on Fractal Analytics as the company that's kicked off FY27 on a strong note with its Q1 numbers, the growth accelerating across key metrics, profit surging by nearly 92% year on year to over 72 crores. We've seen the revenue rising by 20% to over 912 crores, and the company's also delivered healthy operating leverage along with EBITDA margins expanding to 16%. Also, the growth was led by BFSI retail businesses for the company. We've also seen geographical presence has been strong for the company, although we've seen the TMT vertical continuing to see some pressure. So what's driving the growth currently and what's the outlook for FY27? That's something that we will decode for you with our top management of Fractal Analytics joining in on the program. Let's welcome Srikanth Velamakani. He's the co-founder and the group CEO for Fractal. Welcome to you, Srikanth. Good to have you with us. We'll kickstart by understanding from you what has been the key driving factor for the outperformance that you've seen. It's been a standout quarter, profit almost doubling. So what were the biggest drivers behind this strong improvement in profitability per se?
Great. When we went public last year, earlier this year, one of the most frequently asked questions was, why do you not make money all the time? Like, why are your margins inconsistent? So I think we have built the muscle to consistently improve our profitability. Over the last 3 quarters, we have shown that we can make very steady margins. We were always very good at gross margins, but bringing that to EBITDA margins and net profit, I think we have built the discipline to improve our profitability consistently over the last few months. So that's number one. So it's disciplined execution that's resulted in that. From a growth standpoint, we've had a 20% growth quarter vis-a-vis last year. And excluding TMT, that growth would have been 35%. I would have been much happier with the 35% if that was the overall growth. But today we have to settle for 20%. We expect that we would like to be growing faster because the overall expansion in the total addressable market and the kind of demand expansion and explosion we are seeing in AI is incredible. And really, if you are growing at 20%, it's because our execution is lacking. We need to improve our execution to increase our growth rate overall.
Okay, and since you talk about the 20% overall top line growth, given the AI adoption cycle globally, what could be a sustainable growth revenue trajectory for Fractal for FY27?
See, overall, I can't specifically comment on FY27, but we would like to build this company in such a way that we can deliver a much higher level of growth for a continuous period of time, for the sustained period of time over the next 3 to 5 years. Now, FY27 is a change. This is just, we've just gone public. AI is, changing the shape of demand in a very significant way, and therefore we have to factor that in the way we think of growth. We've also reorganized Fractal in a way that really addresses the massive demand that is coming through, and we've called these 3 vectors as AI-led transformation or AIT, AI foundations AIF, and AI for work and workforce reimagination, AIW. Now, what are those? AIT is essentially about the biggest opportunity in companies is to reimagine every business workflow, whether it's my operations workflow, my supply chain workflow, finance workflow, it's my customer understanding. All of these can be reimagined with AI. You can dramatically improve your decision making and not just automate a dumb process, but to reimagine the process in an AI native, AI smart way. So that's AIT. AI foundation is about building the foundations that can create that, which is about building the knowledge layer, the ontological layer, or the context layer as it's being called, the harness layer, so that AI can get better. And 3 is, in an AI first world, I have to reimagine my talent. I have to reskill them, upskill them, and make them work alongside with agents. So I have to think of an organization differently. So how do we help that? So these are the biggest drivers of demand, and as we execute against these, we will see tremendous sort of growth for Fractal in the coming few quarters and years.
Your EBITDA margins have expanded to 16% from 12.5% earlier. So how much of a room is there for the margin expansion from the current levels, and what is the margin band that investors can expect you to sustainably deliver?
Yes. So our adjusted EBITDA margin is at roughly 17%, up from 15% same quarter last year. We would like our adjusted EBITDA margin to hit something like a 20% for Fractal overall, and 22% for the Fractal.ai business. So that is the goal. That's where we want to go, and we should get there sooner than later, right? That's really the kind of trajectory we want to be in. This is completely feasible given our current gross margins of between 46 and 50%. It automatically lends to a higher EBITDA margin as well. It's just that we have some of those things to play out, and there is also a seasonality effect. First quarter is usually the lowest margin quarter for us, and by fourth quarter our margins expand. So you will see that quarter on quarter our margins will expand till the fourth quarter to get us to as close to that number as possible.
Yeah, because you rightly pointed out, we are also seeing a negative reaction on the stock price today. It's down by 6%. Probably it's reacting to the quarter-on-quarter fall in the profit that we've seen rather than the year-on-year growth. So is this a blip? What would you want to tell the viewers at this point in time who are looking at the quarter-on-quarter blip there?
Yeah, I think that's a misconception, because every single year, first quarter profitability is lower than the fourth quarter profitability, because in the first quarter we'll have to adjust for the fact that we have salary increases, we have a significant bunch of people joining us from campus hiring and so on, which creates the first quarter related profitability pressures. But steadily margin expands over the next 2-3 quarters, and this has been something that's happened with Fractal for many years, so it's something that we understand quite well. So the best way to look at it is year over year, and you rightly pointed out that our year-over-year profitability numbers are pretty impressive.
Let's talk about your TMT vertical, which has seen again a decline of about 22% year-on-year, even as the rest of the businesses remain pretty robust. So exactly, could you help us understand what's constantly driving the pressure and weakness in this space? Is it linked to some of the clients, and do you expect this pressure to continue for the rest of FY27?
Yeah. Firstly, I would blame our execution more than blaming the market or the world or something else, because eventually it is our execution. Overall, AI demand is exploding very nicely, so we should have executed better. Now, having said that, if you want to look at structural reasons that could be happening, it is that some of the very big tech companies, all of the very big tech companies, many of them are our clients, and they are moving from AI OPEX to AI CAPEX. They're significantly expanding data center capacities, buying chips, and making significant AI CAPEX commitments. And in the process, there is pressure on AI OPEX. And really, that's something that you are seeing in how they are thinking of working with people like us. And therefore, there is some short-term pressure there. But we expect the TMT vertical to work itself out even as early as next quarter. So sequentially, TMT will start to show some growth as early as Q2.
Okay. You just did say that excluding TMT, your business has actually grown 35% year on year. And if we were to see an improvement from here on, like you're pointing out, which are the sectors that will see the strongest AI spending today, and which are the enterprises moving faster from pilot to projects to large scale deployments for you, and what will drive the growth for you from here?
Yeah, AI is across industries. It's really, there's no one industry that's using AI more than the others. But if you were to really choose, it would be the banking and financial services and insurance industries, because they are significantly cognitive and repetitive in nature. That's where there is enormous opportunity for AI to turbocharge their businesses. So therefore, we are seeing maximum adoption there. Healthcare and life sciences also, if you look at healthcare segment, there you'll see process complexity, and AI can really augment and automate and really improve the patient experience. It can improve your SG&A. So there are multiple levers of a healthcare business that AI can dramatically influence. There also we are seeing significant impact. And if you look at CPG retail, these are extremely competitive industries. So there also, if one company uses AI to get better, all others also follow suit. So you're seeing different dynamics play out, but across every industry, there is significant growth opportunities. But if I were to pick one, it is really banking and financial service industry, where AI adoption is maybe accelerating the fastest.
Okay. You now also have pointed out that 58 of your clients now are contributing over $1 million in annual revenue for you. This is up from 54 last year. Give us a sense that how much of your current growth is coming from deeper engagement with the existing clients vis-a-vis the new client additions that you're looking at, newer AI platform deployments.
Yes. We look at a metric called the NRR, or net revenue retention, which essentially shows same clients last year versus same clients this year. And that number is 117%, which means that there's a 17% increase from the same clients last year to this year. So a vast majority of our revenue growth comes from existing clients increasing their spends with us. So that's the 17 out of the 20% of growth that is there. The remaining 3% comes from new client addition that is happening in this quarter. So it's 17 and 3. So roughly at any point of time, a more sort of a neutral estimate of that is 80% of the growth comes from existing clients expanding their business with us, and 20% of the growth comes from new clients that are getting added. That's really the dynamic that plays out over a period of time.
Right. Last quarter, you also talked about how you are looking forward to increasing your R&D investments to around 10% of the overall revenue. Where are we at currently, if you could help us understand, and how is the spending standing today, and which are the areas that you're looking to deploy that money going forward also?
We are inching at about 7% right now. We're just shy of 7%, so round out to 7%. And the goal is to take it all the way to 10. But we have been very clear that the R&D spends will go up as margin expands. As our gross margin expands, part of that expanded gross margin we'll put into R&D spends. So over time, we will go from 7 to 10 as we get increased revenues from Cogentic and increased gross margin in other ways. We'll plow back some of that increased gross margins into higher R&D, which creates a virtuous cycle, because the higher R&D will help us build better products, and that will help us accelerate revenue further and accelerate margins further.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll leave you with that. Thank you so much, Srikanth, for being with us and for highlighting all these insights for all our viewers. Always a pleasure to speak with you. So thanks a lot for sharing all these insights, and all the best for the upcoming quarterly results as well.
Thank you, Sakshi.
All right, viewers, we'll wrap it up on that note for the earnings special conversation with the Fractal that we've just had. We'll, of course, keep getting you such earnings conversations through this season. So stay tuned as up next, market coverage continues on the other side. And, of course, I'll be back for the closing edition at 3 p.m. Stay tuned for that too. Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra, and this is our special edition where we are going to be focusing on the upcoming IPO. Manipal Health is among India's largest private hospital operators, and its IPO is now going to be launching next week for all the subscribers. It will definitely rank among the country's biggest healthcare listings in recent years that we've also seen. It's a 9,200 crore rupees, a little over that kind of an IPO that is coming in with a fresh issue of 8,000 crores, and the rest of the portion will be offer for sale from existing shareholders. The IPO opens on July 29th, will also close on July 31st. There is a price band that's been announced between 560 and 590 rupees as well. Let me now welcome our guest on board. We have the MD of Manipal Health joining in for a special conversation. Warm welcome to you, sir, and thank you so much for taking the time out. Many congratulations. The street is looking forward to your IPO. First up, give us an understanding of what is the aim with which you're launching this IPO.
So first of all, thank you, Sakshi, for having me on your show. The primary purpose of this listing is to, the inputs would be used, the proceeds would be used to repay and actually prepay some debt that we have. We had taken about 6,000 crores of debt some months ago to complete the acquisition of Sahyadri Hospitals. And the primary purpose of this listing is to raise proceeds to repay that debt.
Okay. So could you also help us understand, when it comes to the offer for sale, who are your selling shareholders, and what would be the stake, or shareholding pattern look like post the IPO?
So, Sakshi, it would be proportionate. All the existing shareholders are selling proportionately. And in terms of post-listing shareholding, between Temasek and the Manipal Group, they would continue to be promoters and continue to have a majority stake.
Okay. What factors, Mr. Jose, were considered before deciding on the timing of launching this IPO, and how much of it was driven by the need to give an exit to the existing investors?
Like I mentioned, Sakshi, there is no need to give an exit to any of the current investors. And like I mentioned, our OFS is a very small proportion of the total issue, 8,000 crore primary versus an OFS of the range of 1,200 crores. So there was no desire for anybody to really get a complete exit at all. I think, like I mentioned earlier, people are selling pari passu. And so the primary purpose, to reiterate, was to raise funds to pay down the debt.
Okay. What would be the debt on the books after the prepayment, sir?
We could be net debt zero. In fact, Sakshi, currently our net debt, net of cash in hand, would be about 7,500 crores approximately. And after a primary raise of 8,000 crore, we would be net debt free if we decide to be so. But, we have to take a call as to what is that we would want to really prepay and how much of, proceeds that we want to retain in the company as cash in hand. So that we could use it for anything opportunistic or any requirements that we might face in the future.
Absolutely. Give our viewers an understanding, Mr. Jose, of what makes Manipal Hospital's business model unique when we compare it to the peers in the healthcare space.
I think we have used both acquisitions and organic growth as an instrument of growth. And we probably have done the largest number of acquisitions in the recent past. And I think what sets us apart is that we've been able to not only acquire assets but integrate them into Manipal and ensure that we end up as one common brand, one common team, one integrated organization in terms of processes, in terms of everything that we do, IT architecture, of course, in terms of branding. I think that is something that we have done well. Including Sayadri, which we acquired 8 to 9 months ago. We have completed 5 acquisitions, and I think that track record is something that we are pretty pleased about.
Absolutely. So, when we talk about your own geographical expansion, how have you gone about it? If you could cite any specific instances of certain region, like when you forayed into the Eastern India space, why was that chosen? What was the process going about it? And how are you looking at your geographical presence right now?
I think, Sakshi, what has driven us is our assessment of opportunities that exist in various parts of the country. Especially in terms of lack of quality healthcare. You asked about Eastern region. We always felt that the East is underserved in terms of the highest end of quality healthcare. And that is something that we thought we could plug. We used to get a large number of patients into our network from eastern part of India. So therefore, Manipal was a brand name which was familiar to that region. And therefore, getting into East was a fairly straightforward decision. And we looked around then for opportunities. And in fact, 2 of the acquisitions in the recent past has been in the East, AMRI and Medica, which gave us really a significant presence in that region of the country.
Absolutely. Now, also help us understand, sir, currently we understand, a large part of your revenue comes in still from Karnataka. How are you looking at the aspect and going forward, how are you looking at the revenue distribution when it comes to geographies?
So Sakshi, you're right about approximately 40% of our revenue, if I'm right, comes from Karnataka. But I think, that ratio is really coming down. And as we expand, we mentioned about our presence in East, with Sayadri, we are the largest hospital network in Maharashtra now. And we have our presence in the northern part of the country, and we are adding capacity in terms of greenfield in Raipur, putting up a facility in Mumbai. So I think as we execute these plans, the proportion of revenue from Karnataka would continue to drop, while overall our revenue would continue to grow. The concentration in Karnataka would continue to drop. I think that's the plan, and most hospital chains got a so-called home market, where operations began, and it is not unusual to have a revenue concentration, in one region or one geography. I think what we've been able to achieve is, apart from Bangalore, which is our home base, we've been able to create significant presence and capacity in Kolkata and Pune as well.
Okay. So let's also discuss a little bit about the valuation part. Give us an understanding and our viewers as to how did you mark yourself against the listed peers? What was the broad methodology also used in this exercise, and how do you see this going forward?
I think the way we looked at valuation, Sakshi, is that, there was no intent or the need to maximize the value for anybody, because like I mentioned earlier, it was not a case of exit to be given to shareholders. I mentioned of our total issue, OFS was a very small proportion. Correct. Therefore, that was not a consideration at all. That, maximizing value did not become an end object. So therefore, it was about, the opportunity we wanted to present to the potential investors, our enterprise, where we are, where we would, we would likely to go if things get executed well, and then really see if investors, find this value, attractive enough for them. So that's a method, that's a method or approach that we use. And therefore, comparison with peers beyond a point is not really, really relevant in our mind. I think it is for investors to really assess, where we are coming in terms of our value, and it is really for them to make the judgment whether what we offer is attractive or not. So we would really want to leave it to investors to react to this and maybe comment on that.
Right. If you could help us understand it in the immediate 2 to 3 year timeline, what will make Manipal Hospital's business case compelling to the investor community? And if you could help our viewers understand what would be on top of your radar or your top 2 or 3 priorities as we go along over the next 2 to 3 years.
So, Sakshi, 2 or 3 things, which we would really tick off. One, of course, is currently our capacity utilization. We got about 13,000 beds, like you mentioned, the largest provider in terms of bed capacity in the country, and our occupancy is only about 65%. So there is significant headroom to grow in terms of volume and occupancy. These are fully invested beds available. So that is one lever that we have in our minds. We have about 3,000 beds coming on stream over the next 3 years, including brownfield expansions and fresh capacity getting created. Third, of course, is the recent acquisition of Sahyadri is yet to be fully integrated. One of the reasons that we pursued that is the opportunity that we see to really turn around that asset to deliver to its potential. So these are the 3 key tasks ahead of us in the next 3 years. Execute well in creating the greenfield capacity, ensure that Sahyadri performs to potential, and see that our capacity utilization is growing on a volume-driven basis.
If you could also highlight for all our viewers, after the full integration takes place of Sahyadri, by when do you finally see the peak potential being seen on the books, combined books right there, and what kind of a revenue potential does it hold?
So, if past is any indication, our experience with other integrations, if that's any indication, I would think it's about 4 to 5 years before an asset of that nature, a network of that size, can be fully integrated, and the growth to the full potential is a journey. It is not something that we are expecting in year or 2 or even 3. I think it is a 3 to 5 year kind of a journey. where we look at structural changes or structural corrections that we could bring into that asset. Low-hanging fruits like synergy benefits, those kind of aspects are fairly easier. But I think it is more about top end of clinical programs, service excellence, digital strategy. I think these take time, and we look at about a 3 to 5 year period, provided we execute well for that asset to really get to its potential.
Right. If you could help us understand in your journey with both respect to challenges and opportunities, what's been in respect of creating a presence outside of South India been? Also, is there a unique approach to build a brand in each region that you look at right now?
When you get into a new geography, you have the task of establishing the brand there, conveying to people what Manipal offers. I think that takes longer than going deeper in an existing geography. For example, if you put up more assets in cities where we are already present, it's somewhat easier in terms of ramping it up in terms of occupancy and getting it to the revenue potential that it might have. But when we get into new geography, for example, when we enter Raipur now in the next several months, I think it's going to be a different experience because we need to establish ourselves as a brand. We need to really convey our promise to the patients and the families. So it takes longer. Therefore, brand building is an effort. It is not something that we take lightly. We would spend time and effort and resources to ensure that the experience that people have in the other parts of the Manipal network is replicated in every new geography that we get into. I think that's the philosophy that we would want to keep in mind.
Absolutely. So since your M&A story has been quite interesting, are there any gaps that still remain to be filled from an expansion perspective? And how are you looking at the inorganic growth even beyond Sahyadri to facilitate this process?
Like I mentioned earlier, Sakshi, the next 2-3 years is going to be a focus on, really getting the work done in terms of the expansion which is underway. I talked about the integration of Sahyadri. But having said that, we would continue to be alive to opportunities in geographies which are of interest to us. Like an acquisition can never be planned. We have to be alive to react to a situation. So therefore, it's about having clarity on the geographies. For example, we would be interested to get our presence into Kerala. We would look at a potential of having an asset in a facility in Hyderabad. We would want to deepen our presence in the national capital region. So these are some of geographies that we would be keeping an eye on. But like these acquisitions are not predictable. So as an relevant opportunity comes in, we would explore those. But while that opportunistic work would happen, the immediate focus, like I said, is to fully integrate Sahyadri, execute the expansion which are already underway, bed capacity expansion which are underway, in both greenfield and brownfield routes.
Absolutely. Mr. Jose, as we all know that you are the second largest hospital chain by scale. You're operating a network of almost 49 hospitals with over 12,300 beds in 14 states and union territories right now, is what I understand. And going forward from here, you are also building up on scale on various geographies that you just talked about too. What is it that, will be for investors particularly to be looked at in the healthcare space in terms of the opportunities that there
Look, this investment guru tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Visit!
SEBI and NSE advise, consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Business Today show here on Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra. This is where we get you all the closing action on Dalal Street. It's panned out to be a fantastic day of trade for the markets. Nearly 300 points of a rally can be seen on the Nifty. We are hovering above the 24,050 odd mark, 250 odd mark, and you can clearly see it's the IT stocks that have been leading the rally right from the word go today. 2.4% higher for the index, followed by a strong move even on the metal space, the FMCG pack, and the broader markets. Many other sectors are also supporting the move. In fact, barring just the real estate sector that's mildly lower today, rest all of the sectors are buzzing in the session today as well. The market breadth has improved for the better as well. Remains to be seen whether this momentum can sustain on the upside. Let's welcome our guest on board. We have Mr. Ajay Bagga joining in, the senior market veteran, to share with us his insights as far as the markets are concerned. Warm welcome to you, Mr. Bagga. Good afternoon to you and good to have you with us. Your sense of what is lifting the mood on the D Street, and more importantly, will it sustain? This is also happening at a time when overnight we saw the crude oil prices spike, and despite that the domestic markets have remained strong. We're also heading into the evening when we will see the US Fed take an action on the rate front, and what's your own expectation of what will drive the markets from here?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me on your show today, Sakshi. Overall, if you see, earnings have been pretty okay. Some sectors have done well, like autos have really outperformed. Second, if we see, the Indian market has been an underperformer for nearly 2 years now. So a natural drift is expected. Third, what we are expecting is that as the US-Iran war gets resolved, the oil prices should come down, which will be a big boost to the Indian economy. If you see, we held up well despite the oil prices going up, because the government absorbed most of it into the oil marketing company balance sheets and P&L. So we were able to surmount the March issues which were coming through Iran. And unlike what the expectations were, the earnings season has been pretty good. So we are seeing some amount of money coming back into the Indian markets. July has been mildly on the positive side. There have been days of heavy selling because of some block deals. If we take those out, overall FPI are on an inflow side. So earnings recovery, better risk sentiment globally, and third, FI's a little turn that is starting. How durable it is, that we'll have to wait and watch. Right now, the Iran-US is a very binary thing. There can be a flashpoint, or they could be a detente completely. So we are just waiting for some resolution. The resolution will come. It's not that it won't come, but whether it comes now or Iran strings this along nearer to the November election to do maximum harm to Trump, I think that's a big issue that's facing us. As far as the Fed goes, we expect a pause. We expect a pause by the Bank of Japan and the Bank of England later in the week. So pause for now. But the commentary will be interesting from Kevin Walsh. What does he see on inflation? What does he, last time around, he was very clear that his first fight is with inflation. Second, he doesn't want to give very much long-dated guidances. So he's decided to be very data-driven. Having said that, what does he say today? No dot plots today, no projections today. Only the press meet will give us some ideas.
Okay, fantastic. Since you do say that, of course, the Indian markets have had a long share of underperformance and thereby are attracting some flows right now. When it comes to the FIs also, they are also mildly turning positive after that 2.6 lakh crores of sell-off that we've seen over the last 4 months as well. How sustainable could that move be, especially at a time when we are also seeing some kind of a cool-off in the markets that were attracting all the flows on AI, new technologies, chip makers. We've seen what has happened with the Korean market over the last couple of sessions as well. What does that indicate, and how would you as a market veteran be looking at the shift in flows that would take place now?
Yeah. Overall, Sakshi, if you see the FI market, there are about 12,000 FIs in India. Nearly of their entire investment, 10% is by pensions and endowments who are very long-term investors. Another 5 to 6% is sovereign funds. So about 15-16% is there forever. Literally, they don't sell out unless they have a strategic sale where they will find some buyer. They won't really come in the market and sell. The rest is made up of various GEM funds, global funds, MSCI focused funds, and then a bit from the India focused funds. What we have seen over the last 1.5 years, right from October 2024, then middle of last year, it really accelerated. March this year was really big at about 1.2 lakh crores of sales. Again, May at 69,000 crores of net outflows. So a lot of damage has been done. Today, the FIs on that cohort of 12,000 investors are sitting at 15.6% of the Indian market cap, as against at their peak, they were near to 23. Then in the recent years, they were about 20%. DIIs have moved to 19% plus. So a lot of money every year, we are seeing about 6 lakh crores coming in via the DII route into the Indian market. They are supplanting the FIs. So even at the height of the sale, we have seen the SIPs standing good. SIP now, if you look at the AUMs of SIPs, are 17 lakh crores. So those crores of Indians who are putting money on a monthly basis are now owning 17 lakh crores of the market. So these are very big cohorts which have come in and which are supplanting the FIs. Can they take over the whole heavy lifting? They cannot, but they have ensured markets don't fall very fast. So we are not too afraid of a sharp sell-off in India. I think most of it is done. When does this turn? I think it will turn in the next 6 months. We will see that. What will be the trigger for that? One would be US rates, of course. If there is a weakness in the US economy, rates are cut, then immediately you see emerging markets benefiting. AI trade is unraveling. It is already in bear market. If you look at the semiconductor indices, they are already 20% plus down. Korean market is about 40% down from its peak. So that AI trade has been unraveling, but that money has not come back into investments yet. Part of it was global money, part of it was domestic, especially in Korea. It was a lot of domestic leverage as well. But that money will come back, and some portion, 5 to 10% of that, will come into India as well. So the triggers will be a weaker US dollar, lower US rates if it happens. Second would be this rotation out of AI into other emerging markets where India will get that 5 to 10%. Third will be a strong earnings recovery in India. I think we have really surprised on the positive for the last quarter. We had expected a very weak quarter based on the input costs going up and everything, but companies have really managed it very well. And if you look at the CPI around 4.2 and WPI around 1.5 to now it has started going up. But the companies were clearly absorbing margin pressure. And despite that, they have managed pretty good numbers. Banks have come out with good, strong credit growth. I think all those are helping a lot.
Okay. Domestically also the June earnings are underway. I wanted to ask you, which are the sectors according to you that can drive meaningful upgrades for FY27 basis the kind of earnings that we have seen, and where do you still believe that the growth is still pretty edgy at this point in time?
Yeah, I think consumer staples will be edgy because of the iffy monsoon. And though it has picked up a lot, but rural demand will be constrained. So two-wheelers as well as staples will be under pressure. The urban demand will hold up. That is holding up. Automobiles are doing well. Passenger vehicles will continue to do well. Commercial vehicles also we are expecting to do well. Telecom should do well. Banks, NIMs have come down slightly. There was some margin pressure, but the credit growth is high and the banks are very well capitalized and there is credit growth. So all that will help overall the banks to get re-rated even more further. And IT has been, when we spoke last also, I was telling that IT in the next 6 months, we are expecting some kind of a re-rating to happening. That seems to have started. So IT indices over the last 15 days, 30 days have started picking up. And we expect that to gather momentum. So IT was a contrarian call about 3 months back. Now it seems to be playing out. Defense will continue to do very well. Defense is strong on the base of order books, industrials, and power related stocks. So the entire power chain from renewables to storage to power grids to transmission to power generators. I think all those will continue to do well.
Okay. Sir, on financials as well, how are you looking at the banks which are balancing strong credit demand, easier liquidity against the pressure of NIMs that we've seen play out for most of the banks as well this time around? Of course, looking at the FCNRB, something that you mentioned even last time as a key trigger for the entire space. How is that playing out already? Some of the banks who we've spoken to are already penciling in much higher targets, even within the smaller private and PSU banks also, they are already penciling in billions of dollars to come in by the end of this year. How is that going to play out for the next couple of years?
Yeah, it will bring down the cost of funds of banks. It will generate good liquidity. Last time when we spoke, we didn't have the numbers. So it was more, we were extrapolating 2013 numbers. But if you look at the RBI data as of July 17th, already $17 billion have been booked. So I think 80 billion by September looks on the ice. Go through, and that will be a big boost to the banking system because 6% money will come in for 3 years to 5 years, which they can lend at substantially higher numbers. No no SLR, no CRR, and they have to only cover for the interest part, which they will be able to generate as far as the NIMs go. So NIMs should improve. From here on, we will get a better idea when the RBI governor speaks next week. 5th August, we have the RBI MPC outcome. We expect a pause, but it will be interesting to hear what the governor says. Last time around, he launched the FCNRB and the ECB, all these schemes. So what does he do as a follow-up? And if there is any report card, that will be very interesting. It will give us an idea. But overall, I think the entire financial pack from NBFCs, home loan companies to banks, and especially private sector banks in terms of credit growth, public sector banks, again, a catch-up trade that is happening, well capitalized, low NPAs, able to grow. The deposits is the issue for both of them because a good portion of deposits has started moving into markets or into other fixed return instruments. So deposit raising has led to higher offers in the market. That's why the NIM has been compressing. But the credit growth is there, 16, 17% credit growth in the economy. That's a very strong pointer that the economy is on the move. And the banks then tend to benefit. We don't see a rate hike from the RBI. So that, I think, is largely out of the window. Overall, liquidity was an issue. I think RBI has addressed it well. FCNRB will generate a lot of rupee liquidity. So it should do better. The banking segment should do better going ahead.
Okay. Let's also discuss the PSU pack, excluding of the PSU banks. How are you looking at that basket so far? It's been lying low for some time. Is there any kind of a trigger or a trend that we could see shaping up, or will it take time to come back to their glory days?
Yeah, it will be selective, but if you see, FIs have been buyers in some selective PSU companies, PSU counters. So a lot will depend on the industry. The segment is like the power sector, PSUs are doing very well. And I think they will continue to get bid up. The renewable PSUs, the financiers on the PSU side, banks, of course, are now in a very good shape. We are in a turnaround that has happened, and it's waiting for private capex to catch up in the economy. Right now, there are segments which are doing well, like defense, like metals, like industrials, which are driving the demand. But as the broader economy catches up, you will see even better results from PSUs. So these are some of the ones, and defense PSUs definitely. I think that's a no-brainer. All of them have massive order books. Valuations are not cheap, but execution is very strong, and order books are very good. So they should continue to do well.
Absolutely. Let's also talk about the EMS space as a whole. Today we've seen a smart rally come in onto Keynes Technologies yet again. Of course, these companies, moved up pretty sharply and very fast, and then the valuations picture came into question mark. Yet again, we are seeing a smart rally take place. How are you gauging what's happening in the electronics manufacturing services space? Is there still a lot of value to be had here, and how should an average retail investor, they know that this is the space that is likely to blow up going forward because of the kind of demand that will come in from various industries. But how to judge at what price, at what valuation, what companies are good?
Yeah, a very good question. Overall, if you see, they've done very well. Valuations are not cheap. The good thing is government has given them another booster in terms of PLI funding. Second, quite a few of them are getting into semiconductor alliances, so they will roll out other things. What is good is they managed the phase one very well. So phase one has happened well. Of course, it's a low margin business, depends a lot on the government PLIs to realize. Second, the Chinese are supplying most of their inputs. So the intermediate goods are coming from China. Today also, if you see the mobiles that we are shipping out, India is adding about 20 to 25% value addition. Most of the other parts are coming from China, and China in turn might be sourcing from the Koreans or Japanese, some parts of it. But mostly it's the $100 billion trade deficit that we have with China is explained by these players. So the government is keen that now we start the components revolution, so that the value addition component of these goods that we are shipping out and making in India is larger in India, and it stops being so dependent on the Chinese. I think that will lead to a re-rating. So we have to see who's the player who's able to indigenize a lot. The good news is that despite the weak, the small, or you can say the very low margin business, the volumes are exploding. So volumes are so high that they're generating good free cash flow overall. So, and they are in import substitution place. So the government is very keen on them. Even if it's 25% value addition, government is happy with that because it shows up on the export as a 1.25, even if one is coming in as an import.
Okay. Let's also focus on some of the other key stocks that are in focus today. Adani Group is in focus. A lot of companies are coming up with the earnings within the group. Adani Enterprises, we saw about 1,100 crore rupees loss, but revenues jumping by 50%. We also saw other companies that have come out with the earnings. But more important for the Adani Group is also talking about how they're raising funds against something that they had held on to for some time, because of all those Hindenburg crisis and many other issues that kept on creeping up. Now, finally, when all the cases are put on the back burner in the US and in India as well. We are seeing how the group is talking about 43,500 crores of a fundraise, and over the next 6 months, another $3 to $4 billion that could be on the focus as well. How are you looking at the group? Last 1-2 weeks was all about Adani Group probably looking at foraying into the aviation space as well. So how are you looking at what's happening in the group?
Yeah, particular group I would not like to speak because of SEBI compliances. But overall, if you see how you have to watch Adani without saying buy or sell, it's the India infra story. So if you believe in the India infra story, right from ports to airports to power, and then you look at a lot of sunrise industries, renewables, a lot of those are there. So you have to go company by company. But it is the India infra story overall. And we are seeing a lot of acceptance now in terms of institutional investors. Every OFS that is coming in is getting bid up 3 to 4 times the least. So that institutional acceptance is there. So more than that, I would be constrained to give any buy or sell call on.
Fair point, sir. I'll also want to discuss with you the paint stocks as well. Today, we've seen Asian Paints come up with the results. Yet again, there is a strong number coming in. We've seen how the stock had been under pressure for the last 1 to 2 years odd, and slowly from the last quarter onwards, there was some kind of a rebound taking place. Now that the crude oil prices are also, still volatile, how would you look at the paint space as a whole? We are still looking at the entire space buzz today.
Yeah, paints, the competitive intensity has really gone up. Your margin is my opportunity is playing out. The biggies are taking free cash flows from elsewhere and putting in. So the leaders got challenged. Their duopoly was challenged to that extent, and the new players have scaled up very fast. So that shows there is a demand and there is place for a quality player. But these are very seasoned companies with massive free cash flow generation, good margins. They're able, and they've seen a lot of these cycles. So the very fact that they went through this bigger disruption on the input cost side, and they've declared good results, it's showing that the industry is very resilient. It is a very hardened in terms of crisis resilience. And the demand on the other side is massive. There is a huge cohort of rural India coming out of really, you can say, subsistence existence into mass affluence. There is a lot of that demand coming in. On the industrial paint side, there is a huge demand. And these are, they can become global leaders. They are that huge. So I think it stays a very strong sector, and seasoned incumbents and strong challengers coming in. So makes for a lot of interesting competitive intensity, but there is enough space for all of them to survive and grow.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Bagga, for being with us on the program and for sharing so many wonderful insights with all our viewers. Always a pleasure to have you with us, and wish you a very happy Guru Purnima as well. We share the same Gurudev, and may Gurudev's grace always be upon you. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you so much, Sakshi. God bless you, and Jai Gurudev to you also.
Jai Gurudev. All right, let's move forward and we'll talk about some more food delivery platforms that are now facing pushback from restaurants in Bengaluru, viewers. Hotels and restaurant associations have threatened to boycott platforms like Swiggy and Zomato if their concerns over commissions, discounts and additional charges are not resolved by August 15. Restaurant owners allege that high commissions, forced discounts and unclear deductions are hurting their margins, and they are demanding more transparency, consent-based discounts and protection against losses from cancelled orders. My colleague Sagay Raj is also joining in with more details on the same. Sagay, what are you picking up?
The Hotel and Restaurant Association has threatened that they will boycott Swiggy and Zomato. They will withdraw the association with them if they don't fulfill their demands. Demands include that the transparency in the pricing and the discounts that the Swiggy and Zomato are providing to the customers. They feel that there's lack of transparency. Due to that, they are facing major losses, and even the customers are unhappy with that. And they claim that without even keeping them in the loop, these services are giving discounts to the people, and I mean to say the customers. So the hotel association are disappointed with this particular development, and they have given a deadline to these stating that they should ensure that they give a proper answer to them on all those questions and demands they have put forward. And if at all, if it is satisfactory, they will continue with them, or else they're going to withdraw their association with these services.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Sergey, for getting us all of those details. Let us quickly look at the stocks of Swiggy and Zomato to look at if there's any kind of an impact there. Clearly, we have seen Eternal, the parent company of Zomato, perform very well over the last 1 month. There is no impact right now. You can clearly see Swiggy and Zomato both up into the green with a 6% rally coming in on Swiggy, and Zomato up by about 1% at this point in time. In fact, when we look at the kind of move we've seen on Eternal over the last 1 month, we have seen a 20% surge as well coming in onto the stock. So the food delivery space continues to buzz. We're also hearing that Zepto, which is also facing a lot of valuation pushback, might be looking at delaying the kind of IPO proceedings that we could see over there, at least for now. But let's also focus on further earnings, especially from the banking space. We've seen Canara Bank is seeing strong traction in its FCNR mobilization drive. I earlier caught up with MD and CEO Brijesh Kumar Singh to decode their ambitious plan to raise over $2.5 billion by December. Let's listen into what he had to say. So you've also launched the FCNRB deposit mobilization drive. If you could help our viewers understand what's the kind of amount you're targeting by the end of, say, till September or so, and beyond the FCNR deposits also, are you looking at evaluating any overseas borrowings?
Okay, so rightly said, there are 3 dispensations which has come recently through RBI. One is FCNRB, another is ECB and OFCB. Whereas OFCB and ECB is available up to that dispensation available up to December of this year, whereas FCNRB is up to September only. That free rupee swap is available. So everybody, including us, we are targeting first on FCNRB, and we have given a guidance taken together all these 3, garnering 2.3 to 2.5 billion in the base case of dollars. So again, for this month, since we are concentrating more on FCNRB only, so we said that this month will garner $750 million. We are concentrating more on FCNRB only, so we said that this month will garner $750 million. Against those $750 million, day before yesterday, today's figure I'm not having with me, we could garner 775 million. So by the month end, we will be certainly crossing 1 billion mark. Correct. So we are right on the track, and we will be even bettering this also comes December end by more than 2.3, $2.5 billion.
$2.5 billion is what the targeted amount is, approximately, going by the rate that you are looking at, sir. So if you could also help our viewers understand, since they also have a set period of 3 years, 5 years or so, after that period, will there be any kind of a redemption pressure, or is that taken care by the RBI?
That's we are getting that free rupee swap that they have offered. We are getting free rupee of swap, and by that time we will be having that much synergy, I guess. It happened in 2013 also. That also came to redemption, so it's an ongoing process.
Okay.
I don't see any problem, and then it will be spread across the across the banks, not only and it will be across the FCNRB also, ECBs also, and that tenor is also 3 to 5 years also. So it will be spread over 2 years.
Right. And viewers, the Maharashtra Food and Drug Administration has also intensified its crackdown on food safety violations after taking action against popular establishments such as Purnima Restaurant, Parsi Dairy Farm, Noor Mohammadi Hotel, K. Rustam and Company, and the KEM Hospital Canteen. The regulator has now suspended the food license of 5 prominent Mumbai clubs, including the Cricket Club of India, RK Juhu, Gymkhana, over serious hygiene lapses. Meanwhile, Purnima Restaurant has also approached the Bombay High Court against the FDA suspension order, alleging procedural lapses and seeking relief to resume the operations. Let's look at a ground report by Mustafa Sheikh.
We are outside MIG Sports Club in Bandra. It's one of the renowned clubs which is among the 4 clubs whose food licenses have been suspended by the Maharashtra Food and Drug Administration. As we know, the FDA in Maharashtra has been on an action mode since last few months, since the Commissioner Tukaram Munde has taken charge of the FDA. First, it was the bakeries. Then there was establishments like Parsi Dairy Farms, which are renowned. Then the Mughlai restaurants like Shalimar, and also other restaurants. But at the same time, there is an action going on gutka and other adulteration of paneer and milk in Maharashtra. But at the same time, now the FDA seems to have focused on the elite clubs of Mumbai, be it the MIG Cricket Club of India, which is known as the CCI, the Wellington Sports Club, be it the Juhu Gymkhana. These are all places wherein the FDA raids happened. There was the cleanliness was not up to the mark, and hence the license has been suspended. In the case of MIG Club, where we are standing outside, Nebula Catering Services didn't have a valid FSSAI license, is what we have been told. Now, moving on further, what is these raids and how are these being conducted? The FDA officials, the FDA recently said that they have now good number of staff with which they have been able to carry out such action with much more options. They have got 40 food safety officers earlier this year. So these food safety officers visited the premise. There are FSSAI guidelines which are to be followed.
Shifting focus to a breaking news, viewers, Russia has charged Telegram founder with terror. FSB issues arrest warrant for Pavel Durov. Russia has also pointed out that this Durov has been facilitating terror activities, and Telegram is aiding Ukrainian terror actions as well. Durov's current location is not known, is what we have been looking at this point in time. The FSB has issued arrest warrant for Pavel Durov, and there are serious allegations that are being made by Russia. Durov is facilitating terror activities through his platform Telegram, and how Telegram has been aiding Ukrainian terror actions is something that is being claimed at this point in time from Russia. Durov's current location, they say, is not known at this point in time. Arrest warrant has been issued against him. But let's also shift focus to the markets close now, viewers. 264 points of a rally on the Nifty. 24,250 is where we've ended the session at. A very strong up move led by IT, metals, FMCG, even small caps up by 1.5%. Broader markets definitely showing some strength. Auto and real estate did pull down a bit, and we did see a weak close there. India VIX down by 4.5%, but smart gains across IT, metals and FMCG story as well. Many stocks that moved up in the broader markets included names like Sadbhav Engineering about 10% higher, First Source Solutions 11% up, Keynes Technologies 12.5% higher. You had Tips Films also up and about in the session. Many stocks that buzzed up. Paradeep Phosphates post earnings, strong move of almost 13% rally kind of came in, and of course the Nifty moves were largely looked at from the IT names, particularly as far as names from Infosys, TCS, HCL Tech, Wipro are all concerned, because that's where a lot of action was. With that, we wrap up the Business Today show right here, but do stay tuned on to Business Today Television to catch up all the action beyond the stock markets as well.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment guru tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said, well said, well said.
SEBI and NSE advise, consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Hello and a warm welcome on Business Today Television, ladies and gentlemen. Just as the global macro gets a little troubled because of this escalating conflict in the Middle East, oil tops $100 a barrel, US bond yield goes beyond 5%, and of course the rupee heads towards an all-time low. All this is sort of creating a negative impression on the market, and as a consequence, the Nifty is losing steam. This is happening at a time when large caps have not really performed over the last 15-20 days, and Q1 earnings, especially in the large cap universe, has not been up to the mark. To discuss what should be the strategy way forward and what are the kind of stocks as also segments you should be adding to your portfolio or subtracting them, we are now joined by Mr. Anshul Singhal. He's the founder at Sehgal Associates. Namaste and a very warm welcome, Anshul ji. How are you reading the situation at this point of time in the market? It looks a little difficult as of now.
Namaste, Shalindraji. Pleasure to be with you as always. Yes, it is an unnerving, anxious situation for everyone. However, these things have a way of settling themselves out over a period of time, and our belief is that this situation will be no different. Although we can't predict what's going to happen, but in general. The balance occurs over a period of time and you just have to be patient. That aside, our game is really not to predict the markets. Our game is to identify opportunities that will play in whatever market condition exists at a given point in time. What I mean by that is that given what is happening globally and in the data center world, artificial intelligence world, what we are seeing is that global hyperscalers, they're raising their capex targets in their respective geographies in artificial intelligence spends. Now, if that is a trend which bypasses whatever is happening geopolitically, then we can take advantage of it. And we can take advantage by playing into that theme, whether through power or through data center plays or anything which is concerned or related to that space. That is the theme, that is the game that we are trying to play rather than predict market levels and volatility in the markets.
Okay. So essentially you are saying that the top 5 or 6 FANG stocks that are there in the US are expanding their artificial intelligence data center facilities, their global customer support centers, and you are presuming that a large part or a decent percentage of that business will come to India, and therefore we play that theme via Dalal Street.
You can, I'm not trying to say that theme will translate into upside for India in general. What I'm trying to say is that there will be Indian companies which will be catering to that theme. And if there is so much spend globally, then these companies will also witness that kind of tailwind. And in that regard, we participate in those companies based out of India. One theme, there are other themes also. For instance, if there is geopolitically this tension which is playing out, oil is on the boil, you will see that sovereigns, and India in particular, is going to invest heavily in the oil and gas sector to ensure that we get energy security as we move ahead into the future. Because energy is really, as we all know, is really the basis on which an economy grows. And so there are plays in energy which you can take advantage of if you're here sitting in India and take advantage of that trend, which is a global trend. So that's really what I'm trying to say. Identify trends, micro trends, macro trends, and take advantage of those.
Two globally, which is the artificial intelligence play and of course oil. What other trends are there globally which you feel will have strong tailwinds in India?
See, oil has a ripple effect. Now, just to give you an example, when oil goes up, raw material for synthetic thread that goes up, raw material prices. And when that happens, prices of synthetic threads go up. Now, what is the replacement for synthetic thread? It is cotton thread or cotton yarn. Now, that has a ripple effect on cotton yarn, and cotton yarn prices move up. So, as a cycle, you benefit if you're invested in the cotton yarn cycle, and you take advantage of that. That is just a ripple effect of what's happening globally because of oil. In India, there are micro trends. For instance, in the last 2-3 years, the microfinance sector has been going through headwinds. And that headwind is on its way out as we speak. If you look at the last quarter's numbers, I'm talking about the fourth quarter of the last fiscal, you will notice that many of these microfinance companies witnessed a revival in their earnings after nearly 8 to 10 quarters of a decline in earnings. And their commentary for the future also looked quite robust. I was in a conference recently and I met with some of these companies. And the one question most analysts had for these companies was that if there is weakness because of geopolitical tensions and the war in Iran, will that affect their business? And most companies said that the impact on their business is minimal, if any, and in fact, growth is only going to catch pace as we move ahead. So this is a micro trend which plays out in the country because of something that happened over the last 8 to 10 quarters. These are the kind of trends one is trying to catch and take advantage of.
Okay, so microfinance is a micro trend. We have oil as a cross-sectoral play, and of course the global spend on artificial intelligence and whatever impact that we may be able to make out on the Indian subcontinent. Another worry coming up, Mr. Sehgal, is this Trump tariffs now, two sets of them coming into action, one of course on labor laws and the other on generic pharma medicines in 12 months and 24 months from now. How do you think that vitiates sentiment not only on these sectors but broadly on the Indian capital markets?
So, those, there are two parts to this answer. If you look at the pharma sector tariffs, I'm reminded of, a time, say 3-4 years back, when in US, you had a significant consolidation of distributors. Like distributors were in the range of 8 to 10, and they merged and consolidated to 3 to 4. What that did is that it gave significant leverage to these distributors to squeeze the final manufacturers on pricing. And the manufacturers had to reduce pricing quite materially. Over a 3-4 year period, their pricing went down in as much as double-digit year on year. What that did is that it became unviable for most manufacturers to supply to the US. So if you were speaking to some industry participants in US, they would tell you that for some medicines, racks were empty because there was no supply of those medicines because the manufacturers did not find viability in manufacturing those drugs. Now, what that tells you is that pricing is critical for manufacturing generic drugs because as it is, they are discounted drugs. In that context, if the US is going to ask tariffs to go up, it's not the companies who are going to bear it. It's the final consumer. And if their aim is to shift manufacturing to the US, even then, cost will go up and the final consumer will bear it. These companies are not going to manufacture at a loss and supply to the US. So in our judgment, while this kind of unruffles feathers, but in reality, the impact on generic medicines is not going to be substantial. It's actually going to be a pass-through impact for most of these companies. On the labor issue that you mentioned, I saw just today in the morning, there was a clarification that for India, it has been clarified by the US that India is taking steps in this direction. And as a result, the Indian tariffs remain at about 10%. So at least for the moment, it doesn't look like India is getting impacted because of this. However, when there is talk of tariffs, clearly markets get unnerved and that gets reflected in volatility going up, which we are seeing today as well and in the last few days. So that is, of course, an impact. But for value investors like you and I, it is an opportunity because we get quality names at cheaper prices. What could be better than that?
I agree with you. If one can master fear and buy a red colored bar on a stock of his or her choice on a weekly or a monthly basis, I think that's a significant battle won. Mr. Sehgal, for the portfolio that you hold in the small cap universe, what has been the performance broadly in Q1?
See, this has been a very interesting time. While the frontline index has done nothing, but the small cap index has done very well in this period. And I mean, I was surprised myself to look at how the portfolio has done in the last 3-4 months. We may be up in the range of 40 to 50%. Because some of our stocks, in fact, many of our stocks have done quite well in line with the markets. Now, of course, in recent times, in the last few days, there has been volatility and that has impacted the portfolio as well. But that is par for the course. We are really, our aim is to identify quality businesses and which are underappreciated at the moment. And where that appreciation will play out over a period of time. When that is the mix, of course, you go wrong in one or two, but by and large, the portfolio does quite well.
Yes. If I may press you a little further, what was, I mean, we are in July of 2026 and the original market peak on the Nifty was in September of 2024. How has your small cap portfolio performed compared with levels of September 2024?
So our peak, which was achieved sometime in September 2024, we saw a 15 to 20% decline from that sometime around the last 1.5 years. And we are slightly above that peak level as we speak today. So we've seen upside from where we were, and we are higher than where we were in September 2024. So I mean, I don't know the exact, know the exact numbers, but by and large, this is the...
Yes. So ballpark, while Nifty is down about 10 or 12% from its peak, your portfolio of today is more than what it was in September of 2024.
That is right.
That is right, correct. Now, let's get into the portfolio. The portfolio that was representative in September of 2024 and July of 2026, what is the material difference in number of shares and what those shares were?
See, number of shares